Ukraine, Sudan, and beyond, where people are being deprived of food, water, and aid. People are being held hostage. They're talking about the cost of living crisis, child poverty, homelessness, antisocial behaviour, mental health, and qualified young people unable to get jobs. They're also talking about Reform UK surging in the polls. Across Europe, centre-left governments are wrestling with migration, energy insecurity, and populist movements. In North America, progressives face fractured trust and institutional fatigue. Meanwhile, climate change is accelerating inequality worldwide, but there is hope. Progressives don't always lose. They're in power in Australia and Canada and here in the UK. And today they're not here to just argue, but to trade notes. The Centre for American Progress, Labour Together and IPPR have convened leaders from 5 continents attempting to answer questions around AI and governance, migration, national security, the economy and democracy itself. Without further ado, welcome to the stage Johan Hassel from Global Progress Action Mission, Matt Upton from Labour Together and Harry Quilter-Pinner from IPPR.
Thank you, Alita. So I'm Matt from Labour Together. I'm really proud to be hosting today with our friends at IPPR and the Centre for American Progress. I definitely recognise a few faces from yesterday. We started off in King's Cross. And anybody who heard me give my introductory remarks yesterday will know I'm quite a big fan of King's Cross. It's the biggest, or one of the biggest, urban regeneration projects in Europe, an area, for those who know it, completely transformed from what it was, and now sits at the heart of something called the Knowledge Quarter, which has institutions like the British Library, where we hosted yesterday, some of the best universities in the world, but also alongside that, cutting-edge organisations working on science, technology, medical research, and so on and so forth. And I think the whole King's Cross development is such a great sign of Britain, the kind of confidence of Britain looking ahead to the future, and a sign that Britain can actually get things done. And then today, obviously a very, very different vibe, as Alita touched upon. We're in somewhere much more historic today, not just Central Hall, but obviously Westminster itself, the home, the symbol of parliamentary democracy, going back hundreds and hundreds of years. And for me, it was really, really important for people that travelled so far to come to the conference and come and see London and the UK, that we're able to show you those two sides of the country, the future, where we're heading, but also the historic past that makes Britain such a great place to be. Now, I think that analogy of past and future, and history and future, actually works quite well as well when thinking about the challenges facing progressives. Now, we all know, I know for my country, and I know it's the same from some of the conversations yesterday for your countries, that so many people are losing faith in the idea that the future can bring something better for them and for their families. The idea that the future increasingly is something to be feared rather than something to be embraced. And equally, some of the historical discussions and arguments that we thought were just settled way in the past are now we're having to fight for them all over again. The idea that democratic countries, the idea that democratic institutions can actually deliver what people need in today's world. And I think that is the challenge that we face as progressives. Do we have the answers to those questions? And I mean, sometimes I think we can lack confidence in this. I don't mean reacting to what populists are saying. I mean, do we have the answers? Are we on the front foot? Can we show that this is where the excitement, the energy is around some of the big debates in policy and in politics? Now, yesterday, from the conversations that I had, I think we showed that is the case. Today, when you look at the exceptional lineup that we've got, I think we'll prove it again. But I will hand over to Johan to say a little bit more about the conference.
Thank you, Matt. Friends, leaders, fellow progressives, during the most consequential political moment of our time, the Global Progress Action Summit brings together centre-left leaders to discuss the world's most pressing challenges to advance a new progressive policy agenda. The Global Progress Summit demonstrates the unity of purpose and the urgency for actions that progressive governments, leaders and changemakers share. As the largest gathering of progressive leaders in the world, the Global Action Summit creates connections, ideas and outcomes to drive a global agenda for the future. This year's themes, Governing for Working People, is set in an age of insecurity where global progressives need to find a moment to unite, to meet today's challenges, to deliver bold policies that deliver security, prosperity and democracy for all. We are a global progressive movement, which are strong, confident, and we are forward-looking. And here in London, we are setting out the direction for the future. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your leadership. And over to Matt and Harry.
Hi, everyone. So Matt has welcomed you all to London. And Johan's told you about the history and the heritage of the Global Progress Summit. So it falls to me to tell you a bit about what we're expecting here today and the programme that we've built for you. So the context today is really clear. A quarter of the way through this century, everyone, everywhere, seemingly all at once, wants out of the status quo. And the question is, what do we move into? What's the new consensus? And so far, the populist right is leading that argument, both at the ballot box, where we see that in recent decades, nearly half the population are either voting for populist parties or they're not voting at all. And both of those groups are basically rejecting the status quo. But also in the battle of ideas, particularly in the last few years, what we've seen is the terms of the debate being dominated and set by the populist right. Whether it's on what the state is for and who it should be governed in the interests of, who gets to be a citizen and what the rights and responsibilities of citizens are, or how nations should relate to global markets and to other nations. This means that progressives need to renew. We need to be able to come up with better answers to the big questions that voters are putting to us and be able to solve the daily challenges that people face. And today's programme has been built to try and showcase some of the energy and the ideas and the dynamism that we see across the world where progressives are in power. Without new ideas, we risk either reaching back for old ones and trying to repeat the past, and that will not work in this new future, or trying to imitate our opponents, which only boosts their brand and heightens the divisions they flourish on. So in this context, the most valuable resource is imagination, is new ideas, is being bold and confident and making distinctly progressive arguments about what the world needs now and why we have the answers to the challenges people face. And so I hope what you'll see on stage here today is a host of leaders and thinkers and activists who are making those arguments, who are doing the hard work. And I hope that you'll be part of a conversation that helps define what comes next. Before I step away, you're going to see a host of amazing stars on stage here today, but the real stars are those that have managed to put this conference on, and they're backstage, downstairs right now, making sure that we're all here and that we're able to have this conversation. So I want to say thank you to all of the teams from CAP, from IPPR and Labour Together who've made this happen, and in particular, they won't be here to hear me say this because they're all busy, but Jess, Aleri, Ollie, Rhiannon and Ali have done an amazing job in making this happen, so they're the real stars of the show here today. Thank you all, and I hope you have a great day, and I'm going to hand back over to Alita.
Welcome again, everyone. Now we're moving on to our next session on the AI dilemma. AI, of course, is not just about technology or the revolutionaries around it. It's about power, democracy, and whether people can trust that progress won't leave them behind. So on our panel today, we have Alexandra Geese, member of the European Parliament who helped shape the EU's landmark Digital Services Act. We have also got Farida Bedway, a Ghanaian entrepreneur and disability advocate whose fintech innovations have brought digital banking to thousands. We also have Emma Lopez Araujo, Spain's Federal Secretary for Economic Policy and Digital Transformation, leading efforts to embed AI in industrial strategy. We also have Tim Wu, a Columbia law professor. He's visiting Oxford, and he's a former White House advisor and the thinker who coined net neutrality. And guiding the conversation, we have Megan Shahi from the Center for American Progress. Over to you, Megan.
Good morning. Can folks hear me? Yeah. Awesome. Well, I hope everyone is sufficiently caffeinated and ready for this conversation. I get the great honor of kicking off our public programming for the day, so thank you all for being here. The session title is The AI Dilemma, Governing for a Digital Future. And I think we're at a really pivotal moment in society as progressives, and really at the intersection of democracy and a choice on choosing democracy going forward for our future, and the advent of technology, particularly with the way generative AI and AI has really come onto the scene and blown up in a very big way. And so today I'm honored to be guiding this conversation. I'm surrounded on all sides by the real experts who I'll introduce in a minute. But the big question we're really seeking to answer here is, how do we govern AI as progressives in a way that protects people, strengthens the economy, and simultaneously prevents and mitigates the far-right authoritarian regime and the risks to the way we really see AI thriving in the future, and how to manage those risks and also simultaneously manage the opportunities, of which there are many. So with that, I will introduce our panelists, and we'll get things started. So to my right, we have MEP Alexandra Geese, hailing from Germany. Ms. Geese is a leading digital policymaker within the European Greens, who played a key role in developing the EU's Digital Services Act, or DSA. She sits on the Industry, Budget, Internal Market, and Women's Rights Committees in the European Parliament, and is a prominent voice on international and social issues. To her right is Farida Bedway. Ms. Bedway is a leading tech entrepreneur who co-founded Logicel Limited and pioneered the development of Gcudi, a cloud-based banking platform now widely used by microfinance institutions across Ghana. She's on the board of Ghana's National Communications Authority, previously worked as a principal software engineer at Microsoft, and is currently a platform product consultant at Digital Opportunity Trust, where she's part of the team building and managing digital systems that support innovation and youth engagement across Africa. To my left, we have Emma Lopez. Ms. Lopez is the Spanish Federal Secretary for Economic and Digital Transformation and deputy spokesperson of the Spanish Socialist Workers' Party. She's advised successive prime ministers and has been central to setting the country's strategy on economic, industrial, and digital issues. And lastly, on the far left for me is Tim Wu. Tim is a professor at Columbia Law School, the former special assistant to President Biden for technology and competition policy in the Biden-Harris administration, and now visiting at Oxford. He coined the phrase net neutrality in 2003 in the White House and was hailed as the architect of the administration's anti-monopoly agenda. Lastly, he authored the forthcoming book, The Age of Extraction: How Tech Platforms Conquered the Economy and Threaten Our Future Prosperity. So with that, quite the bios. We'll dive right in, wasting no time. So I will open with a high-level question that I would love all our panelists to really start with. Emma, we'll start over with you. What is the biggest challenge that progressives, folks in the room and out of the room, face in governing AI? And how do we tackle that challenge in a way that not just doesn't just consider policymakers, but also considers people?
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for giving us this amazing opportunity to talk about probably one of the key topics of these times. From my perspective, the big deal is not falling into the false dilemma between advancing and regulating. They are not opposite, and in our perspective, they must be together. Why so? Because if we have rules in the real life, why don't we have that in the digital life? Do we really want the digital life to become some kind of the Far West? We don't. But actually, we cannot deny the advance. We need to embrace it. And to embrace it, we have also to create public policies that doesn't leave anyone behind. That has been on the mind of the Spanish government during all those years. For us, it's very important not only to create the material conditions for AI to develop, for instance, 5G in almost the full territory of Spain, but also this high-speed velocity worldwide. It's right now in the 95% of our territory, but also giving grants to all these small companies. The 95% of our companies are really, really small. We call it pymes. And giving them the opportunity to also embrace that technology. And also we're talking about rights. We have passed this digital act with rights, and not only we've created an agency to protect and to preserve all those rights. We are talking about digital disconnection, we are talking about neutrality, we are talking about things that in real life are so clear, but they must be also in the digital life. So as a sum up, that could be that we need to embrace it, we need to regulate it, and we need to advance in that sovereignty, not only in language, that of course is important, but also in terms of chips, in terms of semiconductors, in terms of all these algorithms and the data that is going to rule the next years of our lives.
Thank you. Tim, we'll turn to you.
Sure, thank you. It's great to be here. I think this conference has been great and very inspirational and motivating, so thank you again for having me on this panel and being here in general. I think the rise of artificial intelligence does pose significant challenges for the progressive movement, and I'll say why. I think it's very important for progressives that we remain a movement that is serious about the future, serious about growth, optimism, building an economy, and no one wants to be in the country that's left behind.
Exactly.
On the other hand, I think we do have to learn from some of the lessons of the last revolution, of the internet revolution itself. The promise in that time, thinking back to the 90s and the early thousands, is that the internet was going to make everybody rich. It was very simple. Didn't matter where you go. Geography was no longer going to matter. Doesn't matter where you were, everybody was going to make it. Because you could work from home, you could invent an app, you could do this, you could do that, you could do this. 30 years later, we look back, and in fact, there was an acceleration of the process of winner regions and loser regions that was accelerated by the internet. And when you think about it, what happened was that mainly the returns went to the platforms, mainly in the United States, mainly on the coasts. And the rest of the world, and where I live or lived in most of the United States, got a lot of great stuff, was able to buy things quickly and so forth, but didn't reap the same kind of returns. And so I think as the AI revolution goes forward, I think we have to have that example in mind. And we have to think about a kind of building that builds the entire economy, not at the expense of parts of the economy. Frankly, I think voters are attuned to this. I mean, voters are more skeptical of AI than they are of the internet. People are just actively worried about having their jobs replaced. So I think thinking through the economics is really important. I don't think we should want our countries or our regions to become satellites of Silicon Valley, economic satellites of Silicon Valley, nor do I think you want a situation where that you're competing with tax breaks or whatever you can to try to beg for little crumbs of investment. I think if you want a tech industry, you need to have a tech industry. I think if you want to have AI, you have to have AI. But depending on this model, of hoping to lure a little bit of investment is, I think, a risky proposition if you look at the history of the internet in the last 30 years.
Thank you, Tim. Alexandra, we'll turn to you.
Well, I think what we have tried to do is look at AI as a technology. And what AI is today is a power structure. It's an enormous power structure. Just let me give you 2 examples. I think the first one is the monopoly on information that large language models now have. If we increasingly use those large language models to produce text, that text goes to the internet. This is what AI models are trained on. You see how big the influence is. And we're already seeing that, for example, NewsGuard showed that there was a Russian disinformation campaign that produced text just to train AI models, and 30% of that material spreading disinformation about the war against Ukraine in Russian and Ukrainian language ended up in those large language models, in those AI chatbots. There are other examples from Elon Musk even being proud of saying, well, we tweak the algorithm, we change the output of Grok. So if you control the global knowledge production, this is pure power. And we see in the US the attack on universities, the attack on teachers, the attack on education in general. This is a global effort to reduce knowledge, to reduce the access to objective knowledge, and to control the knowledge production. The second point is that AI is an infrastructure. It's about data centers, it's about satellite, it's about undersea cables. Where does this information travel? It's about having your products and services used by basically every European company. I speak for the European Union here as a European Parliament lawmaker. So that gives you a power to blackmail people. Very simply. And now we see many of these companies teaming up with President Trump as basically their first lobbyist, who is asking the European Union very, very actively and threatening us with visa restrictions, threatening us with sanctions, threatening us with tariffs, that we make a big exception for US companies that don't have to abide by our laws. So this is attacking sovereignty as such. This is taking away the sovereignty from the people. If we believe in our democracy, the sovereignty lies with the people. And what some of these tech companies, together with the Trump administration, are saying, no, we decide what you can do. We decide your regulation. We decide your legislation. We decide whether you can or cannot protect your people. And that is totally unacceptable. And the third point is, where does the added value go? It's the value extraction. I hope Tim will elaborate on that a little. Because the big promise is an increase in productivity. But where exactly is that increase in productivity? Is that really in the industrial production? Or is it more the possibility to have less workers you need to pay? In that case, those workers were paying taxes. Now they might need social services. So where does the added value go? Does it stay in Europe? Does it stay in the place where you employ the AI tool or the infrastructure? Or does it go to a different country and is not contributing to the welfare of the people living in that country? That are the big questions. On the other hand, what is the solution? I think it is actively engaging in that space. I'm not only a lawmaker, I'm also a founder of the Eurostack initiative. That is a movement together with the industry to build a European digital infrastructure. And this is not about creating a wall around Europe. It's about breaking up those walled gardens, breaking up those monopolies, creating open standards, using open source software, creating a network of companies producing AI technologies, AI tools, and everything that goes with it, the infrastructure that goes with it, not only in Europe, but also all over the world by companies and jurisdictions that do not want to accept that power structure, but that want to keep that technology open and servicing the people and not just a few billionaires.
Thank you. Farida?
Okay. So for me, the whole of yesterday and the sessions, I felt very excluded because Africa wasn't mentioned at all in the conversation. And our problems, I mean, obviously, things are a bit different for us. but we still have similar issues, especially when it comes to things like unconscious bias and other things, when it comes to AI, because, for instance, if you are looking at doing agentic AI, where you are setting up a health monitoring system, which would make recommendations on things like maternal health issues, most of the data is coming from the West. Most of the data being trained is coming from the West. It's not coming from Africa. So obviously the parameters and things will be different. So a couple of weeks ago, I was actually talking about why Africa needs to get more involved in the conversation. Because if not, what's going to happen is that things that will work for people in the West would be implemented for us, and it will not work because our parameters are different. And our social constructs, our cultural constructs will not come into play in the whole conversation. So it's very important that in Africa, we also look at how can we contribute to this whole AI conversation. We are the second biggest planet, we are the second biggest continent in the world. We have the largest population of youth. So it's very important that we also play a major part in this whole thing. And when we have similar problems when it comes to elections and misinformation and all those things, though not at the same scale as in the US or Europe, but we still have it. So, I mean, it's very important that we also get involved in the learning, in training the learning models and making sure that our data is represented within the learning models as well.
Thank you. So, as we're in the UK and have two Europeans on the panel, I'd love to turn to them to maybe answer a two-parter. That tension between regulating and innovation. We talk extensively about it in the United States. It's part of the reason that the right defends the lack of regulation for technology and that they believe it will stifle innovation and that it is a zero-sum black and white game. And we've seen cases in Europe that really prove that otherwise. And we have two experts here who have worked directly on various pieces of regulation in Europe. And so maybe we'll start with you, Alexandra. How did you approach the DSA and the AI Act when it comes to the right protections, but also not stifling innovation, or really responding to that argument that you're trading off against innovation in order to protect? And how do you respond to that with other members in Parliament and the kind of folks in the room? And then, Emma, you talked about this in your opening, but how do you think about that as far as when advising the Spanish leadership in navigating this issue?
Well, I contest that there's a trade-off between innovation and regulation. There's good regulation and there's bad regulation. And what we shouldn't do is bad regulation. I think that is the point. And just to make an example, I don't know if anybody has seen the Netflix series Dope Sick. It's about the opioid crisis in the US. And there was this one scene where the Sackler family starts discussing, well, we should start doing this in Europe as well. We should get doctors to prescribe these opioids, highly addictive, one of the big causes of the opioid crisis. And then after like a minute, they rule it out because they realize that would never fly in Europe. It would just never work. Well, in the US, it was sufficient to buy the one single person signing off that from the FDA. This is why in the US, the number of drug-related deaths per 100,000 is 10 times higher than in Europe. It's because we have better regulation. So that's good regulation. I totally agree. In Europe, we have a lot of bad regulation. We have a lot of paperwork, and we should get rid of it. But let's look at what is good and what is bad. So what we did with the Digital Services Act, for example, we have different company sizes, basically. We look at how big is the company, is there a risk coming from that company? So for smaller and middle-sized companies, the obligations are very, very basic. And I really defy anybody to find a European company contesting the DSA on the basis that it's too much red tape. While we do have serious obligation for the very large online platforms, the ones with more than 45 million users in the European Union. That's like something like 20-25 companies. You know, this is how you do good regulation. You look at what is really the risk and how can respond companies to that, and then you do targeted regulation really addressing that risk. This is how you need to do it.
Can I just add something?
Yes, please.
So when it comes to regulation, I'm a software engineer by profession, and you don't want to kill creativity. That is what regulation can do. It can kill creativity because then people will not be as innovative as they want to be, because they know that if something new is coming up, it could be subject to regulation, and it could be, the idea could be mixed from the beginning. So at the end of the day, there has to be a real balance, because the difference between the health industry and the technology industry is that with the health industry, you're just addressing one illness or one sickness or something. That is what you're solving. But with technology, the possibilities are endless. You don't know what can come out of anything. I mean, I can sit down to write something, then before I know it, I have come up with something that I didn't even think about. So if I have a regulatory body that is actually monitoring my work and telling me I can only do A and I cannot do B, then it would kill the creativity. So we have to strike a real balance, and I don't think we have been able to get it right up to now. That is why the social media platforms and things are largely unregulated, because where do you draw the line?
Thank you. Emma, turn it to you.
Regarding what we were saying in our yesterday's conversation, we have to link all this AI discussion with our will to protect our democracies. That's something that is super important. It's not only about individual rights that it is. It's also about how to keep safe our democracy. How can we prevent the attacks and intervention in our elections? How can we keep safe our people from all this deep fake news, where in the future, but it's not that far away, it's going to be super difficult to define what is real to what is not. So in that case, AI Act and all the legislation we've done in Spain, I think is crucial to protect what we have and stop being like, I don't know how to say it, like probably in a weak position. So there are some stats that says that in 2035, 58% of our jobs, of our employments, are going to be affected by AI. That's also an opportunity, because that could mean an increase of 8% on the GDP. That's really good. And it doesn't mean necessary to lose all that jobs, but only we are talking about improving the way that we work, like losing all these mechanical tasks that last us, and also a great opportunity to increase our productivity. For Spain, for the Spanish economy, for instance, that's a huge deal. But it needs, for instance, for trade unions, how to train all our people to embrace that technology without leaving it behind. It could be also a great opportunity to stop all this bureaucracy, to put together the administration and the citizens, because you have the opportunity to talk to the administration in your natural speaking, in your natural language. So you just talk with the machine and say, please, I need that. And it's going to be much easier and also quicker. So for that instance, that could be not only something that could be weak for democracy, but also a strengthen. And I think that's the point of view that we need to tackle, to embrace that opportunity and to avoid all the risks.
Tim, jumping off the economic incentives and impact on economy point, We talked a little bit yesterday about some of the kind of concentration of power and wealth beneficiaries being among the platforms and the LLM developers. Yeah. From your time in the Biden NEC and your forthcoming book, which we're all excited to read, how do you think about addressing those perverse incentives, right? We talked yesterday about how I spent time at the platforms, and they're set up in a way that will be able to change, really. And so how do you think about that, and what's your advice for this group as they navigate this?
Yeah, I think it dovetails with what was just spoken about as, this trade-off between growth and regulation. So I won't deny, I think it's fair to say that over-regulation can hurt growth. I don't want to lie about that. But there's a very big difference between that and making sure that the spoils of the wealth created are distributed more evenly than last time. What we let happen over the last 40 years is we allowed the tech platforms, which are undeniably convenient, essential, have become the platforms of our economy. We've let them become these extraction technologies that just take too much from the rest of the economy. And I think any mind towards AI policy has to, as you said, embrace technological advance as a means of generating wealth, but at the same time make sure that we have a technology that is infrastructural, that is building for the whole economy. I think progressives need a build agenda, but it needs to be a build agenda that just doesn't say, oh, those guys, those 4 companies are going to build our future and take all the money. It has to be, how are these AI platforms, how is this kind of infrastructure, maybe like the railroads, maybe like electricity, going to support a lot of other economic activity? That is the kind of build agenda I think progressives can get behind. I think progressives need to harness the power of AI. I mean, this is an incredible time to build things. This is a period where there's all kinds of possibilities. We should, there is this opportunity for flourishing, for countries to build different kind of companies than ever before, kind of the original promise of the internet. And the question is the kind of policies government takes to allow the entire economy to build, as opposed to hoping a few companies are going to build the whole future for us and take all the money.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One of the themes that I think came through there and that has come up yesterday extensively is on messaging and how the left, I think, can candidly do better than we have been historically. Alexandra, what is your, we chatted in the working group yesterday, what is your advice or your thought on how we can really scale a smaller number of succinct messages across the progressive movement? How would you advise this group to do that effectively if you were given the chance, which you are in your position?
Well, to do that in a second. I think it's important to challenge that dominant narrative, like, for example, innovation versus regulation, and say innovation is what serves the people and the planet. That is, for example, I think a message we could all agree on in the progressive spectrum. And try to bring that message everywhere, and then have people, telling you what exactly does that mean. For me, it means, as a European lawmaker, it means we support European industry, we support European companies. I mean, we are supposed to be the progressives who don't necessarily accept the status quo. Who has said that 5 companies would control all this AI power structure? We can build something else. I mean, Taiwan has shown how to do that. India is showing how to do that. Why shouldn't we do that and support that effort as progressives to create a more distributed form of power where everybody can harness the potential of artificial intelligence, but we also have the democratic power as legislators to protect the people from the harms, and we're already seeing the harms. I think that is a common message. Artificial intelligence really needs to benefit the people. And in order to benefit the people, we need a lot of companies working on it in a very networked way. It needs to be open, it needs to be transparent, and let's do this together.
Thank you. Farida, you had really good points about bringing the Global South into the conversation more prominently. And that's something really a priority for global progress as well, in really uniting the perspectives on AI and on progressive issues more broadly. How can we, as progressives, do a better job of incorporating the importance and the feedback and the prominence of the rising global south, and how technology impacts the global south maybe in different ways than it does other countries? How can we do better at incorporating that perspective?
So I think we need to engage a lot more with African tech companies, as well as the governments. They're very important, because we have a similar problem as she just said, because of where the data is. Data is the most expensive commodity these days. But if you have data, you have everything. Our data is being housed within these 5 big tech companies. We have no control over it. So I think I've been advocating for Africa to have its own data centers where we can have our data, where we can train our own data models, so that we will not be reliant on information from the US or wherever, because it's scary knowing that your whole infrastructure and everything is being housed in a country or in a region which if today they decide they are going to cut you off, you're screwed. So it's very important that you come and you listen to us. Because for too long, the West has been telling us what to do, instead of asking us, how do you want us to help you? The conversation has to change from do this to we are partners. How can we work together to make the world a better place?
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's time. So unfortunately, we have to wrap it. But a round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Well, our next section takes us to one of the defining challenges of our time. That's migration. The UN estimates that more than 120 million people worldwide have been forced from their homes. While most are hosted in low and middle income countries, irregular migration into Europe and the US has reshaped politics, fueling populism and really testing democracies. The question for progressives is whether we can manage this scale of displacement in ways that reassure citizens at home while staying true to their values. On the next panel today, we've got Peter Hummelgaard, Denmark's Minister of Justice from the Social Democrats, Diego Rubio, Director of the Cabinet of the Prime Minister of Spain, Dan Restrepo, Senior Fellow at the Center for American Progress. He's also a former advisor to President Barack Obama. Frank Shary, founder and chief executive of America's Voice, long a leading advocate for immigration reform in the US. And guiding this conversation, we have Christabel Cooper, Director of Research at Labour Together. Thank you. Over to you, Christabel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone, to this panel on migration. It is entitled Migration, the Global Governance Challenge of Our Time. And I don't think that is an exaggeration. Within the last few days, US President Donald Trump has told the UN it is time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. Your countries are going to hell. And yet, whether Donald Trump likes it or not, we are living in an era of mass displacement. The UN currently estimates that more than 120 million people worldwide have been forced from their homes. While it's low and middle income countries that host the vast majority of those people, irregular migration into Europe and into the United States has disrupted our politics. It has fueled the populist right, and it is placing a strain on our democracies. So the challenge for the centre-left is to find a way to manage this scale of displacement that takes into account the concerns of existing populations in our countries, but which also seeks to maximise the contributions that migrants can bring and remains true to our socially democratic values. We've got a brilliant panel here. I think you guys have already been introduced. So I won't go through that again, though I would just like to add a special thanks to Lasse Ryberg from Denmark, who has stood in at the last moment. As many of you may be aware, the Danish delegation, much of it has not been able to arrive due to what we can only assume is Russian aggression in closing Copenhagen airport at the moment. So big thanks to Lasse for standing in. And I will come to Lasse first. At the Danish general election in 2022, the governing Social Democrats achieved their best result in 20 years, while the hard-right Danish People's Party gained 3% of the vote. Yeah, absolutely. A rare success for the centre-left over the hard-right at a time when migration is such a prominent issue in our politics. Would you be able to just give us an overview of the approach that the Danish government has taken with regard to migration, both in terms of the policy and in terms of the narrative that you were trying to get across to voters?
Yeah, I will certainly try to do that and maintain the focus on an overview and not a historical run-through. But it's important to know the political history in Denmark in terms of immigration to understand why we are at the point we are now. I mean, we all concur that we live in troubling times with war, instability, and we are seeing right-wing party taking power in numerous countries around the world. So therefore, it has been very important to us to be in sync with our population. There are no easy solutions. Often in our progressive family, we have this mantra saying, when they go low, we go high. We would say when they go low, we need to go relevant. This is a question about relevance without losing your fundamental ideological aspects. Already 30 or 40 years ago, we were warned as a party by a lot of our a lot of our local mayors. They were saying they experienced that immigration was getting out of hand. It created a lack of social coherency, and the balances were simply off. We struggled with that debate, those policies, for decades internally in our party. In 2001, we lost power. We lost the election primarily due to immigration issues and issues of crime. So all until we had some years in government during Helle Thorning-Schmidt, but it was not such a great success in those terms. In 2018, we had a new leader, Mrs. Frederiksen, and she set out a new course, a new comprehensive policy in terms of immigration and integration in our country. And our analysis was that we needed to pivot on these subjects in order to get permission from a lot of the voters we have lost during all of those years we were out of government. We had a lot of policy propositions that were a good thing for them in terms of pension age, early retirement, expanding welfare, but they simply weren't listening to us because of our earlier positions on immigration and integration. And one other thing, and that's hard to choose, but the aspect of being authentic on this subject cannot be understated. Mrs. Frederiksen, she usually says that voters can spot if you are talking about a firm stance on immigration while you're crossing your fingers on your back. They can sniff it out, so you actually have to mean it, and that's a harder thing to. You cannot choose that. You must own it in your heart. Yeah. All right. But in our 2018 pivoting policy, we had clear goals. We need secure borders. We needed to protect our young girls in Denmark from social control within their families. We need to increase and secure social coherency in public areas of public social housing. We need to protect the wages set up in collective bargaining. We had an ambition of bringing down or contributing at least to bring down the numbers of casualty in the Mediterranean, all the refugees and the migrants crossing the Mediterranean. And we are a small country, 6 million inhabitants with high benefits. And when you arrive in Denmark legally, as a migrant, as a refugee, you instantly get benefits. So of course we also need to maintain some kind of balance in terms of numbers. So with focus on responsibility and rights, we set a new course. And just to point out some of the actual policies, we raised the legal marrying age for non-citizens. We are seeking to establish centres for refugees in countries outside the EU. We pushed for more deportations when people are convicted for violent crimes. And we are actually relocating people, both immigrants and Danes, from the most burdened social public housing areas in order to gain social coherency, in order to re-establish those balances. And as said before, the Danish People's Party, they were at 22% in 10 years ago, and now they came out with 3.5% the last election. And the last thing I would like to say in this round is that we have both enacted hard policies, firm policies, restriction policies, but we are also pursuing a lot of the things that we usually stamp being progressive. We are at 7.7% in 0.7% in foreign aid. We are respecting and upholding international treaties. We are pushing for further deals with bordering countries. We are offering housing and benefits for those who are legally in our country, and we are enacting more anti-racism and anti-discriminatory legislation. So we are quite resolute in our firm policies, but we are also doing a lot of the things that we usually call progressives. But of course, or not of course, we are maybe communicating the firm stances more than all the traditional progressive things in order to maintain this permission with the voters to talk about them, to talk to them about a lot of the other things we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, please.
So a year after the Danish elections, the Spanish Social Democrats PSOE also won re-election with an increased share of the vote, and the hard-right party Vox losing both vote share and seats. And in case we were tempted to think that there might just be one simple, straightforward winning formula for centre-left parties on migration, PSOE approached the issue quite differently. So, Diego, could you take us through the Spanish government's approach to migration?
Yes. So, at the Spanish government, we know that it's important to connect with citizens' beliefs, but not when that makes you deploy the wrong policies. Our migration strategy is based on 4 principles. The first principle is that we have a moral and legal duty towards migrants because they're human beings, regular or irregular. This sounds basic, but nowadays, unfortunately, we keep saying it. They're human beings. The second principle is that you cannot stop migration. Maybe in the short term, if you invest a lot of resources, but never in the long term, because our forests, our deserts, our oceans are too big. And the need of those fleeing from violence or poverty is too high. So you will never stop it. That's why we believe that every single pound you invest in trying to stop migrants, you're wasting it. You should devote that money to to channel migration properly. The third principle, maybe one of the most important ones, is that all those studies published in the 60s and the 70s about the world going overcrowded were completely rubbish. This idea that by mid-century there will be too much people in the world so we won't have a space or water for them are completely flawed. The reality is that most countries, in Europe certainly, are underpopulated, and that they're going to lose millions of inhabitants in the coming decades because of demographic aging. And the reality as well, and this can be proof, is that even nowadays, one of the main engines of growth for our economic models is demographic growth. If you look at Europe over the past decade alone, was more than 25% of our economic growth was driven by demographic growth. So what we believe, and AI is not going to change that, by the way. So what we believe is that in 10, 20, 30 years from now, we will look backwards and we will see two kinds of developed countries. Those who remain close, they will go stagnant. They will struggle to, with deficit and debt. They will struggle to keep their welfare state alive, and life for everybody will be worse. And those who remain open, they will remain growing economies, and therefore they will be able to keep their welfare states alive. And there's the fourth principle or idea, which is that we are seeing a lot of people buying the framework of the far right when they forget or ignore the fact that most of the problems that we tend to link to migration are not caused by migration, are not caused by the nationality, the religion, or the color skin of the people, are caused by poverty, inequality, lack of prospects, lack of education. So where you need to solve those problems is not to follow the far-right agenda and say we have too many migrants here. What you have to do is to invest in public services, in welfare state, because in housing, that's how you're going to really solve the problems for all the migrants and for your local citizens. This is the way we see it. And by the way, it's working. It is working.
Thank you for that. Dan Restrepo, I'd like to turn now to talk about some of the countries that are really dealing with the sharp end of mass displacement of people. Around 8 million Venezuelans have left their country over the last decade, and around 3 million of those are currently in Colombia alone. So these are huge numbers. For context, around 6 million people have fled from Syria, with about 1 million people from Syria across the whole of Europe. So, Dan Restrepo, how did countries like Colombia deal with this mass displacement without losing political consent?
And I think it's important to look at Colombia's experience and Latin America's experience. As I know, when we look at migration in the Americas from a U.S. perspective, we spend a great deal of time focused on the 15 to 20% of the migration that actually gets to the United States. And we spend far less time understanding how a region has dealt with the other 80 to 85%. And as you rightly note, Colombia is today, so a country of 40 million people has received 3 million Venezuelans, and the other 5 million that have left Venezuela in the last decade at least passed through, almost all of them passed through Colombia. So migration is very much a day-to-day reality in countries in the global south. And I think to look at what Colombia has done, and this is obviously not my story to tell, and it, quite frankly, from a political perspective, would have been more compelling, I think, from the person who is supposed to be in this seat, who is the former mayor of Barranquilla, Colombia, Jaime Pumarejo, who unfortunately couldn't join us at the last moment. And Jaime's story, from a political perspective, is a very interesting one. So during his time as mayor of Barranquilla, which is the largest Colombian city closest to the Venezuelan border, his city's population grew by 10% in a 5-year period of time, all fueled by migration. And at the end of Jaime's term in office, he left office as the most popular mayor in Colombia. We normally think that that kind of disruption, that kind of influx, it would be political death to whomever was there to have to manage it. But it wasn't for a guy like Jaime, it wasn't for Claudia Lopez in Bogotá and other mayors. And the reason it wasn't, I think, is twofold. Is they understood, both at a national level and a local level, the importance of providing legal authorization for folks to work. So the movement from being a fiscal and social burden, migrants quickly became fiscal contributors. Colombia's working population today is somewhere between 3 and 4 years younger than it was a decade ago in a country that was aging naturally. So there's a huge fiscal benefit that has come to the reduced age in the workforce driven by migration. And they allowed that to be tapped into by providing legal status. And the other is what I call a host community. They took a host community approach to managing migration. Understanding that the social and fiscal burden falls on local communities where migrants arrive. And they decided to support the communities rather than just or even principally the migrants who were arriving. So you weren't fueling social tension by providing, quote unquote, special benefits to the new residents of Barranquilla or Bogotá, but rather to the communities that were becoming their new homes. And obviously, if you're supporting those communities, you are also supporting their new residents. But doing that together, I think, allowed kind of a social permission structure to take hold and allowed folks, again, to become new residents of those communities and to become contributors to those communities in a way that is, again, it's not perfect. Xenophobia is present in Colombia and elsewhere in the Americas, but has been tempered in a moment, in a decade, where you have seen unprecedented mobility in the Americas, because again, 25 to 30% of global mobility is taking place in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is home to only 8% of the world's population.
Thank you. I think that's so interesting, talking about contribution and support for communities as key to kind of buying political consent for really those absolutely extraordinary number of migrants that Latin America is hosting at the moment. So, Frank Sherry.
Hello.
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 Immigration has been cited as one of the major reasons behind Donald Trump's victory in the presidential election. And yet it's a very widely underappreciated fact that under the Biden-Harris administration, encounters with migrants at the US-Mexico border fell from a peak of 250,000 per month in December 2023 down to 30,000 a month by the time that Biden left office. You worked on the Harris campaign. Can you take us through that sort of extraordinary fact that, you know, firstly, how did the administration achieve those numbers and yet not get political credit for it, Frank? I'm not blaming you, honestly.
Everybody want to watch heartbreak happen as we speak. The President Biden got the politics and policy of immigration wrong for 3.5 years. And by the time the Biden administration got it right, not so much because of him, but because of policy officials at the senior level who got together and cracked the code. So what they did is they combined meaningful international cooperation from Mexico and other countries in the Americas. Dan had a big role in that. They also made it very hard for people to cross the border illegally, to apply for asylum, so that they weren't just let into the country and put into 7-year backlogs, meaning they were never going to be removed. And they expanded legal pathways so that people could apply for refugee and humanitarian visas. The combination undermined the business model of the smugglers. It made much more sense for a Venezuelan to apply for a humanitarian visa, fly in an airplane into America, be met by a sponsor, and have work permission, than to pay $10,000 to go to the border, be turned away, and be unable to get into the United States under law for years. So the incentive structure shifted. And so I give credit to the White House officials who got it right. I don't think President Biden actually kind of got this issue instinctually, and it's a big problem. But I think we can learn something from it. Look, I've worked on this issue for 40 years in a variety of capacities, now as a think tanker, which is new to me. I think it means I can say whatever the hell I want. But the things that work, at least in an American context, are that you've got to take the issue seriously because the voters take the issue seriously. It's not just a right-wing issue. It's an issue for it was the number 2 issue in the election. And so when President Biden didn't want to talk about it because his advisors said it'll increase the salience of the issue, it's a Republican issue, stay away from it, that ceded the narrative turf to Trump and the Republicans to define the issue. It was the Biden border crisis. It was the Democrats are the party of open borders. And with no countervailing contesting narrative, that took hold among many voters. And while inflation and cost of living was the main issue in the election, the late-breaking voters, the swing voters who decided late, they favored Trump over Harris on immigration and border security by 42 points. So we end up with an authoritarian using an immigration crackdown as the edge of the spear in his authoritarian project, rather than having a sensible policy that comports with where most Americans are. So here are the 3 things that I think for America to get the center left to get immigration right, you've got to take the issue seriously. That's not to say make it the only issue, but don't pretend it's not an issue. I think we'll see an example of the next speaker showing that in the UK they're taking it seriously. They're leaning in. Right? Number 2, you've got to solve the problem. All the messaging in the world doesn't work if you don't have a serious solution. And again, credit to the folks who brought solutions to bear in year 4 of the Biden administration, but it was too late to make an electoral difference. The majority of Americans want a balanced policy. This is what the contours of the debate are often a mobilized right slinging simplistic slogans to mobilize fear and hate, and dare I say, a shouty left advocating for maximalist demands that make the debate seem in the public mind as it's all or nothing. If it's a debate between all or nothing, nothing is going to win.
Every time.
If it's a debate between nothing, fear and hate, simplistic solutions, scapegoating and xenophobia, and a balanced approach that says we're going to be a nation of immigrants and a nation of laws, we're going to make illegal immigration work and work to sharply reduce illegal immigration, that's where the majority of people are. Americans aren't anti-immigrant, they're anti-chaos. And the border chaos drove Trump's electoral advantage in a way that really hurt Kamala Harris's campaign. So, I learned so much yesterday by talking in some of our small group work with the Danes and the Spanish and the Swedes and the Australians. Every country has a different authentic story. But your authentic story has to be the basis for how you talk about this. In America, we're not an open borders country. We're a country that has long celebrated legal immigration and tried to deter illegal immigration. And when we tell that story of we're a nation of immigrants and a nation of laws, that's not some sort of tawdry trade-off. That is a statement of values. In fact, the best way to be either is to be both. They work together. Because when we have more control at our borders, we have more generosity for expanded legal pathways. So I think that the center-left has to find its voice on this in a way that is not intimidated by the left, not cowed by the right, and it is not aping either narrative. It's having a center-left narrative that says we can solve this problem in a way, we can manage this problem in a way that reflects our values and serves our interests.
Thank you, Frank. We've just got a couple of minutes left. I'm just going to very quickly ask Diego and Lasse. Centre-left parties tend to struggle with immigration because they're often trying to hold together a coalition of older working-class voters with socially conservative views, and often younger, more educated voters with socially liberal views. So if just like 1 minute on how you've held that coalition together with the immigration policy that you have in Spain.
You know, I totally get your points about this is an issue, so don't try to ignore it. But at the same time, I think one of the mistakes we're making in many places is that we're buying the idea that this is the only topic. So we are limiting the whole debate on this, and this one of the effects that it has is it makes you forget how aligned you are in other issues with your allies, right? So I guess one of the ideas is keeping a coalition together is not easy, but we've been the first coalition government in the history of Spain, actually. And I guess the golden rule is start making friends among the ranks of the other parties, and then never lose focus of the things that unite you, and don't focus only on the things that divide you. And then, you know, in our case, as we were talking before, we have the luck that the opposition makes things much easier many days. So.
Thank you, Diego. And Lasse, very quickly.
Very quickly. I don't know. We are not one of those parties or governments who feel that this is the only issue. We've tried to and been able to mostly to neutralize this subject. The vast majority of the Danish voters are behind us, and there's a big majority in Parliament who supports these policies. So when we were a one-party government from 19 to 22, relying on the left on all other issues, they accepted that fact, and so they didn't overthrow the government due to their disagreement on those policies. And now we are in a coalition government with parties who also agree with this point. So I would say immigration is not only a financial thing. A vast part of our fiscal surplus comes from migrant workers from Eastern European countries. We welcome them. They behave, they work, they respect the law of the land. There's no problem in saying that, and we also do that. But if you are a classical progressive and you tend to focus too much on the fiscal things, the redistribution, the financial thing. But what about minimum wage? What about social coherency? You need to attend to all those factors if you don't want to lose the majority of the voters.
Thank you. So I think my conclusion is that centre-left parties do not have to be powerless in the face of this issue. We've got different political situations in different countries, and the answers will be different in all of those countries. But I think you made an excellent point right at the beginning that whatever the solution, the government needs to be authentic. They need to make clear choices that are in line with the values that they feel authentically comfortable with advocating. And I think, you know, if they do that, they can both shape conditions on the ground and be able to influence the political narrative and be able to give an answer to Donald Trump's challenge. So I'd just like to thank our excellent panel, and can we have a round of applause, please?
Thank you so much to our morning panellists. They've been really, really insightful. Well, we're now going to take a very quick reset, and we'll be back in a few minutes. So make the most of this time. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Well, our next speaker is Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Sir Keir Starmer. He needs no introduction here, but he comes to this summit at a real test for his leadership. 1 year into office, under pressure from Reform UK, and on the leave of Labour conference. Just this week, he sets out plans for digital ID cards for every UK adult, which has already sparked debate about control and civil liberties. So the question is, in the next week and the months ahead, how will the Prime Minister prove that progress means delivery and not just office? Prime Minister Starmer, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Good morning, and really good to see you. And Alita, thank you very much for that introduction. Thank you to all of you here for joining us today. And can I take this early opportunity to thank all of those that work behind the scenes to bring this event together and allow us this opportunity to discuss. So thank you very much to them. Now, this is a gathering of people bound by a common cause, the patriotic renewal of our nations, that is underpinned by the values of dignity and respect, equality and fairness, and the belief that social democratic means are the best way to pursue that goal. But it's also a room that puts paid to a story we often hear in the press these days, that somehow our politics is dying out. Now, yes, we are in an era of huge challenge, but we can take heart when we look around the world. In fact, we only need to look around this room. Kristrún from Iceland, Pedro from Spain, Mark Carney, who stormed to victory in Canada at the beginning of this year, followed by Albo in Australia, and of course Jonas in Norway just a few weeks ago. So in fact, pitted against our right-wing opponents, I'd say centre-left parties are having quite a year so far. And not forgetting, there is... Good morning, Pedro. We're just hailing you being here. But not forgetting, of course, the Labour Party's victory in July of last year, getting a landslide victory here in the United Kingdom. So I'm sorry, I don't accept that argument that somehow our politics is dying out. But I do accept that it is now time for Social Democrats to confront directly some of the challenges and some of the lies, frankly, that have taken root in our societies. Because we don't just hear these stories about our politics, we also hear stories about our great countries, our communities, our cities, that simply do not match the reality that we see around us. And it's very good to have you here in London. I hope you've enjoyed yourself here in our capital city. Maybe gone out for breakfast this morning, popped into the pub for a pint last night, maybe enjoyed the last rays of sunshine in our beautiful parks. And if you have done any of those things or other brilliant things in London, you may have noticed that this city isn't the wasteland of anarchy that some would have you believe. But that, in a sense, captures what we're up against, doesn't it? And there are versions in all of your countries where places, institutions, communities are portrayed in a way that is a million miles from reality. A sort of industrialised infrastructure of grievance, an entire world, not just a world view, created through our devices that is miserable, joyless, and demonstrably untrue. And yet, in another way, and this is the challenge, also totally cohesive. because it preys on real problems in the real world, identifies clear enemies. That's us, by the way. And at its heart, its most poisonous belief, and this was on full display here in London just under 2 weeks ago, that there's a coming struggle, a defining struggle, a violent struggle for the nation, for all of our nations. And you don't have to be a great historian to know where that kind of poison ends up. And you can just feel it in a language that is naked in its attempt to intimidate. Because it's not careless or accidental. It's part of a strategy. They want politics to be a choice between globalists and nationalists, to draw a dividing line between the elites and the people, in which somehow our rich story of patriotism and pride, our common cause with working people, our deep roots in the trade union movement in our communities, the desire and demand of working people for a voice in their future is claimed by those who have nothing in common with them or their values. Only a cynical intent to exploit their fears to benefit themselves. That is what we're up against. So we must show our politics, resolutely opposed to a status quo that doesn't deliver for working people. The worst thing we can do is to defend the status quo. It hasn't worked for working people. We must be determined to deliver change in their interests. Patriotic renewal, rooted in our own national stories, restoring pride where people live and work. We fight for our values, decency, tolerance, respect, and most importantly, we focus on the countries we can become through renewal. National renewal. Now, that's not a new argument for social democrats, but it is the beating heart of our politics, the nation state, harnessing the potential of the whole country, providing security and opportunity for working people, together squaring up to the challenges of a world that is frankly more dangerous, less secure than many of us have known in our lifetimes. We have to respond to that, not by turning inward, but with even deeper solidarity, alliances and partnerships built upon common values, the rules-based order that has kept the peace in our world since the last century. The coalition of the willing, strong not just because of the depth of our shared beliefs, but because we recognise that the security and safety of the people that we serve depends on our relationships, our willingness to stand up together across our different political traditions and not be cowed by tyranny. But to protect strength abroad, you do need security at home, economic stability, an approach to economic growth that can create wealth more fairly in the first place. Proud working-class towns and cities, so often disenchanted with mainstream politics because the economy does not work for them, and because that's been true for a very long time. And they're losing trust in our ability to deliver the change that they want to see. They don't want handouts or help. They want to stand on their own feet. I'll give you an example from the United Kingdom. Yesterday, we announced £5 billion to be spent by local people, however they see fit, in their communities, restoring a pub, reviving a community hall, reopening a youth club. But the important thing is not coming cap in hand to Whitehall to get the green light on a project, but actually allowing control to be with the communities where the funding is going, so they can choose what it's spent on, because those with skin in the game know what's best for their communities. It's about restoring control and agency, having the respect for working people to choose what's right for them. And that is how they stand proudly as partners in a social democratic nation. So our approach to the economy, investment, yes, of course, in everything from defence to energy, creating good, well-paid jobs. Industrial policy, yes, of course, our proud heritage of making things, relighting the fires and the factories across the country. In public services, absolutely, for all of us, from healthcare to transport, and financial prudence, which is non-negotiable. But it does also mean stripping out regulation so we can build more and build more quickly. And the private sector can create wealth in every community. Now, some people call this approach abundance. I have a different phrase for it, social democracy. But the way I see it, this is the defining political choice of our times. A politics of predatory grievance, preying on the problems of working people, and using that infrastructure of division against the politics of patriotic renewal, rooted in communities, building a better country, brick by brick from the bottom up, including everyone in the national story. Difference under the same flag. Because wherever you are in the world, we all have our different national symbols. And what I'll say is this: we must fight for them. Stand up to those who tell us that there's a tension between our symbols of pride and symbols of inclusion, our multi-ethnic modern nation and our history and heritage. There is not. They are one and the same thing. That's the social democratic argument. It is a powerful one, and we must never surrender it. But of course, you need more than symbols for nation building. You also need renewal. And it's important to be really clear on this. Renewal is not just fixing problems in some managerial sense. That is important, of course it is. People are very disappointed with the pace of change in government. It's so much slower than almost every other facet of their lives. So we do have to speed up. Poor delivery is a threat to mainstream politics. But renewal is a deeper argument. It means demonstrating to working people that, as well as the economy, the state is being run in their interests. And that does mean we've got to look ourselves in the mirror and recognise where we've allowed our parties to shy away from people's concerns and let the politics of purity patronise people. Now, you will all have issues in your own countries, but in Britain, it's illegal migration. And I suspect that may be the same in a number of other countries. For too many years, it's been too easy for people to come here, slip into the shadow economy, and remain here illegally. Because, frankly, we've been squeamish about saying things that are clearly true. It's not just that it's not compassionate left-wing politics to rely on labour that exploits foreign workers and undercuts fair wages, but the simple fact that every nation needs to have control over its borders. We do need to know who is in our country. Our immigration system does need to be fair if we want to maintain that binding contract that our politics is built on. Otherwise, it undermines trust, undermines people's faith that we're on their side, and their belief that the state can and will work for them. And that is why today I am announcing this government will make a new free-of-charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work by the end of this Parliament. Let me spell that out. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID. It's as simple as that. Because decent, pragmatic, fair-minded people, they want us to tackle the issues that they see around them. And of course, the truth is, we won't solve our problems if we don't also take on the root causes, looking upstream to tackle poverty, conflict, climate change, Issues that aren't just intolerable for those of us who care about inequality and injustice wherever it's found in the world, but which have clear consequences for our own citizens. Take Russia's aggression in Ukraine. We all have a responsibility for the future of our continent, to stand tall where oppression and violence rears its head. But it is also about energy security, because Putin and other tyrants have used their control over energy supplies as a threat. They've pushed up energy bills, threatened to keep doing so unless they get their way. And that's why we're investing in our own energy, sovereign control over our own future, whether that's nuclear, wind, solar power. Now, this will create good jobs, but it will also take the boot of tyrants like Putin off our throat. So our mission to become a clean energy superpower is about future-proofing energy supply, bringing energy bills down and protecting the planet that we all live on, doing right by our values and by our countries and our citizens. Because in this era, we must be the nation builders. We must be the patriots in our countries. We must show working people that we, and only we, can deliver the pride and belonging they seek. Their communities strong, cohesive, changed for the better, taking control of our future, tackling the big challenges, whether that's climate change or illegal migration, not shying away from them. That is how we win. That is how we rebuild. That's how renewal defeats grievance. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I need the rest of our panel. Right.
Thank you so much. My name is Neera Tandon, and I'm the president of the Center for American Progress Action Fund, and we are so excited to co-host this day and really thrilled to be here with such incredible leaders from around the world. I want to thank Prime Minister Starmer for his words of inspiration and strength of resolve, and for being with us at the Global Progress Action Conference. And of course, it's my great honor to welcome Prime Ministers Mark Carney of Canada, Anthony Albanese of Australia, and Kristrún Frostadóttir of Finland. Iceland. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, it's so embarrassing. I'm thrilled to join you all for this conversation. We're living, and this is a really crucial moment because we are living in a new political moment. And as we all face rising authoritarianism and essentially significant disruption under the guise of change, we have leaders here who are addressing the challenges of their countries, people who are addressing the economic insecurities, addressing basic needs, meeting the moment without inducing fear, but inducing hope. And so as we face these challenges, we're thrilled to have these leaders here. And I'll just get right into the questions. Your respective electoral and policy victories. We have leaders here assembled who've all won election in the last year and a half. These have been points of inspiration for the progressive movement, for center-left parties, and for really democracy defenders around the world. And I'd love for you to share with us how your messages, how that resonated, and how you are meeting the needs of your constituencies, people who are deeply concerned with cost of living and other issues. Mark Carney, please take it away. Mr. Prime Minister.
I see, that was introduction, discuss. Okay, so I will go. Thank you, Neera. Thank you. This is fantastic to be at this gathering. So maybe I'll frame it a bit this way, which is, our election and what Canadians were feeling, like in many electorates, but in a slightly different way, is a sense of loss of control. That's what happens when inflation is too high. And, that's what happens when there is a sense that migration isn't being adequately managed. It's also what happened, and the most sharp version of this was, of course, the tariff relationship with the United States, when all of a sudden our largest trading partner was fundamentally changing the relationship. So our election and our policy was first and foremost, it was fight the tariffs, have a reaction. We had one of the strongest reactions. Protect our workers. So there were many ways we were doing that, but one of the things is we were taking all of the tariff revenue, putting it back into workers, helping workers retain their jobs, but also retrain, protect our communities against crime. But the core, the core message was build. And it was to build and build in a positive way. You need a positive agenda, and it matters how we build. And I'll just leave you with a couple of core messages that ground our approach in the election, but very much in governing. First and foremost, we can give ourselves more than any foreign government can take away. So our ability to have one Canadian economy, we have a bunch of internal trade barriers, we're removing all of those. Our ability to build for the future new trade corridors, clean energy, artificial intelligence, diversify with partners, all of that is much greater than what could be taken away, even in the worst tariff scenario. So you have a positive element to that. The second thing that we emphasize is how we build. So we build as a nation. We build, first and foremost, thinking about workers. So the message to Canadians has been, we are going to create not hundreds of thousands of jobs, but hundreds of thousands of careers in the skilled trades and other skilled areas, and setting up in parallel with major projects and investments, apprenticeships, skilled training, so that Canadians are ready to take advantage of that. Last point, we have historic issues that are current issues in terms of reconciliation with Indigenous Canadians, Indigenous peoples, and the nature of the major investments we're doing is that there will always be Indigenous participation in the equity, in the ownership, in the building. So it's a progressive element, thinking back into workers and being inclusive with all groups in society, with a core positive message on build. People want and deserve that positive agenda, so it's not engaging on the turf of the more negative agenda, but focusing on the positive.
Thank you so much for that. We're going to return to the theme of rebuilding. But Prime Minister Albanese, in your time in office, you had a historic election, really one of the first times in a long time, re-elected. And how are you seeing this year? How are you meeting the needs of your constituents, of Australians, in this time of rapid change globally?
A big contrast in our campaign, I think, was we had a positive agenda. And there were two themes we kept going back to make a positive difference to people's lives. No one held back and no one left behind. So no one left behind, that a Labor government will always look after the vulnerable, will look after people on issues like gender equity. What we'd done was to, for example, real wages increasing. We've had, every year we've been in office, the minimum wage has been increased at a level at least or higher than inflation. So we've seen wages share of GDP go up for the first time in a long while, for example. We have, since the election, protected penalty rates. We have introduced superannuation to paid parental leave, and we're extending that out to 6 months paid parental leave. And we have that agenda in terms of equity, but no one held back is about aspiration as well. Progressive parties have to be the party of success as well. So engagement with business, engagement with job creation, new industries. How do we seize the opportunities from the clean energy transformation to create new industries, new jobs, as well as enhance blue-collar jobs which are there as well. So we have an agenda, a Future Made in Australia agenda, which is about value-adding, not just digging things up, resources, which has been a traditional strength, and exporting them, but how do we value-add in Australia, create those blue-collar jobs, so it's connected up as well with skills and training and high-value jobs to give people that opportunity. So that really is an overall theme around, and then we match that up with policies including particularly strengthening our healthcare system. Our Medicare system is very important. That was front and centre in the campaign. People trust us. They know that we are a party that believe in healthcare through just having your Medicare card, a universal health system. And our opponents really went back into grievance and we were able to point towards as well economic management. We produced 2 budget surpluses in our first term, the first time that had happened for a couple of decades. So we also emphasised the progressive patriotism idea as well, that we could go the Australian way. We didn't need to look to others for a pattern. We wanted to stand up for our own national interests, and that meant engagement in our region as well.
Thank you so much. We will also return to the discussion of progressive patriotism, but I wanted to ask you, Madam Prime Minister, in your time in office, how are you seeing meeting this moment for the people of Iceland?
So I guess it's different when you come into government having been in opposition before, because a big part of what you're doing, especially because since I took over the party, there was a big shift in sort of focus. We went back to core social democracy, focus on housing, economy, not trying to run after identity politics. But I mean, a core in our messaging coming into government is delivery relatively quickly. I mean, to be honest, I mean, the voter out there knows, they're smart, they understand that hard, structural changes, they take time. But there are moments, I think, where you can prove that you're there for the right reasons. I mean, we already put together a ministerial committee, for example, to revamp the building of nursing homes, and we just put people in a room and we didn't let them leave until they figured it out. And there were all these issues between the municipalities, between the government, between private companies, where somebody had got pissed off or something had got stuck in the system and they just allowed it to get that way. And so we managed to push that off and get that going pretty quickly. I will say we did also have a good moment, which I think really strengthened the government, which is that even though we campaigned on these bread and butter economic policy welfare issues, there has been a historical struggle in Iceland when it comes to our resources, especially our fisheries. We have a very profitable fisheries system, but the quota holders, they've retained much of the resource rents, and a large proportion of our citizens find this an unfair situation to be in. And so one of the first things we did was raise the resource rents, and we pushed for a new bill in Parliament, and we ended up getting filibustered by the opposition, not for days, but for weeks. And we stuck with it. And it led us to leave behind certain other things that we couldn't follow through on, but we stuck with it, and we ended up actually breaking up the filibuster with what some have called a nuclear button that we have in Parliament, but I would say is a democracy button, because the opposition is supposed to have an opinion, not to govern the country. And I think people thought we wouldn't do it. And it set an example that we were able to fulfill something in our first 6 months. So if you can deliver on a few things and people see that you have your heart in the right place and you're willing to go against that type of opposition, I think it gave a lot of people hope.
Prime Minister Starmer, thank you again for your remarks. And really, many countries around the world are facing a situation where there's a real rise of right-wing populism, and in some of the centrist parties, even centrist-right parties, are kind of falling away. In this context, how does the center-left, how do progressives meet the moment and actually capture a strong majority?
Well, I think for us, the context, certainly for the last election, was an electorate, a public, who, since the 2008 crash, hadn't seen their living wages, their living standards rise for many, many years. Totally flat. Their public services had got worse and worse to the point of decimation. And there'd been a massive drop-off in trust in politics for a whole bunch of reasons. So this led to quite a strong sense of disenchantment. And if you think about the 2008 crash to last year, that's 16 years. So anyone who was maybe in their 20s, late 20s, would have gone through to their early 40s not feeling they were materially progressing in the way that they would have expected in their lives, not seeing their public services fit for purpose, and losing faith in politics as an answer to that. That's why the change slogan that we had at the election was so powerful, because people said, I want that to change, I want to break this cycle. And therefore, what we're trying to do is to come in, and what I was alluding to earlier, this national renewal, is not just about fixing the problems, somehow taking them back to where we were, pre-08, pre-2010, whatever it may be, but building something better and different as you renew. So to take an example, our economy hasn't grown materially since 2008. It's been flat-lining. We need to get economic growth. That is the number one mission of the government. But it's got to be growth that is felt in every part of the country. It can't be a line on a graph, and it can't be growth in some parts of the country. It's got to be in every single part, which is why we've worked really hard on things like inward investment, record inward investment in the first year of the Labour government, and then a big top-up last week with the US state visit. But that has to be identified as to the places it's going into Hartlepool, into the various different, the Clyde. It's got to be place-based, and people need to see it's in my region, economic growth everywhere. Because I think for progressives, for social democrats, we for too long lost our way. We thought that redistribution was the only thing that mattered for fairness. You create wealth and then you redistribute, and that's a one-word answer for too many of our communities. It isn't. They want the pride to stand on their own 2 feet. They want the wealth to be in their community. The stuff we did yesterday in Pride in Place is really important, because what we said there was, here's a pot of money for your place, because frankly you've been overlooked for too long, and you will decide what that money is spent on. So you're not coming cap in hand to Whitehall for somebody in Whitehall to tell you. It's your decision. Same with our public services. We've got to rebuild our National Health Service, would be the touchstone for us. But we can't simply take it back to where it was. It's got to be an NHS fit for the future. It's got to change as we go forward. So there's this question of how you deliver and what renewal means in substance. And then the other part, which is really important, is that certainly in the UK now we're at a crossroads. We have got a right-wing proposition that we've not had in this country before. We've gone on for decades with elections which are basically either a Labour government or a Conservative government, pitched usually pretty much on the centrepiece of politics, the centre ground of politics. So, but now we face a very different proposition with Reform and Nigel Farage, and so the battle of our times is between patriotic national renewal, in the way I've described under a Labour government, which is capable of expressing who and what we are as a country accurately and in a way where people feel they're valued and they belong, and that we can actually move forward together, versus something which is turning into a toxic divide. That march that we had here 2 weeks ago in London, in Whitehall, that sent shivers through the spines of many of our communities well away from London, not just those in the immediate vicinity. So there's a battle for the soul of this country now, as to what sort of country do we want to be, because that toxic divide, that decline with reform, it's built on a sense of grievance politics, identifying something real for sure, but relying on the problem existing in order for their politics to persist. And it's a very different choice. The choice before the electorate here at the next election is not going to be the traditional Labour versus Conservative. It's why I've said the Conservative Party is dead. Centre-right parties in many European countries have withered on the vine, and the same is happening in this country. It's a different proposition, and therefore it becomes a binary argument as to the future of our country, and it actually becomes bigger than Labour. It's about all of those that genuinely believe in the patriotism that I think is the heart of what we are as a country. So for us, it's about battling with repairing the damage that was done under the last government, which was huge, but rebuilding in a way which embraces and takes on the battle for the soul of the country, because we're going to face a very different election next time to any of the elections we fought in the United Kingdom for a very, very long time. And we need to be, that's why I think, certainly why I want this to be out as an open fight now between Labour and Reform. And I'll be majoring on this on my conference speech next week.
Thank you so much for that. Just to build on that, on those comments, Prime Minister Albanese, you referenced this a little bit, but I think what the Prime Minister Starmer is talking about is that conservative parties or far-right parties are offering a significant level of disruption, a significant change, and then we have to be drivers of an alternative, not basically go back to the status quo, but really drive an alternative vision of change. It seems like your election, you were able to do that by really having enough trust with voters. But how do you deal with that sort of competition of ideas, and how are you doing that now?
I think one of the things that you've got to say is that change happens, and get that across, not pretend that things can just stay the same. But the governments have a role in shaping change, otherwise change will shape the country without agency, if you like. And you've got to bring people with you on that journey of change. So climate change is front and centre. Our opposition at the moment are going back into a debate over whether it exists or not, basically, over whether they'll continue to support net zero by 2050. And we're saying climate change is real. This is how you have to act. Get ahead of it and bring people with you on that journey, I think, is really important. I think also that you need trust. My party and our Conservatives had both replaced sitting Prime Ministers a number of times, and that disruption annoyed people. People were like, what's the system? So one of the things that we did at the same time was to produce, I think, a stable government going forward as well, and to have the first time we've had a PM re-elected for over 2 decades. There have been 7 different results from 7 different elections. And so able to say that trust and to fulfil the commitments. So we were very disciplined about doing what we said we would do. There was one exception, which was we changed tax cuts that were built in to deliver for low and middle income earners, and we said we needed to do that. We owned it. I went to our national press club and said, this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it, because of the pressures that were on cost of living. So we were relentless about bringing things back to cost of living pressures, which was a global phenomenon. Global inflation was there as well. So, we had a 6 in front when we were elected and rose to 7, and we have now got it down within the band of with a 2 in front. And we did that without sacrificing people, and we did that as a distinction. So employment strong, over 1 million jobs created in our system, unemployment's 4.2, and real wages increasing. So we said, we'll get inflation down, but in a way that doesn't leave people behind. And since the election in May, we've been really ruthless as well about delivering on the things that we took to the election so that we could, again, fulfil that trust that people want to see. So we've cut student debt, increased paid parental leave, an increase in the minimum wage, paid prac for people studying to be nurses or teachers. We've done energy bill relief, a whole range of changes that we said we would do, we took to the election, and we've implemented, most of them, those cost of living measures in the first period, because that's what people want. If you can't relate it back to making a difference to people's lives, then some of the culture war issues and those things can come to the fore. Our opponents are going down those rabbit holes, and I think they're a cul-de-sac. They don't actually lead anywhere. Whereas if you are ruthlessly concentrating on making a difference to people's lives that they can see, then you can talk about the broader issues as well, that you might want to talk about, those longer term changes of equity and broader issues about Australia's place in the world and those issues.
Prime Minister Carney, you face special circumstances in Canada, given your neighbour to the south, and let me just apologise. And so how are you, just building on the Prime Minister's remarks about delivering and how delivery creates trust, how do you see that in the context of Canada?
Yeah, we all have special circumstances in our own way, I suppose. So, and I'm going to pick up what Prime Minister Albanese just said. It starts with delivering directly for the situation people are in, and and also draw a bit on what Keir was saying, which is, the reality of what you inherited, going 15 years without real wages, without people getting ahead. Like, the last time that happened was the middle of the 19th century. Karl Marx was writing the Communist Manifesto in the British Library. I mean, there's a connection here. So you've got to deliver real wage growth first and foremost. And so, similar to in Australia, slightly different measures. First thing we did is we cut taxes for the middle class. We cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. Boom, right away. First thing we did, we cut a tax effectively for young Canadians when they're buying their first time home. Cut taxes on carbon, which was also the direct carbon tax, which had become a divisive issue. It was in textbook a good policy, but a divisive issue. So very tangible things that directly affected affordability, cost of living. Those are fiscal choices, but they had to be made, and they're delivering, and Canadians are beginning to feel first that. Second, building in a way that is as inclusive as possible. I'm going to give another example, which is we need to double the pace of home building in Canada. Okay, there's lots of ways you can try to do that, but the core, we're starting from the deeply affordable end of the spectrum and building on out with some interventions from government, but driving through the private sector. The point on this is it's by Canadian, so it's Canadian technology, Canadian lumber, which America is keeping out for the moment, he says, hopefully, and Canadian technology factory built and other aspects of that. But it's an affordability point. It's progressive in its approach because it is lower carbon in construction, it's lower carbon in operation, it's cheaper, and it fills a housing need for half of our households that we're just simply not being addressed. So all of what I've said has actually nothing to do with U.S. tariff policy, and it goes back to something I said earlier, and we say over and over again. We have learned the lesson that we need to be, we use the expression, masters in our own home. We were over-reliant on one trading partner. We can address it by building at home and diversifying, we'll get to it, I'm sure, with like-minded trading partners around the world. That's not everybody in the world, but countries that share our values, share our commitment to open markets, And again, that can more than compensate for what's happening elsewhere. And the key thing is it gives people agency. We're in charge. We're not reliant on a decision that's taken outside our border.
Madam Prime Minister, you just gave us an extremely concrete example of delivering. And I just wonder if you wanted to offer more ideas about rebuilding that sense of social trust and by delivering, and how you have a different ethos in government than your predecessors.
So there was a big change in government when we took over, because this is the second time in history where the Conservatives are not the biggest party. And the last time when the Social Democrats were in government, it was after the crisis. It was a very difficult time, so sort of the room for renewal or policy drive was very limited. And so there was a big mandate for change. But at the same time, I think there was still this sense of disbelief that a Social Democratic Party could sort of have control of the economy, do things properly. So one of the first things that we did was to make sure that people knew that we were taking the economy very seriously. We put on a new fiscal rule, which excluded investment and said, okay, there are limits to how much, fiscal can grow. Mark likes this. We've discussed this. We discussed this. Yeah. We're gonna be balancing the budget. We're gonna be balancing the budget by 2027. And we started out by asking for ideas from the public on tidying up ideas. How do you tidy up with the government? And a big part of that is, it might sound like it's for show, but at the end of the day, a big driver of distrust, I think, in politics today, and I feel this especially because I didn't grow up in politics, I'm relatively new in all of this, is that people just feel like they're not listened to, like their ideas aren't good. And most of the times, they have pretty good ideas. And so we collected all these ideas, and it was also a signal to the public that we, despite being a center-left-led government, we like the government, we like systems, we support welfare. We're not watchdogs of the system. It's not, the right tends to say the government is in our way, it needs to be broken down. We would say, okay, there are parts of it that need to be disrupted. And so we're okay by going into systems change, by talking about tidying up, doing things better, even though we might be wanting to spend more on welfare. And I think that gave us an aura of sort of cleaning up in a way. There's 3 women who are in this coalition. So the leaders of all the parties are women. And we just have this aura of taking care of business. And I think it's really given us a good platform of then doing all sort of the progressive ideas that we need to do in housing and welfare, because we have ownership of what we're doing. So this has been a big focus of us. I also want to say, for example, when it comes to building, Iceland is an energy-rich country, but one thing you might not know is that over the past couple of years or even a decade, there's been this backlash against power, against harnessing nature. And, even in my party, we have people who want to conserve nature. I want to conserve nature. It's very important. But there needs to be a balance between ramping up, building up, getting growth. And we've been very critical of the regulations that have been set that we feel like is not promotive to growth. So we're doing these little small things that show that we're not just there to spend everybody's money. But at the same time, we have a righteousness check like we did with the fisheries. We're hitting back on the fisheries fees. We're getting income in, we're getting taxes in, and we're not just focusing on cutting. So I think that's definitely given us a lot of trust. And then I will just say at the end of the day, people vote for you to govern, to make difficult decisions. They don't want to always hear that everything you're doing is easy, that they appreciate it. If you say no to some things and then you say, this is going to be difficult for a year or 2, but I'm sure it's going to be better, because it gives you trust. So we've been pretty clear on that this is a longer term project, and I think it's given us credibility, at least for now. Let's see what happens in a year or so.
I just want to pick up on some of what Mark was saying, because on the one hand, we've got the domestic situation here in the UK, as I described, a different political divide that's opened up. But that's happening at the same time as much more instability and conflict around the world. The global situation is as fragile as I think many of us have known it. I have to say, when the Berlin Wall came down, I didn't think that I'd see Russian tanks going across European borders in my lifetime. I really didn't. I mean, yet we've seen it. That conflict is not just about the sovereignty of Ukraine. It is about the ambition of Putin and our values, our freedoms. It's already impacted hugely on energy prices, etc., here in the United Kingdom. And it has shattered the idea that the comfortable peace dividend that we have enjoyed for years is here necessarily to stay, and therefore we have to rise to this moment. And on security and defence, we're in a different era. There is no doubt about that. You can feel that all across Europe and beyond. Countries are spending more on defence. And we have set up the Coalition of the Willing. That is a group of like-minded countries focused in the first instance on how do we provide the security that will be needed if there's a ceasefire in Ukraine, but equally, and really important for me, as a vehicle to ensure that the countries in the coalition are willing, particularly the European countries, step up on defence and security in a way we haven't. Because for years we've pretty well neglected this. We haven't been in the right place. We've assumed that the peace dividend would last for much longer. And now we've got to step up into that space. And so Coalition of the Willing, for me, is about, yes, Ukraine, but it's about a bigger argument about how we step up on defence and security in this new era. And we have to combine this with what's going on at home. So at home, you've got the how do you deliver on the real things that matter to people day in, day out, whilst at the same time attending to the international issues, which are huge. And going back to Mark's point, it's not just defence and security. Trade and the economy in our world is changing. It's moving to a different place. You can have your own view on tariffs. You may think they're good, bad, or indifferent, but the fact is they're here. President Trump believes in them, uses them, and we have to understand that. It's a profound belief that he has about the way he wants his economy to be reshaped. We can commentate on that, or we can understand we're living in a different world, and therefore we have to react to that, which means being much clearer about, in my view, the role of the state in our own countries, working with our industries, our sectors, so that it's not just a sort of free-for-all, market knows best, but actually much more focused and directed, but also how do we lower trade inhibitors across like-minded countries, which is why we've pushed so hard to get our trade deal with the US, particularly on relation to tariffs on things that matter to this country. Car manufacturing will be the best example of that, but also the trade deal that we did with India, which had been tried for many years, and moving closer to the EU through the EU-UK reset. Is part of re-establishing the UK on the world stage, which we had to do, is very important, but is also recognising on defence and security and on trade and the economy, we are living in a different, much more difficult world than the world we were living in just a few years ago. And therefore, you've got the remaking of domestic politics in a world where on defence and security and trade and the economy, we are in a new era, and bringing that together is hugely important. Not easy, because there's always this tension as to what happens internationally versus what happens at home. I have to say, I don't think we've been in a time where the domestic impact of what's happening internationally has been as profound and as direct as it is at the moment. What happens in the rest of the world is having a direct impact on the United Kingdom in a way that wasn't the case, 5, 10, 15 years ago. And it's It's a very profound challenge that we all face, which is why it's important to have gatherings like this, where we can come, share our experience, exchange our thoughts, and ask the question, how does social democracy respond to some of this?
Yeah. Prime Minister Carney, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I'll just add to that very quickly. You know, our core policy, our core message in the election campaign, our core policy now is, it's called Canada Strong. Okay, we're building Canada strong in a variety of ways. And our foreign policy, to link it to foreign policy, has traditionally been a value-based foreign policy. Okay, we're realizing that it's not just the strength of our values, but the value of our strength. Mm-hmm. And how do we build that strength? It's making choices at home in terms of defense and security, and it's marrying that strength with like-minded partners. And what we're living through, all of us, what we're living through is not a transition, it's a rupture. Mm-hmm. It's a big change in the trading system, and we're not going back. Nostalgia is not a strategy there. Big change in geopolitical risk. We have agency, but we have to build strength at home, find those like-minded partners, bring together. And in doing so, we deliver for our citizens, but also it gives a confidence and a purpose to the country that is empowering.
And I think that speaks to the patriotism that you talked about. So just as we're closing, if you have a few more words, Prime Minister Albanese, about the topic you mentioned, which is progressive patriotism.
Yeah, that I think on the range of issues, be it trade, that means standing up for, in our case, Australia's national interest. We're also aiming to diversify our trade interests, and from us, the driver of that in part was that there were restrictions from China, our major trading partner, so we've reached out particularly to ASEAN, to the growing economies to our north, but also the other partnerships that we have as well. Migration is a big issue. When it comes to migration issues, one of the theme of our approach is you can be strong on borders without being weak on humanity. So we have strong border controls through Operation Sovereign Borders. We've continued, but at the same time we've increased the number of asylum seekers who we take. We abolished temporary protection visas to give people that security to fully participate in society. People who'd been in Australia some for more than a decade. Yeah. They weren't going back anywhere. But to really emphasise that Australian values are there, I think there are attempts by some on the far right to own nationalism. And so it's a matter of not being nativist about it, but being proud of who we are and what we're achieving. And Australian society has the oldest continuous culture on earth in First Nations people, but we also are a multicultural society as well, who've welcomed people from all over the world. We're all either migrants or descendants of migrants, except for First Nations people. So we have a Prime Minister called Albanese and a Senate leader called Wong. And that's who we are as a modern society, and I think that is really important as well, that we're embracing who we are and being proud of it.
And just finally, Madam Prime Minister, as you see this conversation, how do you see this idea of sort of progressive patriotism?
I mean, speaking for Iceland at least, I mean, can you imagine? If you're an Icelandic person, you have to be proud. You're there in the middle of the ocean and you're your own country. Icelanders are very proud. And we have this strange relationship with the outside world because we're so addicted to it, but at the same time, we have our own language. We've done really well for ourselves, despite a lot of reasons why we may not have. I mean, what I will say is that you get really far ahead when it comes to trying to unite people behind, whether it's the flag or patriotism or the nation, by showing people respect. And I do think, and I'm sure everyone here in this room can agree, that center-left social democracy for some time, starting having a conversation too much up here. They were talking at people, not with them. They weren't talking about concrete matters. And what is patriotic is meeting people where they're at, understanding that your mandate comes from the people, that you're not supposed to tell people how they feel, but you're supposed to experience how they feel and try to run based on that. And so, to me, patriotism has meant trying to join the country together, all of Iceland, not just urban-centric, very globalist mindset, even though it's very important that we have international relationships. We just need to be able to get to a level where we're having real conversations with people. And at the end of the day, people want togetherness, they want humanity, they want to be kind to their neighbor, but they just want the systems to work. So they want you to go to work and disrupt those systems if they need to work. You don't even have to talk that much about it. Just do it. And, you know, at the end of the day, that's what we're all going to be measured on. Are we building those nursing homes? Did those house builds go up? Do you have health care? It's not just the rhetoric. So, again, we'll see where we're at in a couple of years, but I think we can do it.
Right. Just do it is a great motto for how democracies can deliver. I want to thank this incredible panel, and I have to say, the future is bright when you have leaders who are focused on delivering. So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I think we are going...
Well, don't run away just yet. We're on to our next panel, which is about meeting the moment. Sounds good on a summit stage, meeting the moment, but meeting it with what exactly? People do not want slogans. They want proof. And that's what this panel will explore if you do stay with us. So on the stage now, we'll have Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois, USA, a Democratic governor who has made state-level progressive leadership central to America's political debate. We'll also have Magdalena Andersson, the former Prime Minister of Sweden, who steered her country through crisis. And moderating, we'll have Elly Schlein, leader of Italy's Democratic Party and Member of Parliament. But do stay with us as they join the stage now.
So we should have... Okay, we can start. Thanks a lot for the invitation. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here and to be with GB. I'm Elly Schlein, the leader of the Partito Democratico in Italy, opposition party right now, with an extreme right government of Giorgia Meloni.
And I suppose I'm Governor J.B. Pritzker, and I'm in the opposition party, but not in my state. I am the governor.
So it's particularly important to be here on stage after three prime ministers that I must thank for their leadership in these days, also in New York, on Palestine, and I thank them for the strength that they have shown in that discussion. In Italy, we are worried about the international situation, GB, and I wanted to ask you to start off, what is your position on how Trump is dealing with the historical friendship between the European Union and the US? I mean, we must not give up our transatlantic alliance and friendship, even now when Trump started a commercial war towards our countries and towards the European Union that is damaging strongly our economies. So what is your position on this, on what Trump is doing with the historical partners and allies?
Well, my observation is that the challenges that the Trump administration has brought to the transatlantic alliance are multi-faceted. Let's start with the economic relationships and then move to the defense relationships. And we cannot afford to lose either one. Our relationship from a defense perspective has been, I think, severely impacted by the shifting sands of the United States engagement in the Ukraine-Russia war. It was my understanding and my belief that the United States should stand in solidarity with a country whose borders have been invaded, and that our advocacy should be for a democracy that is being put to the test by a rival, indeed an enemy of the United States. And it is thoroughly unusual in my lifetime to see a kind of shift in policy that has occurred nearly immediately with regard to a war in which we had an ally, in which we were supporting an ally, and now we have essentially abandoned that ally. I say that in the context of a broader transatlantic relationship because obviously our view of the war between Ukraine and Russia is really about preserving the democracies and the protection of and the defense of Europe writ large. And we all know that Vladimir Putin has designs that are much further than just Ukraine. And if he's allowed to hold territory or even advance further in Ukraine, it's an admission that we're okay with his his expansionist policies. So I worry a lot from a defense perspective about what the transatlantic relationship is now as a result of the change in that policy, not to mention Trump's attitude toward NATO, which we could talk about, how much defense spending Europe should be putting forward, and that's all worthy of some debate and discussion, but it is challenging from my perspective for that continued defense relationship. The economic relationship, bewilders me. I do not understand why Donald Trump has taken it upon himself to put tariffs across the board. We're believers, I'm a believer, that tariffs are okay if you're working on getting a trading partner to drop some tariff or some barrier that exists and that you need to counter that existing economic relationship in order to, again, bring down barriers. Trade is good in general for multiple countries to be doing with one another. Tariffs impede that trade. They raise prices. In the United States, they've raised prices significantly for working class and middle class people. So I'm worried a lot about how the relationship between the United States and Europe in particular has been affected by those two big policy changes from this administration.
Well, the damage is huge. I'll take as example our country. You know that Italy has an economy with a strong vocation in exports. And according to the figures, we might lose next year more than 20 billion in exports. And it might put at risk up to 100,000 jobs. So you can understand the strong impact that this decision, coming from an ally, is having on our economy right now, without the Italian government saying what they would do to support our economy, our enterprises, our workers and businesses. So we are in a tough situation in which obviously it was shocking. No, and you can see also from the, let's say, from the polls that this was shocking coming from the US and the US president in our country, in our debate. But we have to react as European Union. We know that we should invest more in our strategic autonomy. That's why we think we have to go further in our European integration. And even more than that, in the relation with the UK, where we are, to do something together, to plan common investments at the European level, because otherwise we could not compete. For example, think about artificial intelligence. The US are investing hundreds of billions in research and innovation. And the same is doing China on the other side. So we still have to work on the strategic autonomy of the European Union, common investment in these very important matters. But we must not give up, I will insist, our relationship, even with a president that is attacking us, as he did in the UN General Assembly just a couple of days ago. So it's quite shocking, because he appears to be attacking the closest allies and friends that the EU has had in the European Union, and not only. We had here before the Prime Minister of Australia, Canada, other countries that were particularly hit by tariffs. But we have, I think, to insist on something else. Why are they winning, GB? In my country and in your country, I see similarities. They work on the same agenda. The extreme right are using the same enemies every day. They need enemies because they are not delivering. And they pick every day the same enemies: migrants, LGBTQI communities, emancipated women, but also journalists, judges, the opposition, because they have to distract also the opinion from the fact that in the first 100 executive orders of President Trump, there was nothing on the health care of Americans. There was nothing on wages of the American. And at the same time, in Italy, our Prime Minister has cut the public health system, has cut 6,000 teachers from public schools, and is blocking our proposal of the oppositions on a minimum wage in a country that has among the lowest wages in Europe. So I think we can beat them, but in order to beat them, we must not run after their agenda. We must have our progressive agenda, talking about the problems that everyday citizens are facing. And if we push them and force them to the ground where they are feeling most uncomfortable, which is social justice. If we do that, I think that we might again win against them, because I don't know what you think happened in the last election, and I'm interested in understanding better what happened according to you. I think that the living conditions and inflation, for example, had a role in that election.
Yes.
But I think that tariffs and the lack of political will of this extreme right wing to address the living condition of our population, again, will put us in a position where we can set high in the agenda social justice. What do you think?
Well, the simple fact is that Donald Trump won the last election with a series of lies, and now we are 8 months into his administration, and many people among the American public who voted for him have seen that he was lying. He said, for example, that he would end the war in Gaza, that he would end the war in Ukraine immediately. He said day one. He said he would lower prices in the United States day one. And forget about whether he could do it day one or not. We're 8 months in, and all of those things got worse. All of the things, and I only mentioned three, but for the average voter in the United States anyway, the fact that going to the grocery store is still quite expensive and prices continue to go up, and he's done nothing. Indeed, he's added to the burden because tariffs are a tax on the American people. And so there is, I think, a growing understanding that the prevarications of his campaign are just that. Now, I don't want to go back and debate about why Democrats lost and Republicans won in the 2024 elections, except to understand today that looking forward, we can't let them continue to lie and not have a response that calls it out. And every day that goes on, at least in the United States, I do not think that talking about you know, the social justice issues is the number one thing that's affecting people's votes in the 2026 elections. I think it's literally their living conditions, their ability to buy a house or rent an apartment, their ability to get to work and get home in a timely fashion, their ability to buy what they need at a grocery store, the price of beer, the price of tomatoes, the price of beef, everything, you know, eggs and so on has all gone up, and people voted for him because they thought that Democrats had caused that to happen and that this guy was promising to make that better. Those are the things that if we're going to win elections, and I would say the same thing to you, that we have to not only have policies about, but at least at the local and state level, in the United States, we have to deliver. And we've tried to do that in Illinois, just as an example, in two ways. One is that we raised the minimum wage for workers in Illinois from the federal minimum wage in the United States is $7.25. That's about, what, £5 here in Great Britain per hour. We raised our minimum wage to almost double that. So a little over, I guess it would be more than £10, $15. And that's one way in which, frankly, you can address inflation and the cost of living. The other, of course, is to try to actually lower prices. And I can't control the broader economy and the cost of goods generally, but we eliminated the grocery tax. We had a tax on sales at grocery stores. We eliminated that in Illinois. And I do not think, I mean, those of us on the center left should avoid talking about where we can cut taxes, particularly for working class people. If we can lower costs and lower prices for people, that's what we ought to be going after. And then you mentioned health care. And I want to say that if we do not have a relentless campaign to get in the United States, and I know many of you are beyond us in this, but in the United States, a relentless campaign toward universal health care. So there's not a single person in our country who does not have the ability to go see a doctor. Then we're doing it wrong. We should be doing that every day. So, look, we lose focus, and I think this should be said. I've heard this anyway from many of you engaged in political parties across Europe, that we lose focus sometimes on the things that really matter and let the right grab something really small and turn it into an enormous cultural question. And instead of pushing that aside and refocusing everybody on wages and jobs and health care and the cost of living, that we get tangled up in that, and somehow that's what we end up talking about the day before the election and the week before and 2 weeks before the election. We have to, frankly, play the game better. We're not doing that well in the United States. I watched as our leaders in the last election got tangled up in that. I mean, I was out on the campaign trail advocating for my candidate for president and talking about what I thought were the really important things to people in their everyday lives. And somehow that was not the topic that was really being talked about on national television across the United States. So I would suggest to you that we have a lot of work to do within our separate countries in making sure that we're focused and not letting them lie over and over again without being called out on it, and making sure that our media is calling them out on it.
Sure, it's not easy because you know that they are getting control. They now can put together an unprecedented concentration of power, means, data, and resources as well. In my country, the government basically controls the public television, and they got rid of dissenting voices, and they control the most part of the private television, still the ones of the Berlusconi family. So it's not hard to do what you said, which is telling the truth and trying also to set the agenda every day, discussing the concrete issues that interest our people.
But let's also recognize that when we talk about media, the landscape, I mean, when I ran for office in 2017 and 2018, when I ran for governor, even, what is that, 6.5 years ago, 7 years ago, even just in that short period of time, the focus of media and where you're going to get your audience and who's listening and how has changed drastically. It had already changed in 2018 from, let's say, the 2012 election when Barack Obama was running for re-election. But now, I mean, you can almost, I'm not going to suggest that we do this, but you can almost ignore broadcast television and entirely run a campaign of ideas and media on other channels, right? On Facebook, on Instagram, on, you know, lots of other platforms. And we should be focused on that in the way that, at least in the United States, the right is focused on that. That they decided that even Fox News, which I think is wrong on so many levels, that even Fox News is not a great channel for getting your message out, that there are so many other ways to do that. We don't do it as well as the Republicans. We haven't historically. And we need to not only create more channels, do better in terms of having more outlets that are at least fair, but also that those of us who are in public life and who are speaking to the public are going to those programs that people are watching. I mean, in the millions now, people that you never heard of 3 years ago are now having their own programs that are listened to and watched because of people's deep concerns. And particularly, people have deep concerns who are at least on media about what I would just broadly say is, you know, challenges to democracy in the United States. And so even though I do not think, and I've said this many times, that if you knocked on 100 doors, and as somebody who's run for office, I've knocked on a lot of doors to ask people if they would vote for me or for somebody I was advocating for. If you knocked on 100 doors and said to all 100 of them, the number one issue facing the United States is democracy, or facing the United States in the world is promotion of democracy, democracy does not rank with 95 out of 100 people that you would talk to at the doors. 5 people will tell you, yes, this is the most important thing, my God, what are we going to do? And 95 people will tell you, I can't afford to buy a house, or I can't afford to keep my apartment, or I can't afford groceries. And so it's very important that we are talking about those issues, but we cannot ignore also going on social media, being on podcasts, talking about democracy while we're also talking about what the failure of democracy does to your pocketbook.
So new means to discuss about basic needs of people. And I agree, I mean, that's what we see every day. Our government lies by saying that they've done the biggest investments in the history of the country on the public health system. But you know that it's not counted in absolute terms. It's counted in every country of the world in, let's say, referring to the GDP of the country. And if you look at that figure, it's been, you know, declining and going down since they are in government. And when we were in the parliament showing this figure, I mean, literally showing it on a page, it went viral on social media. With more than 8 million views. So it means that we have a way to talk about what people are worried about. Healthcare is number one worry for all Italians, and also people who have voted for the right wing. So I agree that we have to focus our agenda on the basic needs of people. But my question would be, as you mentioned before, I know that you are also coordinating with other governors on what you can do to react to what is happening in the US with the Trump administration, but also what you can concretely do to deliver. And I'll tell you a couple of examples, because we are in a different situation. We have regions, we don't have states, but we rule in some regions, and we rule in most of the municipalities as Partito Democratico in Italy. And our mayors are trying to do their best to react. For example, by making kindergartens for children education free for families, because this is a concrete help. And by the way, It's very, embarrassing to have to underline this in front of the first female president of our country. But when they cut off the public health system and when they cut off funds for our local administration on welfare, Giorgia Meloni knows exactly what happens in Italy. All the care work lies on the shoulders of the families, but in the families, particularly on the shoulders of women. And it's one of the reasons why we have the women employment rates that are the lowest in Europe in the south of my country. So investing in children education by our local administration means both combating inequalities and children poverty and poverty in education from the very beginning of their lives, but it means also supporting families and, in a way, redistributing the care work in the families, which also help fathers to stay more with their children. So we are doing a number of issues at the local level, but I'm interested in what can you do to defend and fill the gaps of what the Trump administration is not doing to support the communities in your states?
Well, I would start with the challenge that I think we all face. People's trust in government broadly has declined significantly. There are a variety of reasons for that. I mean, at least in the United States, there's one party that constantly denigrates government and just, you know, as far as they're concerned, everything about government is wrong until, of course, some of their voters need some of it. And then the other party, the problem for Democrats is we've got to make sure, in order to win elections, in order for people to believe in what we believe in, which is lifting up the middle class, lifting up working families, standing up for the most vulnerable, is we've got to actually deliver for them. It can't be talk. It's got to be something that they actually received. And you talked about education. I think this is vitally important. In the state of Illinois, so by the way, I have a button that I wear a lot and I hand out, and lots of people wear around Illinois, that says Democrats deliver. And it's because what voters really want is the delivery of, not talk, not discussion about, but actually deliver on it. And here's the thing I want to say about education. We did not have universal preschool. We have universal kindergarten in Illinois, but we do not have universal preschool. So that would be, at least in the U.S., that would be 3-, 4-, and 5-year-olds. We did not have universal coverage. Indeed, I would say it was woefully deficient. And so we actually put a program together, and it's something I've worked on for more than 20 years before I was governor. And I sort of jumped from being an advocate and an activist for it to being in charge of the government that has to deliver it. So we've actually put in place a plan that by 2027, and we've been delivering on it, getting universal preschool for 3-, 4-, and 5-year-olds. That delivery is important for people to have faith in, because it is true that if you ask many families, particularly young families, what they need most, it's childcare, and inexpensive childcare. It's way too expensive in the United States. And so providing childcare and preschool, which is what we're focused on, is delivering for people. So that delivery, and the fact that we raised the minimum wage is real delivery, has meant that Democrats, at least in Illinois, are doing better than before, not worse. And that, to me, is what's missing, is what you were describing, what local governments, in our case state government and local governments, are delivering. What we deliver actually matters toward whether Democrats and the center-left win or not. And you know, all talk, no action doesn't get you anywhere. Actually making sure that people's lives are getting better is what really matters. And so I'm deeply concerned, though, when I think about what the right is doing across Europe, too. The idea is, let's make government the enemy. Let's make delivery of services the enemy. Let's make it seem like they're invading your privacy by delivering for you. In the United States, the argument against preschool and against childcare is they're interfering with the parent-child relationship. Government is interfering between your relationship, between parents and children. And I mean, I literally scratch my head when I hear this. It's optional. You don't have to take advantage of universal preschool or childcare. It's optional for you, but boy, a whole lot of people who two-income families where both parents have to go work need childcare that's affordable and can't do it if childcare costs as much as one or the other of the parent is earning. Then that person should just stay home and take care of the child. So I really think that we're responsible for our own futures as center-left advocates if we are delivering or not delivering. That is what matters, because it's so easy to be on the other side where you're just railing against government all the time. That sounds so great. Let's cut taxes. The government doesn't work anyway. Let's just get rid of it. That's great until you actually need it, and it's not there.
And see how important it is. I mean, we met today for the first time, but you see that we are fighting for the same vision of the future of our communities based on the basic needs. The priorities that we have been setting in the discussion in Italy is healthcare, because everybody needs healthcare, because we are a population that is getting older and we have to manage it, to deal with it. Public schools, starting from children care, because it cannot be just a privilege for people who can afford it. It has to be a universal right for every child that wants to get it. And also decent jobs and decent wages, which is important because in my country, there are so many young people that when they are facing, let's say, precarious jobs and contracts and wages that are so low, are leaving to other countries, are leaving from the south to the north. And what they are asking us as a progressive force is to establish their right to stay where they want to stay. And sometimes there is a lack of opportunity on this. But I know that you have also pushed a lot on innovation and supporting new startups of young people by supporting their ideas. So again, industrial policy is important because the right wing is completely forgetting what it means to create new jobs.
Well, Ellie, this is a question I want to put to you, and maybe people in the audience will see this as a bit of a debate that goes on the left, which is, what do you think about the emphasis or lack of emphasis that exists among all of us on the center left about job creation? Yeah. In other words, a lot of what we often talk about are social issues. They're about delivery of services, about healthcare, but we don't often talk about, or not often enough, in my view, the creation of jobs. What are we doing to help build businesses up so there are more jobs? And I guess I'll ask that to you. How do you view that? And in Italy, how is that viewed more broadly by the center left and the left?
Well, in Italy, what we are suggesting and we're doing, delivering with our regional administration and local administration, is to plan, to program, to listen to their needs and try to put in place also public policy that helps in innovating, doing research. Our economy is based mostly on small, medium and micro enterprises that do not have the size to do alone research and development. So there's room for public policy also by using European funds to support innovation, to support, for example, circular economy, because when it comes to how do you deal with climate change, it can be an opportunity with the right kind of policy. I heard the discussion before. Clean energy is an opportunity. In a country like this, where we have the highest energy bills across the European Union, our enterprises, the first thing they ask us is to intervene to reduce energy costs, because like this, they lose competitiveness towards all the other actors. And there are things that can be done immediately following the example of Pedro Sanchez in Spain, and I know he's about to come, so we'll have to leave very soon, but also Portugal. Why is our government not decoupling the price of energy from the price of gas? Because they do not want to touch the extra profits made by a bunch of big energy companies against all the other companies and families in our country. So there are ways in which we have to be there to say we are here to help to create new jobs, but the point is new quality jobs, not precarious jobs and not exploitation of jobs, because we have to put at the core the dignity of who works in our countries. I think that our time is up, but I want to thank you all for the attention and thank GB for this great opportunity.
Thank you.
And I will conclude by saying we must not leave internationalism to the nationalists. It's good to know that we're fighting the same fights, and let's strengthen each other by showing that we are a real family of progressive and that we, together, we can deliver more. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
That was another insightful discussion. Do stay with us before we do head off for lunch. I think I was a bit excited earlier, and he can blame me because I introduced the party leader of the Swedish Social Democrats, Magdalena Andersson, who will be in conversation with me right now. She's known by some in Sweden as the bulldozer, and I'm sure you'll find her less terrifying than her nickname suggests. So please do welcome Magdalena Andersson to the stage, please. Thank you so much for joining me, Magdalena. I would just like to highlight that we are living in really turbulent times, as you know, and the war in Europe, global instability, voters are feeling really discontent. From your perspective, how should progressive parties face this moment? How do you give people both security and a sense of community?
Well, thank you. I mean, we do live in, as you say, very, very difficult times. But at the same, as the governor said earlier, most people care about how they can get along in their everyday lives. So for progressives, and I think most of us want to win elections in order to improve the everyday lives of ordinary people, of building inclusive societies with opportunities for all. And I mean, this is our core business as progressives. But we also live in a time where we have to fight another fight, and that is for our democracies, with far-right, extremist, even fascist parties that are undermining the pillars of our democracies. And this is a fight about life or death of our democracies. But I'm certain that in order to win that fight, we have to focus on everyday lives of working families in our countries. And we have, the Swedish Social Democrats, spent the 3 years we've had in opposition now, rethinking our policy programs and our strategies. And Keir Starmer said earlier that we have to look ourselves in the mirror. And we have done the work. We have started out by looking out of the window, making an analysis of what Sweden is today and the surroundings and actually the problems we do have. And then looking at ourselves in the mirror, asking ourselves, do we have relevant answers to what Sweden is today? And the answer in some issues has been yes, and in others it has been no. But it's been a very honest process. And this process ended up in new policy proposals, and together with that, we are also having a focus on actually meeting our right-wing extremist party founded by Nazis by trying to be the party that loves Sweden the most. I often say I want Sweden to become a bit more like Sweden. And then what Sweden is, which is easy if you're a Swede maybe, that's a lot of what people are proud of in Sweden was built by the Social Democrats.
But what do you think is the one message that could cut through a lot of this complexity?
I think there is, of course, more than one message, we have this, we want Sweden to become more like Sweden. This is definitely important, and part of that is Swedish values. And then, of course, we say what are Swedish values, and that would be basically all social democratic values. That we say this is Swedish values, these are Swedish values. And then on top of that, a political program. And there I often talk about the triangle that we have expanded with our new policy program. In one dimension, it's about migration and crime. These are very important topics for many, many people in Sweden and in other countries. When it comes to migration, we changed our migration laws after the migration crisis 2015, when Sweden received more asylum seekers than any developed country has ever received. And then we went from very liberal migration laws to very strict, one of the strictest in Europe. At the time we did it because we had to do it, but what has changed now is that we're not forced to do it. We really, really say this is absolutely necessary, because we have to take care of all those people that do live in Sweden, have the right to be there, but are now out of employment, not schooled enough, and we need to focus there. When it comes to crime, we are much, much tougher on crime than we were before, and this is necessary given the development that we've had in Sweden. So we are more in that direction. We have expanded the triangle in that direction, but we also expanded the triangle when it comes to more traditional social democratic policies, when it comes to, well, our welfare systems, our schools, healthcare, elderly care, but also when it comes to our insurance systems, where we, for instance, want to have better pensions for blue-collar workers, but also better conditions for sick leave, which the system we have now is actually disadvantaged, particularly for blue-collar workers. That's something we want to change. So we're expanding in that direction. And then on top of that, I think more new and more progressive policy when it comes to economic growth, actually promoting new industry and businesses. And this is a good contrast right now when we do have our far-right party that is, as many others, waging a culture war against the green transition and the new green energy industry. And the Swedish industry at least, they are already there. They know this is the future. This is where they want to go. So there we have a good contrast, and we actually do have the Swedish business industry on our side right now.
Yeah, you alluded to your stance on crime. Some progressives might feel as though sometimes a tough stance when it comes to crime may reinforce the very narratives populists may thrive on. And how do you go about avoiding that?
Well, the development we've had in Sweden when it comes to crimes, shootings, and also crime going to younger and younger, even children, there is no other issue, but there's no other possible stance to be tough on crime. This is a main concern of Swedish citizens, for a good reason. But also there, the government and the Sweden Democrats, they are only focusing on when it comes to punishments and more police, which of course is necessary. We vote together with them on the same stance in Parliament most of the time. We need to do that. But on top of that, we have more proposals, both when it comes to actually getting to the gang leaders with the kind of legislation you have in the US, the RICO legislation, that's been efficient to tackle the mafia in the US before. And then, of course, also, which is more traditional social democratic, a more thought-through program when it comes to avoiding new generations entering into criminality. And also a part of that is an ambitious program to lift up those parts, those neighborhoods that are disadvantaged right now, with problems with poverty, unemployment, schools that is not delivering, open drug scenes, to actually have a true program trying to lift those neighborhoods.
And whilst you're lifting those neighbourhoods, I mean, how would you go around reassuring people who feel slightly unsafe or unheard in their communities? How would you reassure people who feel
by
unsafe?
Having really good policies and really having a program for lifting these neighborhoods to integrate people into the Swedish society. And that's also a good contrast to the Sweden Democrats, because they don't want that. And most people realize that they want to get people out of the country. But if people have permanent residency and even are Swedish citizens, they will stay in Sweden. And most people realize that. So having a good program to actually make sure people get into the labor market, start working, pay their taxes, be a part of the Swedish society. That is really the way forward. But of course, with the very high migration we have had in Sweden, of course, there is a discussion on Swedish values, which is also a concern of many people in our country. And that's also the reason why we are actually trying to be there, showing that we also care about Swedish values, and not being afraid of talking about Swedish values, but also defining what are then Swedish values. Like, we don't value the people that is in front of us according to where they were born, what they believe in, or if they're a man or a woman, but actually the person that is in front of us. Standing for gender equality, inclusive societies, dislike of hierarchies, but a love of standing in line just like the British.
Just touching on the economy, cost of living and climate, after years of high inflation and a cost of living squeeze, and the now escalating climate pressures, what does a progressive economic policy look like, and how do you capture the sort of mood of ordinary people while still driving that transformation?
I think we really have to discuss short-term and long-term at the same time. In the short term, of course, we have to make things easier here and now for ordinary families. If that is tax cuts for low-income earners, or if it's different kind of handouts, lowering VAT or whatever, that is necessary to do here and now. But at the same time, we can never become rich societies if we don't have a better economic growth, if we don't have a economic growth policy that actually makes sure that investments, jobs, and wealth come to European countries or wherever you come from. That is absolutely necessary for progressive movements to also have a forward-looking growth policy, industrial policy, to make sure that we have societies and economies where we can have real income wage growth. That is absolutely necessary in the long run. But in the short run, we have to help ordinary working families.
And when it comes to redistribution, how could you fund bold investment without losing your sort of fiscal credibility?
You're asking someone who was Minister of Finance for 7.5 years. I think I was once called the most frugal in Europe, which I thought was a compliment. But to be honest, there are no free lunches. If you want to spend money, you have to make the money come in one way or another. Having a good growth policy, of course, is one way of actually increasing the possibilities of a government to have money to spend. But otherwise, you have to either you can increase taxes or you can cut spending. That's the way to finance things: growth, increase taxes, cut spending. And of course, we aren't in just any circumstances right now with the situation in Ukraine, with the U.S. stance on European security. I think for those countries that do have fiscal space, also when it comes to public debt, this is the time where you could actually use some of that fiscal space you have. So for that reason, actually, the Social Democrats in Sweden, we have proposed that when we now increase our defense spending very dramatically, part of that could temporarily also be financed by loans. But many European countries don't have that fiscal space. They already have too high public debt.
Mm-hmm. Can we just sort of move towards this green transition notion? How could you make sure that it doesn't sound like some sort of big elitist project and it's something tangible for ordinary households?
I think, and actually I think the Labour in Britain has done a good job there, talking about the fact that this is a way to get investments and good paying jobs to your country. The green transition will happen anyway, no matter what Sweden is doing. And the question is, this will be the future in the global economy. And the question is, do we want to be there in the front of this technological shift that will happen anyway, and make sure that investments and jobs and wealth comes to Sweden? So talking about the green transition as part of job creation, I think is an important way going forward. And I think I also sometimes I think that the prospect I see for Sweden in the future is not to be dependent on fossil fuels from dictators in other parts of the world or from batteries produced by the Chinese Communist Party. I think we could do more ourselves.
And just reflecting on your leadership, Sweden broke 200 years of neutrality and applied to NATO. How difficult was it back then to bring your party and your voters with you? And are there any sort of tips you can share with your fellow progressive leaders who are with us today?
Well, I hope no one has to end up in that situation. But after Russia's invasion in Ukraine, but also how Putin was talking about both Sweden and Finland and our ability to make our own policy choices when it comes to our security, that completely shifted how we could see upon on our own security. I mean, before there was a agreement that every country has the right to make their own choices when it comes to their security, and now all of a sudden Putin was trying to say that he would have an influence or decide Sweden's choices. That was a complete shift, and then we had to just sit down and think, okay, we are in a new situation, and what is the best for the Swedish people and our country's security at this point in time? And we had a very open discussion on that within our party in the executive committee. And I think what was important was that we were actually spending so much time together with open minds, really thinking what is best now. And the fact that we actually did this together, I think, was very important for us to end up where we were, where we decided this was the best thing for Sweden, and that it wasn't, of course, for some party members this was painful, but all in all we came through this process together in the party without too many deep scars.
Just finally, the nickname, the Bulldozer. How does that make you feel?
Oh, I'm very proud of the nickname Bulldozer.
And on that note, we're going to thank Magdalena Andersson so much for joining us here at the summit. And we will be taking a short lunch break. We'll be heading back in here for around 1:25 sharp. So please use this time to connect and exchange ideas. And yeah, we'll see you after lunch. Welcome back, everyone, after your hopefully enjoyable lunches. We're now going to turn to the future of multilateralism. Cooperation at the moment is feeling a little bit fragile, yet the pressures that demand it are multiplying. Climate change, migration, conflict, and inequality, the rules-based order seems to be under attack. But the question is whether progressives can defend what works, fix what doesn't, and rebuild trust. So, on our next panel, we've got John Podesta, the founder for the Center for American Progress, and he was an advisor to 3 American presidents. We've also got the Prime Minister of Spain, Pedro Sánchez. He's put international cooperation at the heart of his government, and Jacinda Ardern, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, and now a UN Special Envoy. Welcome.
Welcome back, everybody. I think you will agree with me that this morning was really wonderful. And we have 2 great leaders to pick up the threads that Prime Minister Starmer laid out in his speech. You know, since the end of World War II, as he noted, rules-based international order and collective action to meet global challenges have been the cornerstone of security and economic prosperity. That's now under attack by far-right movements in our democracies, and revisionist governments are trying to break the collective will of democratic societies, often through active measures of disinformation. Yet we know that on the big transnational issues, security, pandemics, climate change, global inequalities, terrorist attacks, no country can go it alone. And we know that when progressives are in power, multilateralism thrives and we can get big things done. For example, the support for Ukraine by a large coalition assembled to beat back the illegal war there, the JCPOA, the response to Ebola, and then COVID-19. We can do things when we work together. And today we're joined by 2 global leaders who have stepped up and shown what progressive leadership looks like, especially when the world needs it the most. Pedro Sánchez has served as Spain's Prime Minister since 2018, steering his country through a pandemic, deep polarization, and an economic recovery, all while doubling down on international cooperation and green transition. Jacinda Ardern, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, earned global recognition for her empathy-led approach to leadership and governance. And her tenure in government, after her tenure in government, she's continued to her work on the global stage as Special Envoy for Oceania, ahead of COP30, and as a founder of the Field Fellowship, which Global Progress Action is proud to partner with her on, which promotes empathetic leadership for young, emerging public leaders. Maybe I'll get you to talk about that some. You know, we're seeing rising geopolitical insecurity, growing authoritarianism, and at the same time, many large powers are actually walking away from that leadership. So let me start with the big question, which is what kind of response do we need from progressive leaders to meet this moment of crisis? Prime Minister Sánchez, why don't we start with you?
Well, first of all, thank you, and I would like to praise also Prime Minister Starmer for convening us today. I think it's very important for progressive governments to meet and to exchange views and also experiences, and also show our citizens that we belong to a family, a broader family, which can provide common responses to the global challenges and the common challenges that all our societies share. So, talking about leadership, I think that, first of all, what we need is to have a clear vision of what we propose to our societies. And to me, at least from the Spanish perspective, but I think that this is something that we could share, is that inequality is the major challenge. So, for instance, when we speak about housing, in Spain, housing represents 60% of the inequality that is suffered by the youth or let's say, the common citizen in my country.
Second, I think that we need to be determined and convinced by that vision that we propose to our citizens, and to speak clearly to our citizens about the challenges and the need to build coalitions. So far, over the last 7 years, we have been a minority government coalition without a clear majority in the parliament, but we did it quite well. Actually, we were able to reform our labor market, also our pension reform, the educational system, the scientific system in Spain without social contestation. Just talking with trade unions, talking with the civil society, talking and agreeing with the business association. So it is also very important to, propose and share this vision with even people that don't think like you, but where you can find a common ground in order to move forward in that vision. And finally, I would say that we need to deliver. So, for instance, during this week in UNGA in New York, I heard some speeches and statements saying that climate change or the green transition will be an obstacle, for the economic development of our countries. The data and the experience so far in Spain is the contrary. So since I'm in office in 2018, we have been able, until 2025, to drop by 50%, 50% the electricity prices in my country, thanks to renewables. So we also need to combat and fight these narratives of the far right with data, with facts. And the good thing is that there are progressive governments around the world that deliver and show that there's another way to do things.
I told the Prime Minister in the green room that we're sending a delegation to Spain to figure out how he's reforming his electricity markets because we're in a major battle in the U.S. blaming each other for what are now the prices have gone up on electricity 10% since Trump's come into office, for example. Former Prime Minister Ardern, you come from a mid-sized country. You've shown
that's an upgrade. I'll take mid-size.
Charitable. You've shown with your leadership that you can punch well above your weight and shape a more stable and cooperative world order. But what are the challenges to that coming from a place like New Zealand, and what are the opportunities for a leader such as yourself, who was so powerful when you were in office?
You're absolutely right. New Zealand, population 5 million, has historically punched above its weight. That term's used a lot, and I think when we use it, or when it's used to refer to us, I think it's really capturing the idea that, in fact, we have used the multilateral institutions at our disposal and the rules-based order to good effect. Take, for instance, the 1980s, extraordinary position New Zealand found itself in, where New Zealand's backyard in the Pacific was being used for nuclear testing. That was a cause of enormous concern for our general population, and it would be very easy for a nation of that size, and indeed our Pacific neighbours, to feel relatively powerless. And so alongside, these civil society movements, New Zealand used multilateral institutions to make pleas to try and end what was something that could have and did have catastrophic effects for the environment and for human health. And so New Zealand has been consistently a champion of nuclear non-proliferation and nuclear prohibition, but using the multilateral institutions available to us. Now let's fast forward to the Pacific and climate change, the biggest threat to our region before the last US election. It is happening on our doorsteps now. Tuvalu is making pleas to make sure that they can still be recognised as a nation state if they do not have land, because this is an imminent threat for them. Now, Vanuatu has used the ICJ to get a declaration in July of this year to find that there are legal obligations on states to uphold those instruments that countries have signed up to, including the 1.5. And so small nations use these instruments because without them, what do we have? What voice does Tuvalu have? What voice does Vanuatu have? And now, of course, the ICJ, it's not binding, so Vanuatu is seeking the General Assembly to endorse the findings of the ICJ. Small nations have historically needed these institutions. So in my mind, when I hear pundits in the US say the rules-based order is dead, I ask, according to who? Because I do not believe that just because one nation, who is, yes, absolutely significant in clout, population and economic power, declares that it's no longer functional, that we walk away. Nations like mine need these multilateral institutions.
Well, as I noted, multilateralism is under siege, and as you noted, these issues are really deeply interrelated. So we heard a lot this morning on the topic of immigration, but the kinds of weather effects that you're seeing in Spain with fires and drought, and in the Pacific with inundation from with fresh water being destroyed by salt water, which may end these ability for people to stay on their land long before they actually sink under the water. Those things are related, but how do we make the effective case to our own publics that these multilateral solutions are really critical for their well-being? Because sometimes I don't think I could ask an American to point out where Vanuatu is on a map, and they could get even in the Pacific Ocean. So how do you do that? And maybe we'll reverse order. Jacinda, you go first, and maybe Pedro can relate to that.
Go ahead. I mean, if your question is how do we make climate change relevant to the general population in the US, it already...
and these questions around human security.
Yeah. I mean, I would argue it already is. Ask someone in Texas whether extreme weather events are affecting their daily lives. The issue is whether or not we have political leaders who are willing to equate these two significant issues. In New Zealand, for example, forgive me continually going back to that mid-size country, but in New Zealand there's less of a debate about whether or not climate change is real because we are so weather dependent and climate affected, deeply climate affected. So that is no longer in play. Now the discussion is how much do we do and how quickly do we do it, particularly when large emitters are doing so little. And so, in my mind, a significant part of the domestic politics has to be equating some of these issues. However, I'm also a proponent for, making sure that we don't win the battle but lose the war. Maybe we don't need to convince everyone about the morality of climate action. Maybe instead we actually just find the cost of living initiatives that improve their lives that are also favourable to climate. And I use this example a lot because I love it, but the New York Times not long ago reported on an individual in the Deep South who had recently purchased an EV, an electric vehicle, for the purposes of hunting. Not because he wanted to improve the planet or the planet's outlook, but because it was quieter to sneak up on his prey. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes.
Let's stick with climate for a second. Pedro, you've been a proponent of a green transition. It's been a source of growth for you. You've already talked about the fact that you brought electricity prices down. What's your argument to the people? Do they feel the pain of extreme weather? Are they looking for the opportunity of more investment and more jobs? Is it all of the above?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, this is a reality, and this is not only, this is not something abstract nowadays for Spaniards, but on the contrary, it is a reality and a security concern more and more. We have calculated that over the last 10 years, on material losses, all the climate emergency consequences cost us more or less 32 billion euros and 20,000 deaths because of climate change. So this is the reality. But on the other hand, there's a lot of opportunities for Spain because of our weather, because of our geography, to develop the green transition, to profit from this green transition when it comes, for instance, to this renewable energy and its consequences on our industry. So nowadays in Spain, we are more and more witnessing a reindustrialization in green of our economic activity. So, now if you compare the figures of the industrial production growth in Spain is higher than traditional industrial countries such as Italy or France or Germany. And this is mainly because of the green transition that we started 7 years ago. But let me add that going back again to multilateralism, I think it is also very important to translate to our citizens that when we speak about multilateralism or international law, we're talking about fair causes, which means, for instance, that I am so proud to belong to a family that has governments that has recognized the Palestine statehood with the same conviction, with the same conviction and coherence as we are defending the cause of Ukrainians when it comes to the invasion of Putin.
I absolutely agree with Pedro. When you think about our next generation, who we know from surveys are feeling disenfranchised, they feel a grievance towards, interestingly, not just government, but the private sector, because they believe that they are in some way harming them or ensuring that their future, they will be worse off than the previous generation. And that grievance is lending itself to 4 out of 10 people in global surveys saying that they're willing to resort to hostile activity. For under 34s, that lifts to half. And so that group in particular, how do we demonstrate to them the importance of multilateral institutions? Firstly, relevance. And yes, it does mean demonstrating that we're acting on issues that affect young people's day-to-day lives. So domestically, as progressives, we should be making sure that they have access to healthcare and education and housing, but we've got to walk and chew gum at the same time. They also care about whether or not we're acting on behalf of humanity. So we need those multilateral institutions to say to those young people, see that massive injustice in the genocide of Gaza? We're doing something about that. We're intervening on that question. And at the moment, MIA, that's all young people will be seeing in my mind, is that those institutions are not able to have the impact that they expect. So if they want relevance, they have to demonstrate relevance to the next generation.
And is that through... Is that through the actions that they're taking, or the withholding of actions in some cases? How do they demonstrate that relevance, particularly in a case like this?
And there's no question, incredibly complex, but for young people, they're not looking at the complexity of who has the responsibility. They just see a genocide that needs to end. From a domestic perspective, as progressives, I really applaud Pedro and his government. They have created a comprehensive list of actions to try and move the dial on this humanitarian crisis, and we need as many progressive parties as possible to do the same.
One of the other things you've done, Pedro, is even as other people have really backed off, and some major powers have, including the United States, obviously, have really backed off of the commitment to try to intervene to improve the lives of everyone around the world, deal with not just inequality in our own societies, but inequality across countries. You've made that a priority. Spain, I believe, spent $4 billion of development assistance last year under your leadership. Why have you made that a priority, and how do you sell that to to your constituents?
Perhaps, John, because I've been in office since 2018. I've been in office during the pandemic as Jacinda, and in 2020 we had the opportunity to work together. I understood perfectly the need to be committed with the rest of the world, and that is why I think that from Western societies we committed a big mistake when we just focus on defense. I don't mean with this that we cannot forget that there's a challenge in the eastern flank, that we need to increase our defense expenditure, but we cannot make a trade-off between defense and development aid. But because what we need to also send to the global south and the rest of the societies is that we are committed with their health, their economic development, their future at the end of the day. Talking about migration, make no mistake, we fight against irregular migration. We fight against smugglers. But the best way to fight against smugglers and irregular migration is going to these countries of origin and transit and cooperate with them and help them to create opportunities for their people. And at the same time, of course, to allow migrant or regular migration ways in order to provide, this human capital force that we need in our countries in order to boost our economies, and then also to train these people, go back to their countries, and create the conditions for economic development. So there's in my view, a lack of empathy when you listen to some leaders saying that in front of people that are running countries of small islands, that there's no climate change, when they are seeing the rise of the sea levels and that climate change represents an existential threat. So that is why I think it's more and more important that Western societies, well, of course the US today is just walking away, but this is also a huge opportunity for the European Union and other Western countries in order to fill that gap and to embrace multilateralism. I think that the main duty that we have as progressive governments is to embrace multilateralism. That doesn't mean that we don't need to reform the system. We need to reform it and to provide more legitimacy to the system. But again, I think that the future of the world, and I believe also one of our major causes as progressives, is to strengthen multilateralism.
I agree. I think you can both reinforce the existing infrastructure whilst also acknowledging the need for reform. One of the things I think, though, in order to reinforce the relevance and importance of these institutions is also to deliver on what they have already set out as minimum expectations. And in the climate space, of course, that would include delivering on the Paris Agreement. For COP30, this is one of the major platforms for Brazil as the presidency for this COP is delivery. Yes, we have expectations around nations coming forward with their NDCs, but actually we have a commitment. The 1.5 that was advocated for by the Pacific was built around the threshold for where they would survive or not. So this is not a target that we try and reach to preserve parts of our ecosystem, our natural fauna and flora. Yes, that is true, but it's also actually to preserve the statehood, livelihood and cultural preservation of nation states in our region. So yes, let's work on reform, let's reinforce the importance of the institutions, but let's deliver on the commitments that we have. And it has to be possible to do that in spite of the United States. Now, I think here we should be leaning into the private sector as well. They, of course, are major contributors to fossil fuel use and energy consumption. And we've had, I think, for too long an expectation that they will move at the whim of wherever the regulatory bar is set or wherever the incentives are set. Now, if there's one thing I heard consistently whilst in office when it came to climate policy, it was we want certainty. Now, I totally accept that if you're a company and you're building out your long-term plan, you want to know where the incentives or the policy or the regulation. If you're an oil company and, you know, you're deciding whether or not you're going to continue with exploration, you want to know whether or not there will be a ban on permitting in the future. I understand the need for certainty, but in a democracy and in an environment where we're seeing such fluctuations in government policy, including someone declaring climate a hoax, we have to implore that the private sector build their own certainty, and the best way to do it is look at the bare minimum of where the progressives are and put your bar above it. And then you can be guaranteed that you are not going to be sitting below where anyone else's expectations will be. Not only do you create your economic certainty, you're actually then also demonstrating that you're building in some morality into your baseline as well.
Prime Minister Carney, before he was Prime Minister, was doing his best to when he was Mark, was doing his best to reform the international financial institutions to deal with these challenges of global inequality, to deal with climate change. Those are institutions that were set up now, I have to do my math, 70 years ago. How are they functioning? Can we get more out of them? Is that a place where leadership at the national level can force more change at the World Bank, at the IMF, and at the regional development banks?
We must do it. I mean, there's a lack of legitimacy. This is clear because the system was created 80 years ago, and nowadays we have very strong regions and economies that are asking to have more presence and therefore more capacity to influence the decisions, and of course to have representatives leading these agencies, which, by the way, I think it's also very important. By the way, I'm firmly defender that the next Secretary General must be a woman, and I think this could also be a very positive signal of the dynamism of the multilateral system. So for instance, from the Spanish perspective, we in the conference in Seville for financing of development, what we proposed is to reform some of these financial institutions. And today, the government is working in launching a proposal for reforming the global health system. I think that we are suffering a backlash on global health. We need financing global health. I think that we have a very important private sector companies also committed with global health, but again, we need to be prepared for future pandemics or potential health problems that we would need to challenge and respond multilaterally. And this is something that again begins with vaccines. How do we engage countries, governments and private sector in financing vaccines on HIV or TB, malaria and another kind of illness? And in the case of Spain, we have announced that over the next 2 or 3 years we will increase our contribution by 400 million euros for this kind of let's say policies. So there's a lot of things that we can do. There's a lot of things that we can do to transform in a more effective way our multilateral institutions. But I think that the only thing that lacks is a common political willingness from the major countries. But as Jacinda said, I think that from the medium-sized countries, we can influence a lot when it comes to moving forward in this direction.
Well, you both led your countries through the pandemic, and I think we probably underestimate how much that affected the psyche that is ongoing with people. And we came out of it. You brought your countries out of it. You've restored a good economy again. But I think there's still a lot of hangover. But Jacinda, maybe lessons learned on how the international system could respond better to these, pandemic crises and other crises that have the potential to sweep the globe.
I mean, I'll start with that and then just pan back for a moment if I can. My take would be, yes, we are dealing with the after effects of something that fundamentally disrupted, I think, as human beings, some of the certainty we thought we had in the world. And I think it has exacerbated something that was probably already there. I don't think it was the sole cause for, the entrenchment and the additional polarization we see and the disaffection. I think it sped up something that was already there. And that's something I think fundamentally we can still trace back to deep insecurity amongst our population, whether or not it's fueled then by pandemics or climate change or technological advancement and disruption, which fundamentally shakes people's beliefs on whether or not they can wage a bet on a long-term career. All of that is creating this fear and anxiety and uncertainty. And in the wake of that, we've already seen what happens when politicians capitalise on that with fear and with blame, including blame towards multilateral institutions. Not only are we seeing that domestically immigration is often used, but we're now seeing, of course, multilateral institutions be implicated in that as well. And so the response at its core is that progressives have to be willing to challenge the systems that have poorly served our people. And that will be both domestically, but it will also be at an international level. And there the answers are emerging if we're willing to grab hold of them. I remember being in a room when there was a gathering such as this after the global financial crisis, and we all felt so complicit as progressive parties that we were unwilling to look at those initiatives that may have been more significant to try and address the growing inequality in our nations. But we must be willing to do that. Otherwise, I fear this angst, this sense of disenfranchisement will continue.
So,
Pedro,
well, I think that as Jacinda said, somehow there's a clear progressive way of thinking when you define public goods. Definitely, health is a public good. Security it is indeed. Of course, climate change, and therefore we need to find means in order to funding commonly, all together, all countries. These public goods. And on the other hand, I think that we have to praise science. And unfortunately today we are witnessing anti-rational and not founded on scientific data and facts most of the political positions of prominent leaders. So that is why I think that the big lesson from pandemic, at least from our perspective, is that we need to create this interface between policy making and science. And this is what we are trying also from Spain to do.
We should also prevent more pandemics because they are just incredibly difficult to lead through.
So my takeaway, we're out of time, but from these two wonderful leaders is clear offer, get elected, reform, and deliver. That's the progressive playbook. Thank you. That was great.
That was a really fascinating session from John Podesta, Prime Minister Sanchez, and Dame Jacinda Ardern, stressing why international cooperation matters. Our next session is on security in a volatile world. Stay with us. We'll be discussing the war in Ukraine, looking at cyber attacks, energy insecurity, and disinformation, because ultimately the threats are multiplying. The question for progressives is this: how do you keep people safe without abandoning democratic values? So for this next panel, please welcome John Healey, the UK's Defence Secretary. With him, John Feiner, the former US Deputy National Security Advisor, and guiding the conversation we'll have Laura Chappell, Associate Director for International Policy at IPPR. Thank you.
Thank you. So this panel covers security in a volatile world. What an essential topic for progressives to cover together at this summit. In previous eras, security, hard security, didn't always feel like a progressive priority. There were many threats, of course, but they sometimes felt less immediate. And the focus of progressive thinkers and decision makers might be elsewhere, on economic well-being or public services. Indeed, we know that hard security has often been more comfortable terrain for people on the right. Progressives needed to be credible on defence and national security, but it wasn't an agenda where, as a collective, we necessarily leaned in. What progressives have done very successfully in security in past decades is working to broaden the idea. They asked which threats people felt in their everyday lives, looking at floods or fires arising from climate shocks, or the effects on family budgets coming from economic disruption. They put more emphasis on violence against women as a critical dimension of insecurity. Progressives widened the security project by emphasis on human security. And then in recent years, we're more and more aware of the importance of democratic resilience, as faith in politics, in institutions, and in our country's trajectories has waned. Resilience internally is the other side of security externally, and it's now the focus of deep concern. So today, we're flashing red on all those fronts. As Prime Minister Starmer stated in his remarks this morning, the world is more dangerous and insecure than ever before in our lifetimes. So it's a pleasure to welcome our two panellists to share their insights and wisdom with us on what progressives must do in the face of this fast-shifting set of deep and even existential threats, and what it means to be progressive in doing so. So to my far right, John Healey, Secretary of State for Defence here in the UK. He was appointed in July 2024, and he's been a Member of Parliament since 2010. He's the Labour MP for Rawmarsh and Queensborough. And to my near right, John Feiner, who served as Principal Deputy Security Advisor from 2021 to 2025 for the entirety of the Biden administration. And he was previously Chief of Staff to former Secretary of State John Kerry. So, first, hard power. There's been a major uptick in the use of hard power around the globe. And one prominent dimension of this has been authoritarian regimes deploying military might, from the Russian invasion of Ukraine to China's military posturing in the South China Seas. So what's the right response to this? How do democracies combat these escalations? What role does defence cooperation play, and in what forms? Secretary of State.
Thank you, Laura. First of all, I'm really pleased we've got this Labour Together conference. I'm so pleased we've got so many centre-left political leaders and thinkers here. This has been territory that the left has been on the defensive about, typically. But in recent years, I think we can rightly feel that we have not only claimed that back from Conservatives, but we have a special contribution as centre-left progressives to security and defence for this period ahead. You kindly said I was appointed in July 2024. In fact, Keir Starmer appointed me in April 2020 to do this job in opposition and now to do this job in government. And on that day in July 2024, to reflect what you've just captured as quite extraordinary times, the Chief of the Defence Staff, which in the UK is the most senior military officer, sort of welcomed me into the MOD. And he said, I've been in uniform for nearly 4 decades. And he said, these are the most extraordinary times that you're becoming Defence Secretary that I've ever known. And that, of course, was before President Trump was elected. It was before Israel attacked Iran. It was before Pakistan and India started firing at each other, including targeting nuclear sites in each other's countries. And it was before China did the first ever warship circumnavigation of Australia. So these really are extraordinary times. And I would argue that we're centre-left parties, fortunate enough to be progressives in government. And actually it's our values which make us best suited, not just able, but best suited to deal with these challenges. Why do I say that? Well, we're supporting our forces. For me, this is the ultimate form of public service, and as a Labour Party, we have that fundamental commitment to public service. Second, we're internationalists. We recognise that the strategic strength on our own security is reinforced by close allies. And third, we believe in defence, we believe in government investment, we believe in industrial strategy, which means that we can make defence an engine for growth that can produce good unionised jobs right across the country. And if we had lost sight of that in recent decades, let's remind ourselves those have very deep roots in progressive values. And if we take this back to the founding of NATO 76 years ago, for the UK, that was proudly led by that post-war Labour government. And although people conceive of the NATO alliance as essentially one of collective defence, and it is, hardwired into the NATO treaty, the founding treaty, are very Labour values: peace, freedom, and individual freedoms as well. So that instinctive collectivism, that instinctive sense that we're stronger when we stand together, I say is something that we claim, something that we champion. And I would also argue that in the Labour government that Keir now leads, you've got some of that post-war sense that Ernest Bevin, the Foreign Secretary that was the author of Article 5 in the NATO founding treaty, when he said, look, the peace of the world, the security of our nation demands that we don't stand alone. And that sentiment is a progressive sentiment. That sentiment, I think, is at the heart of the approach we now take to NATO, the approach we now take to standing with and strengthening the collective support of Ukraine. And if we can realise this, if we can deliver it effectively in government, then we will get the public recognition that as a government in the UK, and particularly where we can work with progressive governments elsewhere in Europe and other parts of the world like Australia, then we will be seen to helping make people more secure at home and stronger abroad.
Thank you. Can people hear? Okay, great. I just want to start off by saying thank you to the State Secretary, to the Minister, for two things. One, when he describes the various challenges going on in the world, it makes it much easier for me not to miss my former job, so I'm grateful for that. But second, and more seriously, something pretty extraordinary happened in the UK over the last a year and a half that should not escape our notice, which is that we had a transition between two rival political parties, and on the defining security challenge that this country and this region faces, which is obviously the Russian aggression in Ukraine, there was a completely seamless, as far as I could tell, and I was in office when the transition took place, handoff that was professional, that compromised nothing in terms of pursuing UK interests, global interests, the alliance interests with NATO and the United States. And that is not something to be taken for granted, having gone through the transition that the United States has gone through. So I really do want to give you credit for executing that as well as you did, which is a transition into saying we've obviously had a very different sort of experience in the United States. And I think to your question, the most important element of that transition that bears on a progressive worldview and foreign policy and defense and security policy is we now have a U.S. administration that is unique in American history in at least one way and many others. But the one way in which I want to focus on is that we have a U.S. administration that has decided that the system of alliances, of international agreements, of international institutions that has been the underpinning of peace and stability is not only out of date, it is essentially antithetical to American interests, because America puts more into it, they believe, than we get out of it. And so the upshot of that, from a policy perspective, is that they are pursuing either a total renegotiation or overhaul of this system, or discarding it completely. And that, we have never had that. We've never had that in a Republican administration. We've certainly never had that in a Democratic administration. And that, unfortunately, puts a lot of burden and a lot of challenge back here on the UK and on the rest of Europe. Now, there is a silver lining in all of this, which is there is a major opportunity right now on European security for European countries to step into their own, step out of the shadow of the United States, and take on additional burdens for their own security for themselves. And break this dependency relationship that has been very successful, but that I understand very clearly cannot be counted on for another generation the way it has been for generations in the past. And we are seeing signs that this government, that the government in Germany, that other European countries are taking that burden seriously. They're putting real dollars behind it, and it deserves our support.
Thank you. I'm gonna maybe. Okay, that sounds better. So as we've heard repeatedly across this summit, publics across the countries represented here are fed up. They want real positive change in their lives. They want better healthcare, skills, investments to support jobs, growth, the green transition. And in this context, NATO allies have now agreed to spend 5% of GDP across core defense and supplementary security. How do you believe they can square the circle? How do you balance these priorities fiscally, but also politically?
As a politician, you don't get to talk about schools or health or green energy for the public unless you can provide the basic confidence that as a wannabe or as a government, you can do two things. And these are traditionally the Achilles heels, political Achilles heels of the centre-left and the progressives. One is you can manage the economy and the public finances, and secondly, you can keep the country safe. And that's why you've seen with Keir Starmer those two, not just themes, but absolute determined missions have characterised his leadership in opposition and his leadership now as Prime Minister. Second, people are unsettled. They recognise we're in a new era of threat. They do recognise that that demands a new era for defence, as we set out in our Strategic Defence Review report we published in June. That sense of insecurity is, yes, it's certainly reinforced by what we talked before, the collective support, the alliances, NATO. But if we are going to increase defence spending, and having made that an historic commitment in many people's books, we're now a government that is increasing defence spending over the next 10 years by a bigger amount and in a more sustained way than any time since the end of the Cold War. There has to be a dividend from that spend because there are consequences elsewhere. And so you will have heard me talk about the dividend of increased defence investment measured in jobs, good jobs right across the UK. And so, yes, we've got to demonstrate we can spend well, that we can reinforce our armed forces so we are more ready to fight in order to deter. But we've also got to make defence an engine for growth. We've got to win the sort of investment into this country, the export deals that will allow us to increase the number of jobs. So since we came into government, for instance, the investment that we put into the Barrow shipyard has led to more than 1,000 extra jobs in Barrow. The biggest ever export deal with Norway that we won about 3 weeks ago, £10 billion pumped into the UK economy to build warships. That will secure over 4,000 jobs for the next 15 years. And these are good jobs. They pay on average 15,000 more than average manufacturing jobs in the defence sector. These are often unionised jobs, so they're secure jobs. These are the jobs and the way of showing working people that big commitment to defence, the big commitment to defence investment brings a benefit right across the country. And for me, for a Chancellor, a Labour Chancellor and a Labour government that is concerned not just to boost levels of economic growth in this country, but to make sure that's spread fully across the UK. In defence, we have one of the principal engines of that growth because 70% of the defence jobs are outside London and the South East.
The only thing I'd add, because I agree with everything that was just said, is that in addition to this kind of investment-minded way to both conduct defense policy but also message defense policy, for progressives, I think, is to talk about the need to both do more and also for reform in the defense sector. And I'll give just one example from our lived experience in the last administration that was candidly just quite jarring and even shocking to those of us who are working on it, which is after Russia in early 2022 launched yet another massive invasion into Ukraine, we, and actually in the run-up to that event, went around the world and went into our own stockpiles of munitions and other inputs to collect all of the material we thought the Ukrainians would need to fight that war. And we gathered it up and we bought stuff where we didn't have it ourselves and we transferred it, and it turned out that none of that was anywhere near enough for the scope and scale of a war, frankly, that maybe it was a failure of imagination. Not many people had envisioned happening on the continent of Europe again. And so we turned to our industry, to our defense industrial base, and we said, okay, here's a big opportunity for you. We need more stuff. We need more basic inputs of munitions and weapon systems so that we can get them to our friend and partner in this existential moment. And what we found was a severe lack in the ability to scale up fast enough in any of these areas to be kind of what we call at the speed of relevance, to get them the things they needed in real time. Now, the one thing we had going for us is that the Russians had this same challenge. They had also allowed their defense industrial base to atrophy. So in addition to all of the competition and conflict that is going on the battlefield, there is also now this race between two competing rival, enemy even, industrial bases that is existential for the allied countries in the West. And to get that right is going to require policy reforms, it's going to require industrial reforms by the companies involved, and it's going to require a degree of collaboration, not an arm's length relationship, as we've too often had between the private sector and the governments, to be able to innovate, to be able to procure quickly, and to be able to make things.
Dead right. And Ukraine has not just forced us to confront that lesson that we'd overlooked in the recent past. Fundamentally, if a country is under threat or forced to fight, then its forces are only as strong as the industrial base and the innovation base that stands behind them. And that was a hard lesson that we're still learning, but it requires some very deep changes in our system, reforms to our system, if we're going to be able to meet the need to reinforce our deterrence against adversaries and the aggression that's growing.
Thank you. Both of your comments have made clear that we are living through a global reordering. The old certainties of a rules-based order, a secure Western alliance, and a globalizing world managed through multilateralism are in deep question. So for progressives to be able to manage this moment, deliver security, what is one choice that you think it would be critical that they make now to secure their countries and also to secure their values?
Sure. It may seem like a contradiction of one of the things I said earlier, but I think in some ways the most important thing, yes, for our governments, but also for our societies, is not to give up on the collective, not to give up on alliances and connections that take place between allied countries even below the level of governments and militaries. We are stronger than any of our adversaries as long as we can work together. And it sounds trite and almost like a political slogan, but if you look at the GDP of the countries that are allied, if you look at the industrial strength of the countries that are traditional allies, yes, of course, compared to Russia, but also even compared to what the United States now certainly considers to be our greatest competitor, near peer competitor in the world, China, that competition looks a lot better if the United States is standing side by side with our partners and allies in the region and in this region. And I think it looks better to those countries as well. And this is a moment where that system is being tested as never before. But the value proposition of it is undeniable and still there. And so I urge certainly people here, I urge obviously people in my own country who have benefited from this system to work to preserve it, not to fall victim to every country for itself in a sort of state of nature model that our current administration seems to prefer.
Quite simply, double down on the alliances that we have, because we know this better than any, that we're stronger together, and double down on the new partnership we have to forge with our industry and innovation base in this country, and sometimes with allies, in order to make sure that we can genuinely be more ready to fight. And by being more ready to fight, we're better able to deter.
Can I ask you to join me in saying thank you to our two speakers?
Now we've got our first all-female panel of the summit. They will be discussing how security begins at home with a strong economy. Please welcome the Chancellor of the UK, Rachel Reeves, Kristrún. Give her a moment to come on. Kristrún Frostadóttir, Prime Minister of Iceland, and moderating the session, Rachel Sylvester, political editor of The Observer.
So this session is looking at the importance of economic security as a bedrock of progressive government. And we've got a really fascinating and brilliant panel of strong, powerful women, I'm pleased to say. Rachel Reeves is Britain's first female Chancellor, and as many people here will know, in her youth she was a chess champion whose trademark move was called the Sicilian defence, which sounds very mafiosi to me, but I don't think she's put any horses' heads in beds yet. And Kristrún Frostadóttir is Iceland's youngest ever Prime Minister, and in fact the youngest Prime Minister in the world, I think. She's just 37, not 17, a mother of 2 young children, and she's only been an MP for 4 years. And she heads a coalition of 3 parties led by women, which is known as the Valkyrie government in Iceland, which I love. So, I mean, Kristrún, do you think women do politics differently? You're not here as female politicians, but as you're both women, I think it's really interesting just to ask briefly.
That's a risky question. I do think yes. I mean, I think we can agree that inherently there are some differences between the genders, right? Maybe in Iceland people have felt it more because we went through a stage where we had sort of a traffic light government, left, green, center, conservatives for 7 years. And there was a big disagreement on policies for a long time there, and their qualms were sort of in the media for too long of a time, I would say. And so we took it upon ourselves we saw it as a big responsibility to just make sure that when you do conversations, you don't do them in public. You know, if you need to have a talk about something that comes up in a coalition government or within party, you have the respect for yourself and for voters to just get it done, you know, behind the scenes. And I think women, yes, sometimes have an easier time with confrontation. You know, it might be a spicy comment to make, but I don't have time to let something sink in for too long. If you need to discuss something on policy or something comes up, you just need to have a conversation. We've also been very good on communication. I mean, we're very respectful of each other, and we're aware that there's a lot at stake. We are governing around the center, and we know that if we don't deliver and we don't do things properly, we don't disrupt the systems in a controlled manner, someone else will come in and destroy them. So there's also that sort of weight on our shoulders. But the men are great too, and there are good men in our government, and I have no issues with them. But I think it's good to mix it up.
Rachel, I mean, we are at a unique point in politics, really, where it's so divisive. Their stakes couldn't be higher, really. The rise of populism, the far right, we had 150,000 people marching behind Tommy Robinson a couple of weeks ago, the far right football hooligan. Do you think that populism is driven mainly by economic factors, or is it cultural? Is it about immigration and people's kind of anxiety about change? How much is it economic?
Well, it's a bit of both, isn't it? And in the minds of a lot of people, they're very closely linked. So there's a quite compelling argument. It's not a correct argument, but quite a compelling argument from the sort of populist right that the reason why living standards have been depressed, the reason why public services aren't working well enough is because of immigration. Now, that's not the case. The reason why the economy hasn't worked for people for the last sort of 15 years is austerity, then Brexit, then the mini-budget, and then the external factors, COVID, the war in Ukraine, etc. But the argument of the sort of populist right is there are too many people in this country, too many migrants, some of them illegal, they are a drain on resources, and so our public services aren't working because they're using them, and wages are depressed because you've got these foreign workers coming in and undercutting British workers. So in the minds of a lot of people attracted to that politics, those two things are very closely intertwined, and that makes economic policy, I think, as well quite hard, because when I talk about sort of difficult decisions and the trade-offs, there are some people who will say, well, you know, actually there's some very simple things you could do. Close the borders, don't let people in, and therefore we'd have more money for all the things we wanted and we'd all get a pay rise. That is obviously very simplistic and it's wrong, but that's why I think you can't really separate out the sort of is populism on the rise for economic reasons or cultural immigration reasons, and I think the two are very closely linked. I would also say the issues around sort of, you know, concerns around the decline of the public realm and the high street, you know, again, in the argument of the populist right, those things are also linked to immigration. The shops that we used to go to aren't there anymore because they've been replaced by some other types of shops, or there's, you know, the people, you know, in our neighbourhood don't want to come out because they're scared. So I'd say that it is weaponised in that way that permeates not just a sort of discussion about sort of cultural values or whatever, but also the economic trade-offs.
What do you think? Do you date this back to 2008 and the economic crash as the sort of source of this underlying thing, or is there something more social, demographic going on as well?
I mean, I think there's I would answer it in the same way as Rachel. I think it's both. It's cultural and sort of societal change as well as the economy, because societal change and the economy are interlinked. It's not opposites of the spectrum. Yes, we went through a lot of difficulties after the financial crisis in Iceland, but what happened as well, which is I think a story that people don't know too much about, is that because Iceland is a small open economy, if there's a trend in the world, it becomes a megatrend in Iceland. So things go up really high and then they sink down very low very quickly. And so, for example, the biggest growth that we had post-crisis was in tourism. And that is, you know, it's a brilliant industry in a lot of ways. It can be very creative, and you can use it in you know, development across the country, and it's very sort of privately driven. But when you have labor-intensive industries, and I could name other than these that are driving growth, what happens is, for a small country or a country with a small population that's part of, for example, the EEA, because our immigration we have asylum seekers, but a lot of our immigration is from the EEA, is that we end up creating jobs, whether it's in tourism or in labor-intensive sectors where Icelanders might not be interested in. The salaries are not something they're interested in, and so you put out an advert and somebody else comes. And I think that's something that the government needs to have an opinion on. And if I can just quote something that Rachel did, because her Securonomics was about, you know, making the role of government more important, not talking it down, is that even though this is a private actor, it's going to impact your housing market, it's going to impact your roads, it's going to impact your healthcare sector, it's going to impact your language environment, because Icelandic is a small language. And so my point is that there has been an immigration change and a societal change in Iceland, which has, yes, pushed the housing market. It has done certain things because those that were running the industries were just thinking about people as widgets, not as people. And so I think at the end of the day, people want the government to have a control of the situation. They need to have control over immigration. They need to have control over how growth happens, even though they're not, you know, picking winners. And that's what people are asking for. At least in Iceland, from the Icelandic perspective, things ran hot and uncontrolled. That's a societal norm, but that's also an economic issue. So, you know, having control, I think, is a big part of it.
Person, and there was one interview, in fact, recently that said you were an advocate for the, quote, boring centre. Do you think that's enough for progressive parties to be sort of technocrats and managerial, or does there need to be more of a kind of imaginative vision?
Yeah, I don't know why they called it the boring centre. I feel like I'm very political, even though I'm an economist, and I'm not afraid to make big statements. However, I think you need to choose what you're focusing on and make big statements on that. So, I mean, what might be seen as the boring center is deciding not to divide the entire nation into 100 different types of groups, because that had been politics for a long time. And so you find that little edge and you put that person in it, and then you make these people fight. So you find something that brings people together, and then you're very political on that. So we're political on, you know, putting restrictions in the housing market so it's not financially driven. We're political on tax loops. We're political on welfare services. But it's based on not driving identities together. And I think maybe that would be a boring center today, but then that's okay. But to me, it's just smart welfare politics. And it's also really important today if you want to work against that polarization on the right. Don't over-polarize the left.
Yeah. And Rachel, you talked, as Kristrún said, about securonomics. How has that worked in practice? And when you're dealing with a sort of very unstable global situation, how can you hold on to that philosophy? I mean, you've got a sort of madman in the White House basically tearing up all the potential of security for so many countries in the global economy. How do those two things fit together?
Oh, well, I think it's even more relevant than when I first made that speech 2.5 years ago. So securonomics was about building a stronger and a more resilient economy in the face of an increasing number of global shocks that were affecting all of our economies. And actually, similar to Iceland, we are also a small open trading economy, and so we are very exposed in the UK as well to global shocks, and we've seen that time and time again. But we're also particularly exposed to those shocks because we haven't managed to build up that resilience in our economy. And actually it's a theme in the meetings I have with finance ministers from other countries that share our values, that none of us have built that resilience into the system. You know, whether it was during COVID and we didn't have the protective equipment, or it was after Russia's invasion of Ukraine and we discovered how reliant we were on global energy markets for our very basic needs. And indeed, food price inflation went through the roof because we were very exposed there as well. And so securonomics is about trying to build that resilience and security. And you just had John Healey speaking. You know, part of that resilience as an economy is having strong defences, and we've of course put additional money into our defence spending, taking it up to 2.6% of GDP by 2027, then up to 3% in the next Parliament. And that's because the world has changed, and we have to change what we spend on as a country. And we've made the difficult decision for a Labour government, for a centre-left government, to reduce international development spending, to put it into defence. But that is where there is the urgent need at the moment, and it very much fits in with that idea about building stronger and more resilient economies. But you can also see it manifest itself in other policies of ours, like, you know, we've just signed off to build the nuclear power station at Sizewell, as well as working with Rolls-Royce on building the small modular reactors. We took British Steel under public control because we couldn't lose that ability to make virgin steel in our country. We would have been the only G7 country without that capability. So that's all about securonomics, building a stronger, more resilient economy, less exposed to shocks. But I guess this is sort of where other stuff as well in the world comes in. You know, as a small open economy, we can't do everything ourselves. You know, semiconductors is an area where, you know, the UK doesn't have huge strengths. We don't have access to many critical minerals. And so working with our friends and allies around the world is also crucial. So securonomics isn't about sort of pulling up the drawbridge and saying we're going to do everything on our own, but it is about taking account of where things are made, who makes them, building those more resilient supply chains, as well as thinking more about our domestic capability and capacity, particularly in areas like energy and defence and some of those other foundational industries like steel.
And what about the trade-offs? Because I suppose the Achilles heel for parties of the centre-left over many years has been the sense that they can't be trusted on the economy. Do you think, Kristrún first, that governments have to be more honest both with the voters but also with their own supporters, that actually you can't have everything? And actually there are difficult choices, as Rachel referred to. What do you think? How have you handled that in Iceland?
I think it's better if you just own it. Because I think, I mean, I haven't been in politics for very long, but when I started out, I did this trip around the country because I felt Parliament was sucking me in, and I was just having conversation with people that agreed with me. And it really struck me how much distrust there was towards politicians, and people felt you were just saying what they wanted to hear. And so you just start saying, I mean, sometimes you say it in a nice way. You tell people how things are. Because then when you say something they want to hear, they know that you actually mean it. And the voter is smart. You know, you can talk to the public like a normal person, and they can tell if you're using fluff or you're saying something. So we have said, we're going through a tidying up process right now. We are balancing the budget in 2027. We have done stuff like raise the resource rent fees, we're closing tax loopholes, so we're bringing in income, we're not afraid to talk about that. But because we also wanted to say we're not going to be watchdogs of the system, even though we're pro-government, we want the government to work. If we don't make, disruptions where needed for the systems to work, someone else will come, rip it apart, and do it in an unorganized manner. And so we're not afraid to say, okay, this we will need to tidy up. This we will need to shut down. Should the government be doing this or not? So we can do things properly. And I do think if everyone is a little bit upset, then maybe people feel a bit better. As in, if the unions are a little bit upset at you and the corporations are a little bit upset at you, but you're doing a few things, but as a whole, you're getting ahead, it does give you some respect. Again, we will see where we'll be in a few years if this actually pays off. But it also makes you just feel better because you're confident that you're actually doing something that's going to work out. And I think, a big part of our project, at least on the Social Democratic Alliance back home, was that people would trust us to do what we said we were going to do. So you might as well just follow through. Because if you go through this term not having been able to deliver, then all of this would be for nothing, right? So being genuine about things gets you way far ahead. It's not always easy.
So interesting. So Rachel, Kristrún talked about a lot of people being a little bit upset. You've got a lot of people a lot upset about a lot of things. MPs, the voters. Do you think actually, I think it's so interesting hearing how Kristrún talks about it. Do you think actually there's a time at the budget just to say, look, the world has changed. The promises we made in the manifesto on tax are no longer relevant. We need to have a really honest conversation with the voters.
Well, when we campaigned, just over a year ago, we said as a party, and it was a key part of our manifesto, that we would, stabilise the economy, that we would bring back some economic fiscal order to the economy. And, some people think that that was just for an election and that once we're in government, that somehow those rules can be relaxed. Now, I did relax the fiscal rules last year. We said we would balance day-to-day spending with tax receipts and that we would get debt down as a share of the economy, but subject to that we would invest in those things to grow the economy. As a result, we've been able to invest something like £120 billion extra over the spending review period on big capital projects. I mentioned Sizewell C, there's also rail projects, road projects, digital technology. But there are limits to what government can do. And at the moment, I don't know what the situation is in Iceland, but our debt to GDP ratio is basically 100%, just under. And £1 in £10 of everything government spends is on servicing the debt interest on the debts racked up, not by us, but by the previous government. I don't think there's anything progressive about spending £1 in every £10 of government money on interest often to foreign hedge funds and investors. But that is what we're doing today, and I want to reduce that. And there's two ways to reduce that. The first is by getting that stock of debt down, and we are on a path to do that. And the second is to bring down interest rates. Although we've had 5 cuts in Bank of England rates since the general election, longer-term borrowing costs are still too high, in part because inflation is too high, and in part because people can see that our public finances are still pretty precarious. And again, like Iceland, small open economy with our own currency. We're not the US, we don't have a reserve currency. We're not European Union, we don't have the backing of the European Central Bank. We are exposed, and that does mean we have to explain how we're going to make the sums add up. And some people sort of think that that is in tension with our Labour, our social democratic values. I would argue the exact opposite. There's nothing progressive about seeing interest rates go up again, because actually that takes money out of the pockets of working people and businesses that want to grow their business by borrowing to invest, and it takes money out of public services, because if we rack up more debt and we increase borrowing costs, we're going to end up spending more on those things and less on the things we actually want to spend on. We spend more money servicing government debt every year than we do on defence, the Home Office and the Ministry of Justice combined. That is not progressive, and I want to reduce those costs so that we can use that money to better effect. And that has meant, you know, that no one can accuse me of not accepting that there are trade-offs. That's why there are people who are unhappy. But if you pretend there aren't trade-offs, then we're going to go the same way that Liz Truss went, and that is, you know, crashing the economy, putting pensions in peril, sending mortgage rates spiralling, and not just losing election, but being consigned to total irrelevance, which is where the Conservatives are today. And, you know, it's only 3 years ago since that happened. Feels like a lifetime ago. It was several prime ministers ago now, wasn't it? But, you know, we've been through that. Well, bond markets, of course they matter. You know, and if someone else was willing to buy our debts rather than the bond markets, but I'm not exactly sure who that is, then we'd have to worry about them instead. But, you know, we are reliant on bondholders buying our debt, holding our debt, because otherwise we wouldn't have the money to finance the public services. And, of course, they would buy more debt if we wanted them to, but they would demand a higher interest rate on it.
So in terms of sort of levelling with the voters on tax rises, what's your answer to that?
Well, it's about tax and it's about spending, and it's also about economic growth. So if the economy had have grown at the average rate of other OECD economies over the last 14 years when the Tories were in, our economy today would be £140 billion bigger and would have £50 billion more to spend on public services. So, you know, yes, you've got to make sure, and we have got the rule to balance day-to-day spending with tax receipts, but also economic growth. And that's why we've said as a government that growth is the #1 mission, because that is the best way out of all of this. But we also have those trade-offs between tax and spending, including on welfare spending. And if we're going to spend more on that thing, then that means there's less to spend on somewhere else, or it means higher taxes. And there's no getting away from that. If we were in a different world where we'd inherited, like the previous Labour government did, a debt to GDP ratio of well under 50%, then maybe there'd be a bit more flexibility. But I'm Chancellor in the world that we are in, not in the world that we may wish it to be. And I have to make those trade-offs and make those decisions, not in the world that Tony and Gordon inherited in 1997, not in the world that Cameron and Osborne inherited, where actually debt to GDP was a lot lower, public services were in a good state, even though we had a budget deficit in that period. We've sort of inherited the worst of all political worlds. Some people say, gosh, what a terrible time to become Chancellor. But I would say, well, actually, in those tough times, it's even more important that we have somebody who's got a grip, has a plan, and knows what they're doing, and is not willing to be dragged off course by every siren call. I'll stick to that plan to grow the economy and to stabilise the public finances, because, like what you just said, I know it's the right thing to do. And, of course, other things are available. I'm not sure if I would call them plans. Other options are available, but we've often tried that way before, and that's what's got us into the mess we're in today.
We're nearly out of time, but I wanted to finish with there's a lot of doom and gloom. As you say, it's tough times, there's a lot of difficult choices ahead. But have you got any reason for optimism? In what, you know, I'm going to start. My reason for optimism is I think the advances in medical science are incredible, and the sort of genetic revolution that's ushering in this new age of cures is extraordinary and amazing, and that is a huge cause for optimism for me. Kristrún, what's your cause for optimism?
I guess I will answer this in a less high-tech way. I think you can't be in this job and do it properly if you're not an optimist. You are in this job because you believe that you can get something done for people. But what does make me optimistic is that when I have conversations with people, you know, because we've tended to do this. I did this, when I was opposition. We still try to do this now, even though I'm in the Prime Minister's office. You do these big group meetings in bakeries. You meet people where they are. You get outside of the internet. People are a lot less pessimistic than you might think. People love their country. They love their society. They care for their neighbors. They want their kids and their children's children to do well, and they're proud. They have qualms with certain ways the systems are being run, and we need to take that to us. We need to fix that. So I don't think this attitude problem that we sometimes feel, that everyone is so pessimistic, is as deep as it is. However, I don't mean to sound naive about it. That doesn't mean that there aren't issues. You just need to approach them where people are coming from and make sure you're spending your energy on the right things. Don't be picking fights on matters that aren't inherently important to people. So that's why the economy matters. That's why housing matters. That's why day-to-day things matter for people. And then they just want you to get the job done. So I am positive that if we have the right structures in place and we just do the job properly, even though it's hard, people are at the right place. But there are easy solutions out there, yes, that are being they're honing in people, and we need to have an answer to that. And that can't be us denying that there were problems with the system, right? It can't be just, okay, it's stupid for you to think that there's an issue. But inherently, people are positive. They love their country. They want it to do well. Then we just have to get back into the office every once in a while and do the job.
Rachel, what's your reason for optimism?
So I think the time that I'm sort of happiest in my job is when I get off the train in Leeds and go back to my constituency. Because similar to what Kristrún is saying, you can get sort of trapped into the bubble here. And when I'm here, I meet people who, coming to sort of lobby me about a particular cause. And like all of them, important. But what you don't hear from much when you're in Westminster is the sort of people that we came into politics for in the first place. What I enjoy most in my constituency then is going into the schools and seeing the young people and also those who teach them. And I find that incredibly inspiring. And actually, all the things we've spoken about that you mentioned at the beginning about the division in society, that kicks in later. There's not that division when you go into schools. There's not that intolerance or that anger. There's a lot of excitement and passion, and if we could bottle that and we can keep that so the sort of cynicism doesn't, take over at some point, I am optimistic for the future. I think there are so many brilliant people and so many fantastic things going on that, I think you can't but be hopeful. But I guess the other thing I would just say I remember it was just not that long after the election, and I went into a school in my constituency, during the week I'd had, people come and lobby me about, don't do the non-doms thing in the budget, or, our energy companies aren't really making that much profits, you shouldn't do the energy profits levy, blah, blah. I went into this school and I said to the kids, it was year 6, are there any questions you'd like to ask me? And this little girl said, it must have been September last year, so I'd only been in office for a couple of months, and she said, why is everything in the shop so expensive? And you think, actually, why is she saying that? It's because at home, my mum and dad are saying, why can't we afford the things we used to be able to afford? Why is it, after paying the rent and paying the bills, there's not enough money? It's the beginning of the school term. Our daughter needs new shoes. It's almost a winter. She's going to need a coat. Why is everything so expensive? Why can't we afford what we should be able to take for granted? And that is, in the end, there's all the big picture stuff that we've been talking about today and our progressive values. But in the end, what matters is at the end of our time in office, and however long we're in our jobs, at the end of it, can we say that kids from ordinary backgrounds are living richer and more fulfilled lives than we came into office? And if we can say yes, then we've done a good job. And if no, it's probably about time that someone else took over.
It's a good note to end on. Thank you very much, both of you.
Well, I'm finally able to break some news. I've just been told the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, will join us for some keynote remarks at our 6 p.m. reception this evening. So you must stick around to join us for that, of course. We're just going to take a very short break right now. We'll be back here for about 3:20 for some interesting sessions on democracy and patriotism.
Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, which for those of you who are not in the UK is one of our quaint titles for cabinet ministers, but basically means he is Keir Starmer's right-hand man in Downing Street, looking at this very specific issue of how we deliver across government effectively. We have David Gauke, who held many ministerial roles in the last government and finished as Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice. Both Darren and David were Chief Secretary for the Treasury at different points. I don't know what the collective noun is for Chief Secretaries to the Treasury, maybe a shakedown of Chief Secretaries. Collective noun is for Chief Secretaries to the Treasury, maybe a shakedown of Chief Secretaries. And David is a very precious thing in politics at the moment, someone who is actually on the centre-right and has not drifted to the radical right or far right, and is a very key ally, I think, for the centre-left in that respect. And then we have Caroline Saccone, who is head of an organisation called Accountable.us, which looks to investigate and communicate about corruption amongst state officials and corporate organisations in America. So she's got nothing on at the moment. No challenges there. But she previously worked in the Biden administration and in the Obama administration on a variety of different roles, and including on the Affordable Care Act and healthcare, and communicating that to the public. So I'm going to start with Darren, if I can come to you first. You've got this new job, you've only been in it a couple of weeks, looking at delivery across government. What are the big things you want to tackle in terms of fixing our state machinery so that can happen? And how do you help and convince your colleagues to focus on that when there's so much day-to-day noise and firefighting that needs to be done?
Well, Sam, thanks for the introduction, and great to be here this afternoon. I think to dive straight into the wonkiness, we've got to fix the front end and we've got to fix the back end. The front end, I mean the way in which the public engage with the government and the public services that we run. You will all know that each department has its own hotline on the telephone, its own paperwork, its own application process. The departments don't talk to each other. If you have a family where you might receive some universal credit or housing support, a child with additional needs, if you're trying to get the childcare, tax-free credits, and all of these types of things, you can spend hours and hours on the telephone logging into different websites, not being quite sure what you're entitled to, not knowing the status of your application. It's deeply frustrating. This would never happen in the private sector because you just lose all of your customers. We have to make the front end, the experience that people have of engaging with the state, much, much more effective. That also enables us to help people more effectively, to show that when we make policy decisions in Westminster, we're delivering tangible, real change in the lives of people in the real world. But to do that, you've got to fix the back end as well, because the reason the system is rubbish is because all of the IT is rubbish. We've got lots of legacy IT systems, IT that doesn't talk to each other. I'm told we have over 200 HR systems across government, for example. The finance systems are not integrated. And of course, you have millions of different logins for different services. So we're going to be fixing the back end as well in terms of ID, which you've heard from the Prime Minister today, as well as digital transformation of public services, so we can deliver that better outcome for people. And attached to that is then the government actually knowing when an outcome has been achieved in the real world. Because too often in Westminster, we'll sit around the table and talk about policy from our papers. And I often have to ask, how do we know that we've actually changed someone's life? And where are they? And that's an important thing to track from a policy perspective. But in the context of the fight with the populist right, it's also an important thing to get right for our politics and our communications, because we need to find those people in those communities, capture the change that we're delivering in terms of content and storytelling, and then be able to show people the difference that we're making. So that's broadly the task that I've been given to support the Prime Minister and the rest of the Cabinet in my new delivery role.
And how do you make the argument for radical change to parts of the state, whether it's the civil service or big investments in IT, without feeding into the idea that Britain is completely broken, which then in turn feeds the rise of populism and extremism, because it leads into their argument that we're better off sort of burning everything down and starting again rather than trying to fix what we have?
This is the big distinction, I think, between what does radicalisation, sorry, not radicalisation, that's the wrong phrase. What does radical transformation mean for government? On the one hand, you've got the populist right who do want to tear everything down. They don't want the institutions that we have. I don't really understand why Reform hate Britain so much. They hate the BBC, they hate the NHS, they hate government. I don't quite know what they think they're going to do to actually deliver for people in our country. And then we've got the radical transformation that we progressives have, which is about modernising the state and doing so in a quick and transformative way to be able to meet the needs of the public who, let's be honest, are paying for those public services to be delivered in the first place. So for us, we just need a really clear direction on that from the Prime Minister downwards. And my job is to make sure that the system is enacting that direction, that we are delivering that change. And you don't compromise on that. There'll be parts of the civil service, parts of Whitehall that will be reluctant to change, but I'm afraid that's not up for debate. We're very clear what we need to do and we will be driving it through. And I think that is a great opportunity for civil servants that want to step in that space and make history by modernising the state.
David, can I bring you in? You've obviously done a lot of delivery roles in government over a long time. What's your advice for Darren on what needs to be fixed and how best to go about it in terms of managing time and working with ministers?
Well, I certainly... Well, first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here as an emissary from Planet Centre-Right and to be surrounded by all you progressives. And look, I wish Darren the best of luck in terms of what he's trying to do. I think it is in the interest of all of us that we can deliver a state that is working effectively. And it is vital work. And public expectations are always rising. And very often the public sector has struggled to respond to those rising expectations, and these improvements are necessary. It might not be sufficient, in fact it won't be sufficient to turn everything around, but it's certainly necessary. I think one of the biggest challenges that any minister faces is one of time, and that applies in many respects. Time because you're kind of immensely busy. And there is a real need to prioritise, to work out what you are trying to do and to be disciplined enough to focus on what you are trying to do rather than just dealing with the day-to-day. Your phrase firefighting, Sam, is a really important one. It's very easy to just be completely absorbed by what you have to do and that you don't create the time that what you need to do. And then there is the fact that a lot of these reforms do not happen very quickly. They certainly take more time than the attention span of the media, perhaps quite a lot of the electorate. There are things that you need to do that you will not see the benefit of for 2 or 3 years, sometimes much longer than that, but it still needs doing. And being able to focus on the important rather than just the urgent is an immense challenge here. And you do need that ministerial input is vital because, I'm not a critic of civil servants. I think there's some, the civil servants do terrific work, but the machine needs to be driven. You cannot just assume that it'll operate and you can leave it to it and you make a decision and you've made your note on your submission and then everyone will go and implement it. You have to keep, and I know Darren knows this, you have to keep coming back again and again, checking on the implementation. What are the barriers? That is the sort of boring, unglamorous work of a minister that really makes the difference. And so, as I say, Darren doesn't need to hear this from me. But that advice in terms of the sort of unglamorous, important part of government really matters. It requires persistence, resilience, and discipline. And if you don't do that, and we have had governments that have been led by people who have not been good at that, nothing properly works, nothing happens. So it's unrelenting, but ultimately you can deliver.
It's quite strange that we don't have any proper training for ministers in how to do any of this stuff, given that what you've said is so often the kind of thing that people say when they finish their time in government, that we don't help people do it, learn how to do it quicker in government. Is there a role for something like that? Is there a role for actually doing proper training for ministers when they're first in a job?
Yeah, I think there is. Look, Sam, you're involved in the Institute for Government, and they do a lot of good work here. I mean, look, some of what I'm saying is really common sense. It's out there. For if you are an aspiring minister, you know, all this information, all these ideas, they should be there if you've got an inquiring mind. There are enough books out there. There are enough people who will sort of talk to you about these things. But yeah, I mean, I think maybe the challenge is that our politics isn't delivering enough people, perhaps, who are kind of, or rewarding the right people who are kind of good at that delivery stuff of being the effective minister, that there is a sort of systemic problem that, you know, sometimes the system rewards those who are kind of good at sound bites and political, you know, internal positioning, rather than a focus on delivery. And perhaps there's more we could do on that front as well.
You're being very polite by not naming any names in these other ministers who you might be referring to.
I think people might be able to guess.
One final question. Where do you think the difference is between the centre-right and centre-left on this at the moment, in terms of thinking about what the role of the state actually is in delivering public services? Because it sounds like there's a lot of similarity between where this government is and where people like you within the last government are. Is there still a distinction there that's important to focus on?
Look, I think there is a distinction. Look, there are lots of areas where there's an overlap, and I think our politics would be better if we were prepared to recognise where there are areas of overlap. And look, I've just been involved in a sentencing review for the current government. And come forward with a sort of set of recommendations that I think lots of traditional Conservatives could support, particularly those who have been really engaged with these issues. So yes, there is overlap. There are differences. I think as someone on the centre-right, I'm probably less utopian, and perhaps I'm a bit more suspicious of what the state can do in some areas. I'm probably more inclined to, when it comes to the economy, to favour market-based solutions. But this is on a spectrum. There's not a kind of the straightforward, clear divide. And I would argue that the centre ground is made up of people who believe in a world of trade-offs, of recognising complexity, of trying to solve problems, not trying to exploit it. I think the instincts of the centre-right versus the centre-left is perhaps more cautious. Perhaps less utopian, and less optimistic about the good that state can do. But these are slightly finer distinctions than sometimes our current political debate can accommodate. And look, if you're from the centre-right and you've got a centre-left government, I still think you want that government to succeed in its objectives because you want the country to succeed. And I think a bit more of that coming from the centre-right would be welcome.
Caroline, can I bring you in now? You worked in the Biden administration on healthcare. What messaging, what communication strategies did you find most effective in winning people over to the idea of reform that they might have been scared by or concerned by?
Well, I like to say that the best communication strategy is the truth. And I think when you use that as your North Star, it can be quite easy. Tell people the truth, and if you feel really good about the policies that you're putting in place and that you're implementing, the path is sort of in front of you. Now, the hard part is, what are you actually selling? So I think the devil is in the details, and the policy needs to work. And so using the example of healthcare, as we recall from the Obama administration, the Affordable Care Act, which is, you know, a marquee piece of reform that we are still touting and is still, you know, the right is trying to tear down as we speak, but has been transformative for so many people. The initial rollout, the website didn't work. And that was a huge inflection point that we obviously recovered from, but in terms of the IT has to work, people have these incredibly powerful phones, and they're used to interfacing with other entities very easily, so the government needs to meet that bare minimum. We also need to make sure that when policies are being implemented, they're being implemented quickly. We have deadlines for implementation that can go years out, and that is just not the pace that people are feeling right now in terms of what sort of reforms they feel like they need in their lives. And so I think when you're in government and when you're in these positions where you're trying to solve big problems for people, you need to make sure that there are marquee moments along the way where you can talk about the impact, the positive impacts on people, telling people's real stories like you were mentioning, where they can talk about their own experience. Their words are more effective than anything any government official can say. And we have to make sure that those moments are happening and that we don't have a policy that is designed so that it is years and years in the future with no impact. And then I think the last point, I've been thinking a lot about calling ourselves progressives, and what does that mean? And inherent in that is progress. You're building on progress. But I think the trap there is people are looking for really big, bold reforms. They want change. They are dissatisfied with their lives. I mean, I think that's the theme that we've been hearing today. And the risk is when you are trying to get a good policy in place to solve some sort of problem. So for instance, with healthcare, which, the American healthcare system still has so many challenges, is so broken in so many ways, prices continue to be out of control. And we need to make sure that we are meeting the moment with the scale of reform that people demand. And so at the end of the day, we need to make sure we're selling something big. And I think that because progressives are, we are technical, we can be technical at times, and we want to be smart, and we need to make sure that policies don't get so watered down that we don't have anything big to sell to people. And I think that's just something that continues to be a challenge. I think that being able to tell a full story is really, really critical, and letting people speak for themselves and going out into communities and not keeping that selling of the policy within the confines of, DC and elite media.
On that question of sort of pace and the desire for change and the urgency for change, in your current organisations working on corruption, how do you deal with the sort of increasing sense from the public that they're willing to make trade-offs around democracy and around allowing people into power who might not be worried so much about all the niceties of the processes that have existed in the past and the norms that have existed in the past because they just want something to happen, and it's kind of worth a bit, not necessarily of corruption, but of autocracy to make that happen?
Well, I definitely think it's a challenge to make sure that people are not willing to pay the corruption price for something else that they get in return. And I think what we try to do is make sure that people understand, it's a key element of an autocratic government is to try to undermine the government itself and make it seem like the system is broken and it's not functioning. Well, what you're seeing right now, what we're spending a lot of time talking about is that the system is doing things. It's just not for you. It's for them. It's for a small group of people. It's for a small group of well-connected people. It's for a small group of very wealthy individuals and corporations that have tremendous influence in government. So in fact, they are busy. The system is doing things. It's just, you are not benefiting from their activity. And that is what the story that we are trying to tell.
Darren, can I come back to you on this question of pace versus the scale of the change that's required? Over the next couple of years, while you're in this job, how do you balance that sort of urgency to show that you're doing something in government and to have proof points of success, whether it's around NHS or crime or whatever, versus the fact that a lot of the processes that would really deeply fix our problems, whether that's civil service reform or building new IT systems, just take a long time and take resource away from meeting the urgent priorities?
Yeah, I think it's the challenge, right? But I think pace has to be alongside prioritization, and you can't go at pace at everything because you're just not going to make any progress. So I think on the transformation side, you need to decide what you're doing at speed in what order, which is why fundamental parts of the transformation, whether it's digital ID or legacy IT systems, is something you need to get right first in order to then make progress on other things afterwards. And then in terms of broader policy, take infrastructure spending, for example. The government's increased the amount of public investment as part of our economic policy, and that's great, but we do need to be able to show that in the medium term we're fixing potholes, the Pride in Place money is doing up your high street, you've seen the difference in your local community, whilst also knowing that your kids might have got an apprenticeship because we did the deal with Norway on frigates in the Clyde, and so you can see the benefit of long-term economic infrastructure. But you have to take a very clear view about pace and prioritisation, as opposed to just doing a lot of great work that doesn't deliver for another 10 years, because you won't get thanked for that if you've not made any progress by the time of the next election.
And just finally, if you could look at yourself in 2 years looking back, or 4 years looking back, what's the one thing you really would have wanted to achieve in this role in terms of changing the state?
I think for me, if we get this digital ID system working and the public being with us, that will be the bedrock of the modern state and will allow for really quite exciting public service reform in the future. And the Technology Secretary will be delivering that alongside other colleagues providing services, but I'll be coordinating it from the Cabinet Office. So if we've been able to make that programme a success, I'll be very happy.
I'm already being red counted on the screen up there. So we are going to have to finish a very short session, but hopefully a useful one for all of you. So huge thanks to David, Darren and Caroline for the panel. Thank you very much.
Of this summit. We've got the Democracy Omnibus up next. They're going to discuss how progressives can carry the global fight for democracy in action. So let's get them on the stage ASAP. I know they have a lot to say. Please welcome Hannah Jalloul, Pushparaj Deshpande, Lord Andrew Cooper, Aya Shebi, Veronica Silva, and Muthoni Wambu Krall. The discussion will be moderated by Nika Kovic. I'm sure they'll be coming out soon. And here they are.
Hi to all of you. And I wanted to start a bit differently than most of the sessions were started today and yesterday. I wanted to say, firstly, one thing, and this thing is, guys, we have a problem. I think that we have a very, very big problem, which is that authoritarians are getting stronger and stronger. They actually mastered how to use AI. They mastered how to do social listening. They mastered how to lie to the people and how to convince them that these lies will save their economic situation. Authoritarians also scream about social state, and they pretend to be the ones bringing equality, while we know that they are pushing the neoliberal agenda. On the other hand, we also have a big problem with something else. And this something else is self-reflection. I think that all of us are a problem. I think we are the problem because of many different reasons. I think we are the problem because whenever an innovation occurs in this community, we become afraid because we want to mostly do the things old way. We also have a problem because we are doing polling on the issues which should be our values. We have a problem because we are pushing away the voices calling for peace on both sides, and also because we are cancelling the voices calling for ceasefire. We have a problem because as the civil society, we often don't know how to say something nice about politicians when they are doing the good work. And also I think we have a problem because politicians don't know how to say we are doing a good work. I think that one of the problems that we have lies in the fact that we don't have the answer to the question, what is our vision of tomorrow? We don't know how to present this to the people, and we don't know how to show this to people. But I also think that the situation is not just dark. I think that always where there is darkness, there are some small islands of light. And I'm very happy to be working with DHUB, and basically our job is to search this light, to search amazing examples of democracy fighters who managed to win. They won because they were capable of doing something that we call democratic populism, which is speaking about the issues which are value-based through concrete proposals, showing what we can do to the people. They won because of people like Perrine in France, who organized makeup influencers, football influencers to speak against far-right. They won because they knew that building coalitions is a very hard job and that people can be terrible, but we need to stick to the people, even though when they annoy us or when we don't completely agree with them. For me, all those little voices of hope are the reason why I believe that we can still build a progressive agenda, which will be the answer for the masses, not for half-empty halls of conferences. I also believe that we need to stick to the hope and we need to listen to the voices which are changing something in the society. And in the next 40 minutes, you will have the chance to listen to 5 stories about people who knew that they need to work in the communities to change something, of people who built movements and who push for a change. I'm so happy to be hosting this panel, and I hope we will show a little bit of different way, which I believe it's possible. I will start with the only man on that panel, because we said let him talk first, and then we will speak. Pushparaj, the stage is yours.
Thanks, Nika. I love being the token man and the token Indian on the panel. But, and I promise I'm not looking at my phone or Instagram. I'm just checking at my notes. So firstly, thank you, Nika, ICAP, Labour Together, and IPPR for organizing this. It's very good to have an honest conversation about where we are and where we're going. I want to link 3 of our stories. I'll just talk about 3 stories. And Nika, of course, you'll look at the time and stop me when I overshoot. But the 3 stories that I'll talk about, I'll also make some structural points so that I don't belabor the point later. The first, and the reason I'm doing this is because, frankly speaking, the global north didn't fall first. It was the global south. We led the way. We were the labs in which the global, the populist autocrat toolkit was perfected. So what we are doing, I mean, what you are facing today, we have been facing for the last 11 years. We have had our own version of Nigel Farage and Trump and Bolsonaro for the last 11 years. So the first thing I want to talk about is leadership, which also then speaks to the earlier panels who spoke about, especially the Prime Minister's panel. I emphasize with the challenges that the global north leadership faces. I really do. But playing in the goalposts set by the right is not going to sway the silent majority. And I know this because we've tried it, we've failed. The people aren't listening, you know. The right talks about illegals, and this is the same thing that has happened in India. You know, hawkish statecraft, unleashing the culture, misinformation wars. You know, it doles out certificates of patriotism. Economic populism is unleashed to camouflage xenophobia, racism. But you can't outmaneuver the right from the right. None of us can out-Modi. You guys can't out-reform. You can't out-Trump. It's not possible. So, progressive politics can't be reduced to symbolic performances and bland mediocrity. You just can't. And that's what's happened today. I mean, we end up looking weak, bland at this thing. And you need to win hearts and minds of the people And the leadership, this is why I said it, because the leadership has to stand for something it believes in, even if it's electorally difficult and costly. And I'll give you an example, which is my first example. The leader of opposition in India, Rahul Gandhi, championed the caste census, which basically is a policy paradigm to deepen social justice in India. It is widely controversial because the levers of power are controlled by those who don't want this program, this policy, but he championed it. Now, as a civil society organization, we pushed it for 4 years, undoing 20 years of inertia and resistance. We faced massive attacks from within the progressive parties who, like here, don't want to be taking strong positions like on Palestine and so on and so forth. But we pushed on. It took us 4 years. And as I said, the progressive parties pushed back. It is when this leadership decided that enough is enough, I will stand and do what is right. So if Rahul Gandhi wouldn't have stood up, we wouldn't have been able to do it. But today it is mainstream politics now. Now, the organization that he risked his political future, and that is something that the global North leaders would really benefit to do something and learn from him. That's the first point I want to make. The second thing is, and I hope I'm good on time, is that progressive parties today are calcified. They're analog players in a digital world, programmatically, normatively, organizationally. On one hand, one faction swings to the extreme right, as I mentioned, trying to outpunch the right from the right, and the other faction swings to the extreme left. You're abandoning the center, and the public ain't buying it. It really doesn't listen to you. The only way to disrupt the status quo is to do something which is programmatically alien to you. This is what, again, the Congress Party, the organization that we primarily support along with the other 28 India parties, did. They did a 3,000-kilometer march across India, and millions of people joined in. Now, our organization played a very small part in it because we've been working with civil society. Civil society, and I want to emphasize this, you can't pin all your hopes in civil society dynamism. Yes, much of the political dynamism that has happened in politics in the last 11, 12 years has happened outside the formal political spaces. That's true. But civil society is a very easy target. My organization and I personally, we have faced over the last 11 years attacks by the tax authorities for having no money. We've faced attacks by the investigative agencies for doing nothing, just standing up for constitutional values. And we have invasive spyware. So all of you, in case you want to say hi to Pegasus guys, this is where you do it. But my point is that he stood up and did something, Rahul Gandhi, who led this march, he did something very interesting. What he said is that, you know what, I can't defeat hate with hate. I'm going to stand for love. This march, Bharat Jodo Yatra, actually stands for Unite India March. And he did this in a very Gandhian way, standing to unite India with love. And trust me, this busts this sting of this violence, hate, and xenophobia. And millions of Indians who we didn't realize existed poured out onto the streets. And this is a man who's lost 2 people in his family because of assassinations. So this is something which again speaks to leadership. But more importantly, progressive parties need to come out of their safe zones and do something disruptive. And the last point, we know that the right is colluding globally. Populist autocrats are not just spying on each other. They help in funding them. They help in training them. They platform and groom younger politicos, and they share best practices. Tommy Robinson, this happened here. He was hosted by the BJP just a couple of years ago. Similarly, there's an MP here who hosted something in Parliament for the BJP. But the Global North shies away from meeting progressive parties just because we're in opposition. Why? We waited 11 years to meet the Democrats, but we didn't get anywhere there. So anyways, that's a third point which I wanted to make. And sorry, I've lost this thing. Yeah, so that's why we organized the Bharat Summit, a summit in April last year, which got together 107 parties. Most of them were Global South parties. All of them sat together and decided that, boss, we really need to do something to actually programmatically and normatively support each other. This conversation needs to actually happen with those people. 107 parties with the likes of Mark is here from Progressive Alliance. They have been doing this. And now we have decided, again, this is a purely Global South initiative. We would like the Global North to be here. With the likes of Dr. Maria Jao, Salil Shetty, and Salman Khurshid and others, they have decided to launch this annually so that we are able to have these conversations and support each other. Now, Salil told me, and this is the last thing I'll say, then I'll stop. I'm hoping perfectly well on time. Salil told me that this is where the first Anga met. before the actual building came up. If that is the case, the one thing that I would want to leave this audience with, and hopefully others who are watching, that let us have a new compact. Unless the global north decides to rethink and recalibrate its own dogmas, you're not going to change the world. The global south is where the right started. The global south has no interest in working with the global north if you are going to continue to expect us to defend the neoliberal global order, which does not work for us. We don't have a fair voice or a fair vote in multilateral institutions. And trust me, this is what the right wing in the global south uses to put us in the spot. So if you really want to have a serious discussion as progressive parties, stand for progressivism. Don't pay lip service to progressivism and do it and just defend progressivism in your own countries where it's convenient. You need to do it for us, and we need to do it for you. I agree that we also have an equal responsibility. Thanks, Nika.
Thank you. So, to sum up, you cannot out-Trump Trump. You need to stick with progressive values, and you need to walk a lot and spread love. Something like this. Okay, we are going to Mutoni, our next speaker.
Okay. My door will always be open for a conversation. And even if my voice shakes, I refuse to be intimidated. May my dissenters someday be willing to log off social media, cross the threshold, shake my hand, and sit down for an actual conversation. That is my duty and honor, not only as an elected official, but as an American. These are the words of Colorado State Senator Julie Gonzalez in an op-ed that she wrote the day after the assassination of one of her American colleagues, Minnesota State Senator Melissa Horstman. I am Muthoni Wambui-Krall. I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Democracy Lab in the United States. It is my honor to represent a nonpartisan group of badass women who are serving on the front lines of democracy every day, including the day after Donald Trump got elected president. Do you know what they did? They went back to work. They went back to work as mayors. They went back to work as state legislators. They went back to work as city council members, town council, those library councils where people are literally getting attacked by parents physically. They went back to school boards where they're being assaulted outside in parking lots. And this violence that we have been seeing, while violence is inextricable when it comes to authoritarianism, for women and women of color and communities of color, this violence that we have been talking about, this slow normalization that has sort of been etched into the backgrounds of many of our countries, is something that authoritarianism has simply put into supercharged mode. And now where things like social media and other spaces are helping to amplify. What does that mean then for our elected human beings? And I really have to say it that way because oftentimes, particularly what we know, and this is research, this is data about voters, is that they actually think now that violence is a part of the job. They think that these folks really signed up for this, and they think it's just kind of a part of what they've signed up for. So you see a huge difference in the reaction between the killing, not assassination, but the killing of Charlie Kirk and the assassination of those electeds in Minnesota. You see a huge difference even in what mainstream media should have been saying and the framing around these two tragedies. And instead, what you see, though, when it comes to electeds is an extraordinary underreporting and an extraordinary lack of connection between the killing of these innocent electeds, and I want to recognize that I am in the home country of an MP who should be here with us today, Joe, who I know was loved by so many. The reporting that happened in the US had no real connection to the fact that this was a trend. that this is something that people should feel alarmed by when looking at these assassinations. And instead, there was sort of more focus on the manhunt side than there was on the what is happening to elected officials as a part of the rise of authoritarianism in our country. In addition to that, what we have seen in looking at the response by the conservatives when it has come to the tragic killing of Charlie Kirk is a tremendous groundswell of support. And that support includes a lot of money, y'all. There are millions of dollars pouring into Turning Point USA, the conservative movement that he built. They are now adding chapters coming out of this based on the money that is getting raised. I can't say that in reaction to the assassination of our elected officials, we have seen that same resource investment in ensuring the safety, the security, and the protection, but also the storytelling around our elected officials and the rise of violence and political violence that comes with authoritarianism. And I think that we all recognize, and regular voters are seeing it, they see it with the occupation of our cities, they sort of understand it in these other contexts. It is missing when it is coming to electeds. And so what Women's Democracy Lab is doing for our elected state and local women, in particular where the resources are often the least, is really standing up a whole new rapid response, urgent campaign around this trend. And what we are hoping to do is raise the resources, as in money, attention, and action, when it comes to not just surveying, feeling brokenhearted and devastated, but empowering our movement to do something about this. Empowering us to stand up real rapid response that is going to help tell the story of what is happening and not allowing for this violence to get lost in the other violence. And it actually is important that we are shining very clear lights on each piece of this problem that we have. So that is my story, and I'm going to stop here.
Thank you so much. Hello. They brought us another guest. Here is Lord Andrew Cooper. He will also speak in his story, but we will continue with Veronica. Veronica, the stage is yours.
Thank you. And maybe I will start with a story interesting. Have you ever heard dead voting? Or even better, living people that cannot vote because the civil register said, you are not here, and we count like you are dead. That was my story. I started like this, my vice president campaign. And yes, it was a way how the new fraud happened in our democracies. Now we have an illegitimate president and with a lot of irregularities. And we are trying to face those kind of terrible things. Now, we said yes, in Ecuador, my country, we are really fighting against not just these kind of things that can appear like for a specific person. How about if it's a form to make that some kind of groups in polity win election and other groups we cannot even participate? When we talk about authoritarianism, we need to understand that the new way to make democracy is a way that could be a subtle, an invisible way to disappear, opposition. So right now we are facing this in my country, but at the same time we are facing an increase in poverty. The cut of subsidies really important for productive sector for our indigenous community. And just right now, just today, many of our populations are fighting against that government. That government that is a close friend of presidents like President Trump, President Netanyahu, and trying to see, you know, how politics, how institutions, how the government can risk, you know, and can be helping their economics groups. Daniel Domoa is one of the richest men in our country, and we are saying, okay, like a new democracy, like progressive group, what we can do. So first of all, we are saying we need to make a big coalition trying to put apart these strong economics groups from politics. Yes, because this is really not helping our democracy. This is not helping new generation doing politics. But at the same time, you know, close to this authoritarian way to see politics is an authoritarian to see how to develop our economies. And if you can see what's happening right now in Latin America, we are facing a problem that appears like it's just our problem, you know, the so-called war on drugs. But the problem is, these kind of presidents, for example, they really don't want to fight against that mafia. And maybe because they are part of this big drugs industry. So we, like progressives, like left-centrist forces, we really are trying to make a point. Big alliances against what is going on in our economies if we are just, you know, countries that help the development of this neoliberal system, but under this drugs economy. So we were trying to talk, you know, with some leaders in Europe and even United States and say, we need to start to talk this problem like a big, you know, alliance problem too, war problem too, because there are some consumers, countries, most of them in Europe and United States, that right now are doing almost nothing, you know, to really fight against with this problem that is killing many of all young generation. So this is a big problem for us, but at the same time we say in order to fix that problem that right now are making more violence, more poverty, not just in Ecuador, in Colombia, in Mexico, in many countries in Latin America, we need to understand that maybe for Latin America is a time to make a big alliance too. Maybe thinking about the experience, you know, in Europe. And this is one of the way, like progressive forces from left, for center, we are really trying to make a voice. Of course, you hear about, you know, the Global South, and that could be an interesting way how to understand a region that, of course, we are facing, you know, authoritarianism, but this authoritarianism is close to an economic system that really is struggling, you know, our economies, our productive systems too. And finally, we are trying to say that, yes, maybe there is a way how we can don't permit that these kind of groups win elections. Ecuador is not a poor country. Sometimes these kind of elites try to put down this kind of middle development country. We face an interesting years with a local industry development, but right now with this kind of leaderships, with this kind of elite, that they don't care about our people, they don't care about our industry, we need to say, okay, there is a new way to think, our economy too. So now we are proposing that one of these ways is precisely trying to work with new groups. If we, like left, like center-left, like progressives, cannot be unified in the next election, we can continue, in this way, giving an important part of our politics to these extreme right groups win the election. So we know now this challenge is in our hands, and we will be fighting for that. We will stop that these kind of leaders that really don't care about their people, that even they are supporting this kind of genocide, they have to be so far of politics. Thank you so much.
Hannah, you are next.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, Hannah? Oh.
Yeah, you are last.
I'm lost.
Yeah.
The second last now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, first of all, to Global Progress Action for this nice panel, and I'm very glad to be here. My name is Hannah Jalloul, and I'm Vice President of Foreign Affairs Commission at the European Parliament, and I am Secretary of International Politics of PSOE, the party of government in my country. Well, the first thing I thought when you told me about my experience was how diverse is this stage. I'm very happy to see this. I myself, I'm half Spanish, half Lebanese, and this have conditioned my personal life for many of my life experiences. And I might say that, and I'm very proud that I am, the first Lebanese origin woman that get this post in my party, because my president, Pedro Sanchez, supported me for that. And this is something that I will always have in my mind, and I always say. So I think that this is very important to give an example to the women that comes behind us. We might be the first one, even if it's sad, but we are opening the doors for the ones to come. So this is why I always tell to my daughter, and I'm happy for that. So diversity is the first way to break stereotypes. We live in a world full of stereotypes, and you realize this also when you are part of both worlds. So you are European, and you see many things that are not connected with this global south, because this part of the world does not have any idea of this other part of the world, but they have the right to judge or talk about general politics when they have never been in the other side of the world. You see this when you go there, when you go to your colleagues, or when your colleagues, are voting in many of the commissions, a lot of issues that are related to other countries, but they have never been there. Or when you go with your colleagues to this part of the world and say, oh, you're so progressive. You're very much developed. And you say, pero how is that even possible? These things happen. So then I come with the story of the double standards. These things happen, these double standards happen because most of the people are not really connected with important issues of the global south, that part of our real lives too. So this is one thing. You were talking before about terminology. Terminology is very important if we want to break stereotypes, how to talk about, when we talk about conflicts, for example. So you go to invade Iraq, but then you say that the guys you are killing are insurgents, for example, no? So, and people read this in Occident, and they say, well, there are a lot of insurgents in Iraq, no? You went to make an illegal war and kill thousands of civilians, and since then we have many problems in the Middle East, no? So terminology is important. Terminology is also vital if you want to eliminate the stereotypes, and for that you need the world connected. We are progressive, and we think the world should be connected. You were talking about a platform. Of course, we need platforms to be connected, but for that, you need to give the people the reason to fight for. Look, we are the fastest growing economy in the world in Spain right now, because we have done our work pretty nice. We have a very brave Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, that he did many laws in our country, pension reform, labor reform, minimum income scheme, and it was a very good measure, very progressive, and our economy is very nice. He was very brave with migration issues, so he made the change of the law like 3 times in order to give rights to migrants that now are part of the growing, economy, the growth of the economy in our country. Because he was brave enough to say, we need migrants, they're part of who we are. We need diversity. He just said it before, which is very important. And because of that, now we have, just the perfect match between the skill of migrants and the economic fields also, where we need these people to work. They have a future. We have inclusive policies, they are paying pensions. They are part of who we are. So it seems easy to say, no? It is not in Europe nowadays. So it is as easy as it is. So, but even though, and even taking into the fact that we are now the fastest growing economy because of the measures that my Prime Minister have put in place in Spain, still there is a lot of polarization in society, and many people that are being very tough against the policies of my government. But what did he have done good in order to make the people move and see what Pedro Sánchez is doing? Recognizing Palestine 2 years ago and not having double standards. So you want to have an alliance, it's okay, but then you give a people, a reason to fight for that. You give people, a reason to say, a motive, you want to do a progressive alliance. Okay, let's going to work all together, let's going to do a platform, whatever it takes. But then you say people, okay, when we talk about Palestine, sorry, we cannot do a statement together, because I'm pro-Israeli. Hey, that does not mean that we are not pro-Israeli. We are pro-Israeli and pro-Palestine. Certainly, we are with these Israeli people that are demonstrating in the street, and we are with the Palestinians in the right to have that they have to have their own state. But we are against the genocide. And this is something we are putting into question right now. How come are we good terminology back again? We always come back to the same root of the problem. So when you mobilize people through a cause that they think is worthwhile, people will move. And this will connect also, with the Global South. I think this is something important. Of course, we need to have these platforms. We need to be more united, to coordinate much more. Look, another issue is that media is an essential piece of, the cake here. If we want to be united, if we want to fight for, our goals all together, we need also to have good communication, good communicators. We need to be very much coordinated because we have a lot of extreme forces in front that they have a lot of money and they know how to do things. And you were mentioning U.S. before. We can't say a name. Sonaro de Capitolio. Attack on Capitol. Yeah. This is what we have in front. So what we can do, and I finish with that, is that we need to be united by giving people a reason without double standards to fight for. And then we will find a lot of people mobilizing for the same cause. Thank you.
I will go now to you, Andrew, to your story. So happy that you came.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was late. I'm a pollster by trade, so my perspective on this is primarily from a career studying and trying to make sense of public opinion. And from that perspective, in the UK, I think it's difficult not to feel fairly pessimistic. I think democracy in the UK is less healthy than it was 20 or 30 years ago, less healthy even than it was 10 years ago, when this country committed the grave act of self-harm that was Brexit. And that referendum, of course, was a case study in populism and the danger of populism. The way I see it is a complex truth was defeated by a simple lie. A corrosive false narrative was constructed that made lots of people feel that the big problems in the UK resulted from a loss of sovereignty and from others coming here from Europe. And in the eyes of many people in the UK, they succeeded in reframing the question as a kind of fault line between the people and a self-serving elite. And that's a fault line that they endlessly redraw. And now they deliberately distort the terms of debate until people increasingly struggle to differentiate between truth and lies. In the UK right now, obviously, the front line of populism is immigration, and in particular the issue of people coming to the UK in small boats. A sustained campaign by populist politicians and tabloid media have somehow elevated this into what feels to many people in this country like a defining political issue, out of all proportion to its real significance. elevating 30,000 or so people, mostly coming here in desperation to seek refuge, being framed as a primary cause of the big challenges we face as a country with our public services and our economy. And just in the last few weeks, we've seen that that being co-opted and people hijacking our national flag to try to turn that into a rallying cry against immigration, blurring the distinction between populism and nationalism, and making many British people of colour feel very insecure and unwelcome in their own countries. So my view from my experience, my perspective on that, and from my brief time in government is I think that in the response to populism we have to start by acknowledging that what fertilises it is often policy failure. It is not a coincidence that in the UK, as in many other countries, people who tend to rally to the populist dividing lines are people who are defined by being poorer, less well-educated, more socially excluded than the mainstream, and people, in other words, whom the mainstream has to some extent failed. In Brexit, for example, people who voted to leave the EU are very disproportionately people who self-define as being in bad health. So I think we need to focus on delivering better outcomes, giving people hope by delivery, not by rhetoric. And I think that is the way we make populism irrelevant again. I'm probably misquoting, but Tony Blair used to say that if you get the policy right, the politics usually takes care of itself, and I think there's a lot of truth in that. In the UK, the aspect of this that I think is most worrying is that the people who are most losing faith in democracy is younger people. Here in the UK, less than 60% of millennials think that voting can make a difference. Only about 60% of all people under 45 in this country think that democracy is the best system of government. And those perceptions are becoming more commonplace, fueled by populist questioning essentially the integrity of mainstream politics and presenting ostensibly simple narratives and ostensibly easy solutions. And I think too often progressive leaders respond to that by trying to lean into populist issues and populist values and using divisive language themselves in the hope that they can kind of appease it and take the sting out of it. And I think the truth is they can't, because they'll always be outbid. And what they're doing simply fuels populism further. So my conclusion is we have to have the self-confidence to challenge it head-on. And that means having the confidence to be bold in addressing the underlying issues that drive populism in this country, and I think in many other countries too. And if that's a sort of gloomy view, just to end on a more positive note, as a very big picture point, even with populism seeming to have momentum here and elsewhere, it is still the case that that accounts for only about a third of the people in this country, maybe fewer. Most people in the country aren't attracted to that politics. They want more positive, more progressive solutions. And as a foundation to build on, there are a lot more of us than there are of them.
Thank you. Okay, the last person speaking is Aya. She's my friend, so I can say really 5 minutes.
Nika, you are censoring me, huh?
Yeah.
You don't want me to. Can I stand? Yeah, I feel like I need to shake it off because, since yesterday, I have been trying to make sense of the Eurocentric, US-centric conversations happening until the governor of Illinois said he legalized cannabis. And then I was like, okay, that makes sense to me. But no, on a more serious note, I want to talk to you about people power. I lived under dictatorship for 23 years. I have only seen one president my entire life until 2010, when the revolution in Tunisia started. And that's when I found power in my voice, not because I didn't have a voice before. In fact, I was quite the troublemaker as a kid. I used to organize hunger strikes against my dad to get what I want. But I found power in my voice because I realized that change is possible. And my generation can be at the forefront of it. So yes, 15 years ago, I was part of the youth movement that ended the dictatorship. I was in my last year at university And instead of sitting for my exams, I was protesting, organizing, blogging. I got arrested. I got jailed. I went on to support other youth movements in Africa. I was blacklisted from those countries. So when people ask me today, was it all worth it? The answer is yes. Change is worth it. Because if you're going to lose your voice because you're scared that change might make it worse, it's going to get worse anyway, guys. Change is worth it and is possible because it does give hope to people, and it's also about the agency of giving people power to hold politicians accountable. So, if I look to youth movements in Africa, there are two waves. From 2010 to 2020, it's the millennials, us. From 2020 ongoing, it's the Gen Z. And the Gen Z in Africa, they have a different fight. It's not about democracy versus dictatorship anymore. It's about governance, and it's about global and anti-colonial issues. So the Gen Z in Kenya, they have been protesting for the past year an IMF-backed financial bill. The Gen Z in West Africa, they're protesting the CFA colonial currency, and so on. So what can we learn from this moment? 3 things, I think. One is people power. I heard a lot in these 2 days, people mentioning the example of Mamdani in relation to his message to the voter, but no one is talking about the 50,000 volunteers he mobilized. We're too hanged up on the voter behavior, and we're not going back to basics, to the grassroots and organizing, because when institutions are weak, it's movements, it's citizens, and it's coalition that hold power. The second thing, I think democracy needs to deliver dignity. And we know that the hard way in Tunisia. Our revolution slogan was شغل حرية كرامة وطنية, jobs, freedom, dignity. Your voter concern, the number one for rich countries, is the cost of living. Our voter concern, number one, is jobs with dignity. The 12 million young people that enter the workforce every year in Africa. My brother, Adam, in 2013, was radicalized by Daesh. He was newly graduate engineer. He had capacity, he had access, but he didn't have opportunity. And access to capacity without access to opportunity is access to frustration. Then we act surprised when young people rise up, when they leave their countries to come here, when they are struggling between armed groups and drugs and dying in the Mediterranean Sea. I mean, what other choice we're giving them? So we have to deliver dignity. Dignity also means reducing inequality. We need to deal with the extreme wealthy. The extreme wealthy is buying elections, is buying media narratives, is buying impunity from justice. I mean, in the US, the extreme wealthy spent 2.6 billion on putting Trump back to the White House. Extreme wealth is rigging democracy, and it affects us because it's widening our inequality. 3, and finally, there is a crisis of leadership, but there is also a crisis of representation and leadership, especially for women and young people. The average age of African leaders who keep extending retirement age is 64. And the average age of the population is 20. It's a whole generation locked out of power. The old guards are patriarchal towards women, and they are hostile towards young people. So we need intergenerational co-leadership. The far right is pouring billions into undermining democracy everywhere in the world. Why is it so hard to invest in leaders who defend it? I mean, I'll give you a small example. I organized a conference in Freetown, Sierra Leone, just this July. I brought together 100 women, progressive women leaders from all generations, from 35 African countries, to counter another conference which happening 2 days before, that is strengthening family values. It was an anti-abortion, anti-reproductive health conference, which was, by the way, organized by far right in the US. So I reached out to our family of progressive actors for democracy in the rich countries, and no one wanted to fund this event. Until today, we are in deficit to vendors and venues. Why? Because we are defending democracy in debt. We are defending democracy in scarcity. And yet, we put our bodies on the line for it. But if this continues, we will lose trust in the global progressive movement for democracy until you put your money where your mouth is.
Okay, they keep bringing me these weird papers with things, and now it's written, you can go for 10 extra minutes. So I'm sorry, like you will need to stick with us now for 8.5 minutes. And I have very fast question for all of you. And you need to train something that most of the people don't know. You will need to answer me in just 2 sentences. So my question is, what is the thing that we all, as progressives, can mess it up and do it really badly in the future? So what we shouldn't do if we don't want to destroy the progressive movement. And the second thing is what we should do. Very easy question for just 2 sentences. Who will start? I will throw you in the water. 2 sentences.
What we shouldn't do is bullying Africa. We don't need saviorism, we need solidarity. What we really should do is think global and act global, because the framing of this global turns to be about European anxiety around how to manage migration rather than actually dealing with global drivers of war, of debt, of governance failure around the world. So let's think global and act global.
Well, I agree about the same. We have to stop giving lectures to people. People don't like to be lectured, especially in the global south, you know, after what's going on. This anti-colonialism that you were mentioned before, that, by the way, is not only in Africa, but in other parts of the world. So we need to take care in that. This is definitely what we should not do. And we should listen much more. We should listen. Whereas I need to, for us to be together, to be united, what we need to do is to mobilize people around the just cause in a world where they are delegitimizing democracy and democratic institutions. We are at the stake of that. So in order for that not to happen, we need to be fair, eliminate the stereotypes, just be fair. Thank you.
So I would say that if we really need to change the status quo, disrupt the status quo, we need to lead. It's not enough for us to be led by surveys. Yes, the right has had an advantage in shaping hearts and minds. We need to win them back. Not continue to rely on what is called petition politics, relying on parliaments. We need to recalibrate our operational methodologies. And I agree with this. Until and unless you speak for those people who can't speak at the global north, you're not going to change the status quo. Honestly speaking, again, I want to reiterate, right is colluding globally. We need to get our act together because, honestly, progressives were the ones who were the cool guys. We need to make politics sexy again. We need to make politics cool again. For that to happen, we need to offer an inspiring paradigm which actually enthuses the silent majority to say, you know what, might not agree with this, but they might have a point. Let's give them a chance. Until we are able to do that, not just locally, but also transnationally, we're not going to come back to power.
Okay, next
one. Stop accepting the frames that the populists put on things and feeling that's the only way to kind of take the heat out of those issues, and start being intellectually honest about the real problems, and that the real problem is actually that a lot of the people drawn to populism really do have very difficult lives. They really do have few opportunities, and that's the issue we need to address.
Okay, like my Aaron friend said, I don't see him. Yes, Erwin is here. Don't say that you are funny. Make me laugh, yeah? So we have to start doing and saying this in a real words. Maybe we are talking too much about, democracy, and it's good. We have to defend our democracy. But first than our democracy, there is humanity and lives. And we need to start, fighting for the lives. not for flies from some countries and not from another country. So if we want to maintain unified, our flags, our progressive, our left, first, we need to stop that genocide, and we need to say, free Palestine. Thank you.
I'm just going to speak directly to the leaders in the room and anyone who may be watching the cameras so that this is an internal conversation about ourselves and our own reflections. What are you doing that is different from the last time around? What are you doing that is making way for new ideas and not standing by old ones? What are you doing to not have to defend mistakes? We make them. But continuing to defend them and to try to re-promote them in a new package, but it's the same bad ideas, is holding us back in ways that are going to cost us over and over in the ways that we're hearing a younger generation from me who is standing before us sounding electric, showing all the possibilities of our future. So what are we, those of us who can be waymakers, for this to come through and take hold, what can we do to make that happen?
So I will conclude in a way that I started. Guys, we have a problem. We have a problem with authoritarian regime, but we have even a bigger problem with ourselves. We are closing each other into small bubbles. We are not opening up. We are not delivering. We often shut down critical voices who are calling for peace, who are calling for ceasefire. And also, we try to stop everyone who brings innovation in the space. But I think that this group of badass people also showed us that everything is not so dark, that there is hope, that you need to wake up after a disaster and go to work, that you need to attack the richest people, that you need to say free Palestine, that you need to basically understand that the people in Africa, in India, have fighting the bad guys way longer than we are, and that they know much more, and that at the end, together, we can build a vision of tomorrow which will bring something nice. Thank you so much for this. Pushparaj came to me before the panel and he said, Nika, you Europeans never do a selfie after a panel. Can we do it? And I feel very awkward saying this, but just for him, can we just do a selfie? Like, you want to do it with all of them? Yeah?
Someone who's tall. That's me.
Okay.
That was such an enlightening panel discussion. Thank you so much to everyone involved. We're just going to quickly reset the stage and then shortly invite our next guests back on. Please bear with us. So, we've got another exciting panel for you, The Path to Patriotism, which is going to look at rebuilding trust and identity in democracy. So please welcome Anna Sarwar, the leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Stefan Löfven, the former Prime Minister of Sweden and President of European Socialists, Raphael Glucksmann, Pedro Abramove, and Charlene Brumskine, with Patrick Gaspard moderating. Please join us.
Good afternoon, friends. It has been a long day of thoughtful engagements with a fair amount of diagnosis and prescriptions on the challenges that we face in a moment of the growth of right-wing autocratic movements. I can remember a Global Progress discussion that we had, a summit that we had in Italy 4 years ago, where we were trying to use our powers of divination to determine whether or not the autocratic surge that we were experiencing was just an episodic moment or if it was a durable movement. There is no doubt at this point, as a consequence of the force of personalities, cataclysmic economic upheaval, and the reality of the algorithmic governance of our lives, that their moment has become a movement, and I'd argue that their movement has a vitality that is stronger than the vitality in ours, because it is grounded in culture and a set of values that ladder up to a clear set of national narratives. In truth, we seem to have ceded the notion of love of nation over to the yahoos. In the opening panel this morning, Prime Minister Carney stated that, quote, nostalgia is not a strategy. But is he right? Isn't nostalgia a very clear strategy? Perhaps it isn't for us, but a nostalgic yearning for a yesteryear where apparently all the women were strong and all the men were good-looking seems to have been the clearest point of narrative strategy from Budapest straight through Washington, D.C. I want to explore this within the context of the work of cultural narrative building in the project of the center-left, with an overwhelming question about what it looks like to rebuild trust in the efficacy of our governance, not based solely on delivery, which we've heard a lot about today, but on a sense of shared destiny. Now, with the phenomenal cadre that we have on stage, no one at all is going to accuse us of a lack of ambition when you see just how high we're going to aim. We're going to, deal with these questions, and we're going to do so as I think about what was posited by the Prime Minister of Iceland a little while ago, when she said that if you want to deal with the polarization on the right, don't increase the polarization on the left. But even as we work to not increase polarization, there's some work that we've got to do to anchor in a sense of clear identity, but broad national identity. So I'm going to open panelists with a question for all of you. I will, of course, start to my left, and I'm going to ask you, Charlene, first, and then everyone else, I want you to take it up in order, ending at the very end of the line. So here's the opening question. Progressives often find ourselves on the losing side of polling or indicators of trust, even when we deliver on campaign promises. Let's take this conversation beyond getting credit in an election and consider what role delivery and reform have to play in creating a clear pipeline of trust that can lead to a durable center-left narrative. Where do we start? How do we center both hearts and minds in this work and better connect pocketbooks to those aspirations?
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm Charlene Brumskine. I am from Liberia, West Africa. I want to first thank the Global Progress Action Summit and all of my co-panelists and Patrick here for the opportunity to bring leaders together to discuss these very critical issues. I must say that where I come from, it's almost a privilege to discuss what we're discussing. even as we discuss beyond delivery, Liberia is one of the poorest nations on the globe. When we talk about issues of housing and job creation and these ideological, theories that have been tossed around today, we don't know what the global South is, what the global North is. We don't use those terms. We don't use the terminology left and right and progressivism. We're trying to figure out how a 14-year-old child who is going to deliver in a village with no hospital, no midwife, how she is going to ensure, how we are going to ensure that she's not one of the numbers of women who die in childbirth. We're talking about a child in Monrovia, the capital city, trying to get clean drinking water before we talk about, some of these other lofty ideas. So we have to talk about culture, but delivery we have to speak to delivery. And as we speak to delivery, something that has a word that has been floating around is this idea of dignity. How do we respect the most basic human rights? How do we move from these, lofty policy ideas, which are absolutely necessary, policy over politics, but outside of this room, and make sure that we are speaking to, as the Prime Minister of Iceland said earlier, the average human and to their hearts and their minds. They don't know what's happening here. But what they do know is that they need to ensure that there's electricity tomorrow. So quickly about national identity and culture, we are known as the country of Charles Taylor, the country of civil war, the country of Ebola, and then the only good thing we're known of is that we had the first woman, democratically elected female leader in Africa. So Liberia is also grappling with its own cultural identity. Who are we? How do we trust that our leaders actually care about our basic needs? So cultural identity means nothing if basic needs aren't met. I'll stop there. I know you'll come back.
I'll come back, and I'm going to press you a little because I think that the word dignity is a hugely important one to use in this space as we think about the kinds of outcomes that we're trying to drive towards. And I can't help but make a little bit of mischief and note how surprised the President of the United States was to learn that Liberia was an English-speaking nation.
Very good
question
English.
Of identity. Please, Pedro.
Good afternoon, everyone. Such a pleasure to be here, especially in this amazing panel and with my friend Patrick moderating. I think and I take definitely your provocation on deliverism, right? The idea that what was missing for progressives was to deliver. Because the response to that, of course, is to establish a kind of technocratic mindset that would just think what exactly, right, are the specific things that we need to deliver and try to organize politics after that. And this is clearly the tail wagging the dog, right? This is not, it is politics that will, and it's the only way to organize policy. And Europeans are not used to having Latin America speaking about their continent, but being here, for me, social democracy, it is probably the most impressive and the most political experiment that was ever built in humanity. And this was not built out of rooms, offices with air conditioner inside a university. It was built out of the struggle of the workers in each of the European countries that negotiated the distribution of wealth through the state to people. Right? It was not designed by the debate between Bernstein and Kautsky. It was designed in different countries by exactly that struggle. And I think that that's what's missing. Like exactly we need to focus much more on what people are struggling for instead of trying to tell people what they should be struggling for. We should build politics after those struggles. I think Aya, when she was speaking in the previous panel, when she speaks about the fact that Gen Z in Kenya, in Senegal, in Indonesia, in Nepal right now, they are not fighting just for democracy. They are fighting for affordability, for against youth unemployment, for against energy cuts. Those are the things that are mobilizing people. And once we have a mobilization that is based on that we are not trying also as Rajab said in the other, that we're not trying to out-Trump Trump, right? We are not trying to just say, okay, this is what we deliver. And on the values, let's try to be more conservative than the other side. Let's play on their field. It's the opposite. Let's redefine the values based on what people are struggling for. Let's look on the concrete struggle that are definitely based on socioeconomic issues, build an utopia, build a dream based on that, right? And try and then come back and propose a government that all the time is trying to respond to that instead of trying to just organize things based on technocratic ideas and try to sell that to people based on specific polls on all the specific issues, which is with what a lot of progressive politics try to do.
That's great. And the thread that I'm going to pull up from that fantastic intervention, Pedro, is your notion of identifying what is shared in struggle. I think that's really important in being able to craft a common narrative. So we have a little bit on dignity, a little bit on shared struggle, and a number of other questions that we're going to revisit. Please.
Yeah, I mean, I will share something that we are all very happy to be here, and I am especially honored to be part of this panel. And since I'm French, I will be slightly provocative. I'm not sure I agree. And it's good, because then we will have a discussion. You know, I was listening to some of the panels, and I was thinking, so basically now you have a deep wave of cultural warfare everywhere in Western democracies, everywhere. And guys come to us and they tell us, you know, I think my civilization will disappear and my nation will cease to exist. And we have very sophisticated response on concrete issues. We will raise taxes by 2% for the upper middle class, while diminishing by 8% for the underdogs from this region. I mean, I don't think it will work. You have hundreds of thousands of people who really believe that we don't care about the future of our nation because we are progressive, globalist, everything, yes? And we respond to this anxiety, to this thirst for a meaning for their nation with sophisticated, technocratic questions and response on delivery. They don't give a damn whether we delivered on promise to do this or that or this or how many percentage. No. They really now are speaking about what it means to be British, what it means to be French, what it means to be American, and we have to give a response at the level of the question. So that's why I was very happy to listen to the Prime Minister Starmer in his opening speech speaking about patriotic renewal. Why? Because that's not their flag. We can take this flag and we can speak about it. And our conception of what identity means, of what nation means, it's greater than theirs. They want countries that are, you know, surrounded by walls. But you know, in the Greek times, Theban walls, yeah, where the biggest and the tallest walls you have ever built. And everybody died inside these walls out of plague. And you have another way of speaking about identity, about nation. But this other way, I mean, are we at the level that's required from us when we speak about what it means to be British, or what it means to be French, or what it means to be European, or what it means to be American? I'm not sure. So we have a new narrative to write now without our usual words, you know, the key words of good progressive guys. I mean, oh yeah, I speak, but then, I mean, I'm sorry, I will be short, don't worry, even if I'm French. There was a great anthropologist called Pierre Clastre, and he was working on the societies without state. And usually people were saying, oh, that's, you know, really barbarian societies, they don't have statehood. And they were called society without state. And he said, no, it's society built against statehood. And he was studying the Amazonian communities and the institution, especially of shamans. And the shamans, they were there to exorcise the emergence of kings. They didn't want kings. They didn't want vertical power. So they had shamans. And the shamans, they were put in the middle of the village, and they were speaking a language that nobody in the village understood. And people were crossing the village, and they were seeing the shamans, and they were making fun of the shamans, and they were insulting the shamans, and they were not caring at all about the shaman, and therefore they didn't need a king. It was ridiculous. I'm a French Republican, but I was not speaking about the monarchy or anything, don't worry. And we progressive, if we keep our language this way, we will look like the shamans of Pierre Clastre, with our own language, our own discussion, and then people out will be totally, fascinated by us, but not listening to us. So we need to respond to their question. That's the first thing. When they are saying, our civilization is in crisis, our country will disappear, we will have to say, no, and this is what we offer as a narrative for what it means to belong to this nation. And that's why I think the speech of the Prime Minister this morning was very good. Sorry.
Raphael, before we go to Stefan, I have to say that you're French and I'm Haitian, which means that we take your cooking and we add some spice to it. So I'll take your provocation and go a step further. And I agree with much of what Pedro had to say, but we all know that the political graveyard is littered with politicians who had the 20-point plan and a history of accomplishments. But Pedro did say that we have to be caught listening. And I'd lift up the example. During the presidential elections in America last year, you heard Donald Trump and his vice president going on about Haitians eating cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio, and we thought, who could believe such a thing? But if you know anything about Springfield, Ohio, you know that the population there declined by 20% in a 15-year period, and you had a rapidly aging white population that just then saw migrants come in at the invitation of the Republican governor to help stabilize the economy, and their response was they didn't want the stability. Instead, they were feeling like an existential threat to their identity, and we were not speaking to that. We had our 10-point plan, and they could not hear our 10-point plan. So I agree with you on their sense of existentialism and have to stick a nationalist narrative to it that is center-left. Stefan?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. First, I think that we deliver matters, absolutely. Saying anything else would be crazy. So deliver matters, but sometimes we don't talk about what we have delivered. So we keep reforming societies and we move on and we move on. We're more ambition, but very rarely do we stand still and ask, okay, where did we came from? Where did we come from? From there, now we're here. Now we're moving forward. We do that too very, very rarely. I was invited to the Norwegian Social Democratic Party, Arbeiderpartiet, a few years ago, and they had 1.5, 2 years in government. So I needed to look into, okay, so what have they achieved? And that was a lot. And I asked my trade union friends in Norway, what have this government? And I asked my trade union friends in Norway, what have this government done for you? Oh, a lot. Okay, do you talk about it? Do you brag? We need to brag a little more. That's not about saying that we are perfect, but we also have to understand that this environment now that we're working is totally different than just 20 years ago. I mean, with the social media and all that. It's totally different. So when we are talking, and we are talking pensions, jobs, housing, health, schools, all that matters for people in the daily life, but that's not the issue that's on top of the agenda. On top of the agenda is migration and crime. So we have to learn to address that. Just to say, we need to hear your questions. What's your questions? So we need to address that, as Magdalena Andersson also said here earlier today. So we need to address that to be able to also have a discussion on the issues that are our home turf. Lastly, message and narrative was mentioned here. What these right-wing extremists have managed to do is to bypass, it's not logic thinking for many of the followers of the right wing. It's not logic thinking, it's something else. It's fear, it's anxiety, so it's a feeling more. And these far-right have managed to use that feeling so that they connect to these people. So what we need to do, I think, is to combine the political, what we still need to do, all the reforms, that, but also think of, okay, how can we also attract people's more gut feeling or heart feeling?
But can I get you to be a little bit more granular? You've now been dealing for a number of years now with this question of migration in your politics. We know that this is an age of anxiety, but as you said, people are responding from a place of feeling. Guess what, folks? We should appreciate that because of the way we communicate with one another now, we are going to be living in a century of feelings. That's it. This is the only way that politics works now. So given the experience that you've had of having to hold a political enterprise together in the face of the feelings that people have about migration, are there some examples that you might pull up for us that are specific around how you've tried to build a new narrative that's not nativist, that pushes in from the perspective of the center left, but meets people where they're at on this issue?
Yeah, we need to meet them where we always met them. It's not where you are from, the color of your skin, or what you believe in or do not believe in. We need to get back to the left-right discussion, and that we have so much in common with people from other countries. I think we acted too slow as labor movement when globalization really took off, because with new technology came first the possibilities for enterprises to move their production all over the globe. And we saw that happen from Western Europe to Eastern Europe, then from Eastern Europe to east of Eastern Europe, and so on. But it also made it possible to move capital in such a way that the national grip on the national financial situation, we lost it. But the question is, did we move with democracy into the European level, the global level? Today we are actually discussing, or United Nations and OECD are now discussing, how can we cooperate on taxation globally? Because we know we have a lot of huge companies that they pay 0.5% in tax or 1% in tax. And then we can say we can't afford what we want to do on the global level. Yes, we can. It's not financial resources we need to take that fight as well, because that's a left-right, and it's obvious that we can do so much, but we haven't been there yet. But that's one of I think, our most important issues now, to prove also, yes, we can afford. The 5 richest people in the world owns $1 trillion together. 1,000 billion US, the 5 richest. And the total financial assets around the world is somewhat 450 trillion US. So don't tell me that we can't afford. We can afford.
What's a few trillion between friends?
Excuse me?
What's a few trillion between friends? That point is really important. I think across all of our societies for generations, the right has kind of owned this argument around smaller government, local autonomy, but we're actually in a moment where there is a demand that's coming up from their base for investment in community outcomes. It's been interesting to see the backlash against the investments in Ukraine, in the Ukraine war, against Putin's incursion, where so many on the right have been, in their grassroots, have been saying, you've always told us there's no money on healthcare and education and the things that we care about and need, but there seem to be endless resources for this other thing. So I think you're onto something terribly important there that I don't want to lose. My friend, you have the original question, but you've heard all these interventions, and I know that you are fond of improvising. So let's see where you take this.
I was thinking, listening, that if you think a Frenchman on a mic can hog a mic, wait till you give the mic to a Scotsman. You won't get the mic back. Listening to all the contributions, actually a lot of it resonates with me, because I think if you look at some of the biggest challenges facing progressive parties right across the globe, if you can diagnose it centrally, and actually you've heard it probably in lots of the panel conversations today, is we compete in the politics of the mind and we get beat in the politics of the heart. And when it's mind versus heart, the heart's always going to win. In election, no matter which country you are, anywhere in the world. So we as progressives think we've got a big problem in our nation, we need to come up with a big policy idea. And when we get the big policy idea, we need to explain that policy idea and what it means in different parts. And whilst we're doing that and thinking we're being intellectual, someone else is beating on the argument because they've grasped someone's emotion and grasped their heart. So we have, as progressives, got to compete in the politics of the heart, not just compete in the politics of the mind. Secondly, we've got to tell a better story about our nation. When you're up against divisive politicians and populist politics, it's easy for them to tell a story about our countries. We're not telling a compelling story about our countries. We've got to tell an equally compelling story about our country. Third, progressive politics, for many, many decades now, talks about the politics of hard decisions, tough decisions, sacrifices. And what people hear is, that's hard decisions and sacrifices that I have to make, not that they have to make. So we've got to stop talking about the politics of just the hard decisions and the sacrifices, and instead demonstrate the decisions about where we're trying to take our countries and where we're trying to take our world into the future. Fourth, and this is a condition that besets every Labour Party everywhere in the world, is if we do something great, we're going to whisper it. And if we do something bad or we disagree with it, we're going to shout it from the rooftops. And so in any policy of any progressive party, every single other person in that political party is going to focus on the 10% they disagree with rather than 90% they agree with. And if we're not going to project the positives that we have on in any individual nation, how are the citizens going to hear that and believe that message too? And finally, our politics is fundamentally flipped. We now live in a political age of vibes rather than of day-to-day political grids or systems that we normally operate in. The vast majority of the population don't give a damn about politics, and they don't think much of politicians. And I think we have to just accept that sad reality. We live and breathe politics every single day. It's what gets us up in the morning, it's what makes our heart flutter during the day, and it's what we dream about when we go to sleep. The rest of the population are worried about putting food on the table. They're worried about the kind of school their kid's going to go to. They're worried about whether the loved one's going to get access to a social care package or they're going to get access to a hospital appointment when they need it. They're worried about the safety and security in their community. They go on their social media feed and they're fed narratives around a world that is on fire, a community and a nation that feels more and more insecure, and that all we can ever wish for or hope for is more decline in our lives. And they might have the odd flip of what is a general vibe coming from a political party and a political movement. We have got to build in the vibes of our movements and what's happening in our individual countries if we are going to build support and actually take on the populists and those that want to divide us. And the final thing is patriotism has been mentioned a lot and identity has been mentioned a lot. There is a way that we can talk about patriotism and identity that doesn't make it look like or sound like we're down in our country. Because that's one of the big things that they say is these people don't believe in our country. They're down in our country. They only talk down our country. We're the true ones that stand up for our country and stand up for our people. Actually, we've got to demonstrate that there is a heart and an emotion and an attachment to our national identities that makes us the real drivers of progress in our nation. And if we win the heart and the emotion and the storytelling, we can beat the populists everywhere in the world.
That's fantastic. So now we've run the gamut from dignity to vibes. I had a feeling that, that we'd make quite a journey here. I'm going to come back to how you've teed up this question of identity, but I'm going to give that a moment. I'm going to skip around a little bit. I'm going to come back to you on this broader question of trust, but it would be unfair not to give Pedro an opportunity to have a rejoinder to the provocation that he received. But as you do that, because I know that you've been itching to do that, Pedro, I want to throw another question at you. You provide leadership for the Open Society Foundations, which is on the front line of helping us to create some connective tissue that enables us to better see one another across this vast movement. I see your outstanding board member, Daniel Sachs, here in the front row, and we thank you both for that at a time when you are standing alone in attack. I want you to help me think through in this moment when the right-wing movements have been able to take advantage of a hyper-sovereignty to make a villain out of the notion of solidarity. You're somebody who cut your teeth in as a thinker and a strategist in Brazilian politics. Is there something from the experience in Brazil that you've had or that's occurring right now that might give us some way to fashion a kind of patriotism even that's not nativist, that helps us to navigate through this vast challenge that we have in our narrative?
Definitely. I'll start maybe by saying that I didn't really understand what we disagreed with in the, but it's
he's French. But
it's, it's maybe the fact that I was speaking about European Social Democrat, even if speaking about the Amazon and the shamanic was okay for, but I think we have a lot to learn from the indigenous knowledge in moments like this. But bring it to the Brazilian experience, and that's an excellent example, because it was the one place that we can look at right now in which nationalism and patriotism was reclaimed by the left. It was, in a way, a gift, right, that we got from Donald Trump in Brazil, but it was exactly the ability, but a gift that was accepted, right, because immediately when the tariffs were imposed, when Trump said that the tariffs were imposed because of Bolsonaro's conviction, because he tried to, because of a coup attempt in Brazil, it gave the opportunity to say, no, we, the left, Lula is defending Brazil. And so the right went to the streets with a huge American flag, and the left went to the streets with a huge Brazilian flag. But it was exactly a patriotism that was based on solidarity. It was a patriotism that was based on we need to defend our country in a way that we can include everyone, that we can preserve jobs, that we can, and it was not exclusive, right? And I think that's patriotism is we haven't sorted out international politics. So politics, the idea that our common destiny depends on other people, depends on our community, which is the beauty of politics, it happens at the nation state. So patriotism is what can inspire democracy. I think exactly the question is not to fight against patriotism, but it is how to build patriotism around those values. If you read Samuel Huntington's last book, Who Are We? It is a definition of what he thinks America should be that was clearly there, right? It is, America is an Anglo-American culture. Everything outside that is an American. That's the book, right? And that's what Donald Trump is saying right now. We need to reclaim, for example, in the United States, the idea that being patriotic is the American dream that can include much more people and that can provide to much more people, right? So I think the idea of exactly building a dream, the vibes, the dignity, right? A patriotic idea around dignity is the only way to steal the flag, the national flag from the extreme right now.
That's fantastic, and you can please clap for him. Don't be so polite. You know, so you planted your flag firmly in Charlene's space of dignity. So let's go back to you on this question, and I love all of what Pedro just said. it was lofty but grounded. When I think of lofty but grounded, I think of a speech that you made to the Liberian Bar Association, where you were really damn challenging, and you said to them that trust is the truest currency of justice. You were pushing out boldly against corruption, about inefficiencies. I don't know how well received it was that day, but from afar across the Atlantic, it was incredibly well received. But as you think about that conversation that you had, and you think about the question that Pedro just put to us about who are we, right? You were lifting up a question of national identity in that question about Liberia and how you face corruption. How do you take up that issue of delivery, efficacy, with the shading of safety and security and this notion of the identity that comes out of your investment in dignity?
Thank you.
It was a great speech.
Thank you. I'm a lawyer by trade, and this idea of justice, particularly for us in Africa, has for too long it's eluded us, and I think I can. If I humbly say I can help my co-panelists who certainly come from a very different type of nation than I come from. But when we talk about justice, so yesterday, Claire, I believe her name was, talked about progressives still being the big tent party. And I look around today and yesterday, and where we have representation from Europe and, the U.S. and Canada, and we had a session from Latin America, but there are no African voices here besides myself, I think Aya. And I wonder, how do progressives have authentic conversations about ideas that affect you? We talk about justice, but nations that are entangled, intertwined with your issues are not at the table. Migration is a huge issue. How do we talk about migration and not bring some African leaders to bear here when our people are running from some, and I speak very generally, lack of justice, lack of access to equitable services? So I hope that we begin to talk about justice. But let me talk about it from my perspective from Liberia. I'm going to give an example. We speak over 17 dialects, but because of Liberia's historical relationship with the U.S., English is our first language. Our laws are in English. Our courts, justice is meted out in the English language. How does, and we probably have we have a very low literacy rate in terms of those who read and write English. How is justice served when the average Liberian, literally the average Liberian, cannot read a law book or understand, and we have justice being meted out? So we've started a local radio station in dialects, my dialect, to make sure that the average Liberian in just one dialect so far understands what justice is and what the laws are. Sorry about that, I'm talking a little bit too long. So to come back to nationalism and justice, we have to make sure that everyone feels a sense of justice and equity, and then that gives a sense of nationalism. May I just say something quickly to my South American and European colleagues here? This idea of ensuring, progressivism and we all are part of your countries. I think we need to speak, and I want to commend you for your determination, dignity, delivery, but determination to not shy away from these very important issues. Like, even if the right is beating you up and saying, this is not French enough, this is not Swedish enough, be determined to stick to what your morals and your values are. So I just wanted to conclude with that.
No, that's fantastic. And we have exactly 7 minutes to get 3 more responses, and I know that you all are going to be sharp and brilliant. But I want to go from Charlene's point about migration, and I'm going to go to Scotland once more. And I'm probably going to Scotland now because one of the great things about international conferences is that you get to pick up some slang, and I picked up some slang from you, my friend, that I just have to use.
I'm intrigued.
you made a point about the instability, the insecurity that people feel in their lives, and in the Scottish context. You said that people make decisions that sometimes they get accused of racism, but it's not necessarily coming from a place of racism. You said people feel scunnered. I love that word. That people feel scunnered, that somehow the whole system is working against them, and there's an instability that breeds the nativism and all the things. So I just wonder, thinking about how earlier today we heard about the importance of reframing security to encompass the economic imperative of feeling control over your daily life. As you think about people who are feeling scunnered in Scotland and elsewhere, what's the ability of our center-left politics to restore that sense of stability and security in a way that engages across differences? I'll also note the vicious attacks that you have personally taken on in that context, and I commend you for your courage, but also for the ability to extend grace to people who have really done a kind of spiritual violence to you in the politics. So thank you.
Thank you. That's very, very kind of you to say. So scunnered is a Scottish term, which basically means that people just feel genuinely pissed off about everything that exists in their life. I can't think of a more polite way of saying it than that. And who can blame them? And I think this is part of the challenge for progressives. Who can blame them? People don't feel as if their local services work, their NHS works, their transport system works. They feel as if they're working more hours than they've ever worked before, every hour God sends, but their pound is worth less than it was before. And they feel as if they're being asked to work harder and harder and possibly pay more and more and get less and less in return. And in the face of that, you've got a level, let's be upfront about it, there's a level of racism and a level of misogyny and a level of, whether it be anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or any other form of prejudice or hate, that those that want to divide us will play into people's fears and say, rather than go for the left of centre politics that wants to explain how the solution will be presented in your life, let's instead play the politics of blame. These things wouldn't happen in your life if only it wasn't for these people over here. And that politics of these people over here and that us versus them is the single greatest challenge facing progressive politicians everywhere right around the world. But we've got to understand why people feel scunnered and how it's legitimate, to be honest, for them to feel scunnered. And I think one of the harshest lessons for progressive parties is I think we have to change the way we take on that conversation, how we communicate that. Because when Nigel Farage says something racist, and we then make it sound like we're saying that anyone who may be tempted to vote for him or vote for reform, therefore, is racist, we push the very people we need to pull towards us away from us. Or if we say, we are delivering X, Y, or Z, why don't you understand it? It makes it sound like we're saying, we've got this, we're the intelligent ones, you're just too stupid to understand. And I think if we present ourselves to the public to say, you're either too stupid, or you just don't get it, or you're too racist, or you're not Scottish enough, or you're not British enough, we repel the very people we need to pull towards us. And so how we communicate, the policy offer we have and how we present that, how we make it real for people, is also going to be really important. And the final thing I'll say is, whenever a progressive party is in trouble anywhere in the world, we always say, we're listening. See, when you tell a member of the public we're listening, what they think a politician means by that is, I'm pretending to listen, it's going to go in this ear, and it's going to go out the other one. We need to stop listening, and instead we need to connect. And if we connect with our communities and our people, then we can confront the populists.
Fantastic. So, please, you can, you should. So, I'm going to, here's a bit of theater for you. I want to preview a provocation. That's going to be the last question. So I'm going to now ask Stefan a very thoughtful question and give him an opportunity to give me a thoughtful response. But here's the provocation I'm going to throw at the very end to you, Raphael. So just be ready for this provocation. I'm a New York nationalist. I'm proud of all things that are in New York. What the heck were you thinking when you said that the French are going to come and reclaim the Statue of Liberty from the New York harbor just because our president can't live up to the values? So you're sending a flotilla to New York to reclaim the statue. I'm going to give you a chance to tell us what the heck you're thinking on that front. But first I'm going to ask our former prime minister, our thoughtful leader, to respond to something that he has said in the past. You once said that for every democratic principle that is weakened in the EU's voice in the world is equally weakened. We can only be a force for free media and rule of law in our neighborhood if we have free media and independent courts in our union. So help me understand from the perspective of nationalism even, how can subnational relationships and solutions take on a new role to meet transnational challenges given the gap in trust, leadership, and delivery, and the cynicism that exists in all of our societies increasingly about these multilateral spaces that folks think we overinvest in?
In 34 seconds?
No. Just
okay. I think we have to underline that all the subnational, national, regional, global, all these levels are connected, and we are dependent on all these levels. So we can see very good cooperation directly between cities, local communities in Sweden with other local communities in other parts of the world, and that strengthened this thinking. What I am a bit worried about this growing nationalism, and please don't misunderstand me. Of course, I'm very proud if Sweden managed to win a national football game and all that, and I'm proud of so much. But what this nationalism is growing into now is that it's us only, and that is the dangerous part. So we have to see that we are dependent on, I mean, Sweden's GDP is about 50% of it is export. So it goes without saying that we are dependent on others. We're dependent on the European Union, yes, because this is the volume that we need in terms of money, in terms of diplomatic and force and all this. So that goes without saying. But we have to think beyond also that. So we should build, we could call it a business case, I don't know exactly what to call it, how it would affect people's daily life positively if the poorer part of the world also got the same opportunities as the richer part of the world. Let me give you just one example. China lifted, and I mean, China's political system is not mine, but anyhow, 600 million roughly were lifted out of poverty into some kind of middle class. That was good for these people, it was good for China, but it also affected the world economy because they could contribute in the economy. Africa is now the continent that will grow during this century, and you'll have a labor force that is huge. It's growing by the day. Now, if we also invest in Africa and other parts of the world, lifting people out of poverty. I was talking to Ellen Johnson-Sirleaf. I was cooperating with Ellen Johnson-Sirleaf on the High-Level Advisory Board, and she kept reminding us about the data illiteracy and the digital illiteracy. And that gap is growing by the day. We have 2 billion people lacking access to fresh water. 2 billion people. So, of course, if we start investing and say we are not throwing away money, but we are investing, it's good for them, it's good for the country, but it's also good for us. So display that business case, whatever we call it. I think we can have another discussion about what's right or wrong.
Thank you. Charlene started us off with dignity. I think that you took us to a place of strength. What is it that we take up in our narrative that indicates that these are spaces of strength for us at the international level, but at the level of the individual? Those investments give us, as the center left, a purchase on the notion of strength building in our politics. So, my friend, you get to close us out, and I'm provoking you a bit on the Statue of Liberty. But the question really, ultimately, is what is it that we've got to do that's going to enable us to build back ownership over that narrative of solidarity that we owned post-1945 until about 2016. And you can bring the statue into it if you want. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free.
But first, I will tell you a secret, because we are just you and me, in a table. It was metaphorical. And unfortunately, the Trump administration did not get it. They took it first degree, so they had to respond directly, and it created a huge trouble in the European Parliament, because we received, in my office, more than 1,300 Statue of Liberty, with insults from MAGA people saying, that's the only Statue of Liberty you will ever get, you, blah, 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 blah. And then I will stop quoting them, because it's not like real poetry. And I could not write to all of them that, it's an image. I didn't plan to go with it, but I had some suggestion, by the way, from Poland, from several states, European states, saying, if you go for a real operation, I'm coming with you. And to these ones, I responded like, okay, let's build the strength of Europe. Maybe we give them the statue and we just take the flame. That's the meaning of it. If you like the statue itself, we will take the love for freedom. Yeah. No, but what was the meaning of that? It's because first, I want French people to be proud again and to think they have a destiny. And their destiny cannot be the destiny that's offered to them by Le Pen, Bardella, and all the far-right people. And I wanted to tell them, we deserve better than this as French. Look at this American administration. They did not understand what made America great. So how do you want them to make it great again? And if they did not understand that, then let's take the torch to ourselves, because that's what made France great. And I want France to be great again, but based on these principles and ideas that made it great, not on this bigotry that would make it small. And also, I think, because you were speaking about that, I think we progressives should stop being afraid saying things. Like we go to a rally and you say things, and then you don't give a damn whether it's the right wording, not the right wording, because then otherwise you have Trump in front of you, and you are the scripted one. Nobody cares what you say, blah, blah, blah. Of course, everything is perfectly kasher or halal or whatever. But nobody cares. And then he says bullshit, and everybody speaks about him. Okay, then everybody was speaking about... Yeah, I know, I'm too long. But just, I will not respond to your question because I'm French. I will just build on what you said about strength. Yeah, you say strength. The true question is, what's the definition of strength? And I have just 2 examples, and they are very short. I organized a conference, and it was a Ukrainian writer who went to the front line during 2.5 years. And I invited him to the European Parliament because he wrote a fantastic book of love letters to his wife from the front line to her who was a refugee in France. And he was explaining to us with a very soft voice, calm, how it felt when he, for the first time, had to kill him, a poet, had to kill a Russian soldier on the front. And he said, it was so far from me. And he was explaining these feelings, and he was speaking calmly, softly. And when I was listening to him, and he was projecting so much strength, and I was listening to him, and I had in my ear what I was seeing the day before, the night before, which was Alec Jones. This guy speaks like that, and who goes to the bodybuilding every day for 7 hours, instead of reading books. And he was speaking like that. You woke people, and we have to go back to masculinism and everything. And he was telling, but Joe Biden is crazy. because Putin will nuke us with his big voice and everything. And in fact, what he was projecting was such weakness, such fragility, yeah? And I was thinking, okay, so the strength is the soft voice of this Ukrainian poet writing love letters to his wife. And there you have the spectacle of strength, be it orange or not orange. And at the end, we have to be strong. It doesn't mean copying them. It means be sure of ourselves. Take power, but this time, when we take power, we ban TikTok and we put Elon Musk on a huge fine so that then they take us seriously.
Thank you. So, merci. That was fantastic. So, lesson learned that our movement sometimes is poetic and a little too esoteric, and their movement is damn literal. So thank you so much for this fantastic conversation. I promise I did not pay him to end us on this notion of shared destiny. The struggle and the tension is between deliverism and this notion of shared destiny that we take up that I think can lead to a more durable center-left narrative, more durable majorities for change and transformation into the future. Thank you, phenomenal panelists. Thank you.
Wow, it's certainly been a journey. It's been a journey. 11 sessions in this summit so far, and we've come to the final one. We've got ideas to win the future, and we'll be hearing from two leaders trying to shape that story from two completely different perspectives. So please welcome David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister, and Pete Buttigieg, the former US Secretary of Transportation, in a panel discussion moderated by Baroness Sally Morgan. Please welcome them.
Have we been introduced? Excellent. That's great. Thank you very much. We were lurking behind. Well, welcome to our final session. We want to give you a bit of an optimistic end, I think, and sort of send you on your way. And I have to say, just to keep you going, there is a drink at the end of this downstairs. So that's something to look forward to. I mean, this session is called "How to Win the Future." How do we move forward in this age? And I thought rather than me meandering on, I would summarise what I felt had come out of some of the sessions earlier today, or some of the main themes that maybe we can address briefly. So first of all, and perhaps most fundamentally, progressive patriotism. What on earth does that mean, and how do we put that into action? How do we become parties of success, but at the same time not leave people behind? How do we make sure policy and politics need to work together better? What do we mean by patriotic renewal, and how do we balance that against the politics of grievance? How do we take the theme of building and make that a reality? Because I think we've heard that a lot during the day. And I have to say, for me, the sort of favourite slogan, if you like, that I heard during the day, that was from our Danish colleague earlier on in the day, was "They go low, we go relevant." And I thought, if any of us, if in terms of something to pin on your wall and think that has to be the core way that we move forward, for me that was really, really powerful. Welcome very much to our panellists. I'm going to call them David and Pete. I'm not going to try and introduce them in any more detail because you know their bios, and that would take far too long. And I wanted to focus our remaining time really on just a few key questions, but really ask our panellists to take those where they wish to take them. I guess the first one is the fundamental one, which is if we take the idea of progressive patriotism, what does that mean for you, and how would you take it forward? So, who wants to start? Pete, why don't you kick off?
All right. Well, first of all, so pleased to be here. Thanks for the chance to be in such company. And I would start by reflecting that it wasn't that long ago that progressive patriotism was considered in our country a contradiction in terms. And my generation of Democrats spent a lot of effort and time trying to fashion something that was different. And where we landed was that, not unlike religion in the U.S. context, patriotism can either be a cudgel that is used to exclude and to beat people down, or it can be a way to summon more and more people into a shared national project. It can either be a basis for mistrust, as in there are the patriots and there are the others who are not to be trusted, or as our president would say, the enemy within. Or it could be patriotism as a way to establish trust in places where it doesn't already exist. So one of the formative experiences of my life was serving in the military, being deployed to Afghanistan, where I would get in, anytime my vehicle was to go outside the wire, the people getting in my vehicle were not interested in whether I was going home to a girlfriend or a boyfriend, or what country my father emigrated from, or whether I leaned left or leaned right. They just wanted to know that I'd studied the briefs on where to watch out for improvised explosive devices on the road between Kabul and Bagram. And we learned very quickly to trust each other with our lives, even if we had really nothing in common besides the flag on our shoulder. Different backgrounds, different stories, different ethnicities, definitely different politics. And yet we were able to fashion that trust. That is the style of patriotism that I think is absolutely available to all of us. And what makes it progressive, of course, is structuring it in a way that is inclusive, rather than about who you can keep outside of the boundaries of that circle of who is patriotic that you have drawn.
And how do you make that happen in the next stage of the Democrats in the States? Where do you take that?
To me, it's summoning everybody into a shared national project. And there are plenty of flavors of that are available to us. What we are up against as a country is not each other. Or at least that's what I'm going to assert, talking to whether it's my neighbors in Michigan or my fellow Americans when I'm out on the road. But it means talking about what we do face, everything from the international competition and a more emboldened China that is asserting itself and winning friends in the leadership vacuum that's been created by this administration, or whether it's contending with things that have been on us for some time but just won't get done unless we rally as a country as well as with our international partners to do something about it, like climate. Or whether it is something that is novel but very much bearing down on us, like dealing with artificial intelligence and threats that it creates both domestically to people's economic comfort and collectively to security issues that can only be dealt with through cooperation.
David.
Place and belonging. In politics, you're nothing really unless you have an account for place and belonging. Unless you are speaking to people and having something to say about how you improve their sense of place, however they define it, and they belong to a bigger project. My experience of our country, but I think this is the same all over the world, is when there are these big national occasions, usually sporting events. We saw it during the 2012 Olympics. The country comes together with a huge sense of pride. The house that I grew up in was a very West Indian house. It was full of royal memorabilia and flags. My parents had a pride in the country. And I hold that up against the fascist National Front skinheads who had a different vision of the country, the fear that I would sometimes feel as a child, and the confusion of whether I belonged in the country. And I think that when we talk about a kind of patriotic national identity, we're talking about owning that flag, owning that space, not ceding it to others, and distinguishing between patriotism and an ethno-nationalism, recognizing that there are traditions on the rise in Western democracies that are peddling an ethno-nationalism. And we must not vacate this space. And that starts with placemaking and a powerful sense of belonging and belonging to a project. And national identities are hugely important. Of course, we all live in communities, neighborhoods, villages, towns, cities, but the national identity, which sometimes the progressive centre has struggled to articulate, is absolutely at this time of ethno-nationalism somewhere where we have to occupy and have to have a powerful account of, it would seem to me.
Thank you very much. Very powerful. Can I move on to a different topic, which is lessons from the past? Now, we're very clear, in the last 2 days, we've been really clear that we want to be forward-looking. We've also been clear and been fortunate to have prime ministers from different countries with us, demonstrating that we can gain power, and we now need to work to make sure that we win power again. But nevertheless, it is clear that there are lessons from past successes that we shouldn't ignore, albeit that they need to perhaps be taken forward for a different age. And I just wonder if you want to reflect on that, David.
I think progressives need to pick some fights. We need to pick some fights. That's both because it demonstrates whose side you're on, it demonstrates your values. But remember this, you know, our political opponents are effectively picking fights every single day. We are barely picking fights once a week. Once a month would be good. Lessons from the past. I think Tony and Gordon picked some fights.
Just a few.
They picked a fight. Didn't win it, but it's coming back round on ID cards.
We passed the legislation in 2009.
They picked a fight on standards in schools, actually, that was unpopular with some of the stakeholders in the education area at that time. They set up academies. Again, it was a bit of a battle. So I'm not saying that the old fights are the same fights today, but we do have to be better at demonstrating whose side we're on, and that does mean picking some fights to articulate your position in the ground. And I say this also acutely aware of working people in this country. Obviously, I'm thinking of my constituents, but the privilege of being a politician is that you travel around the country. Is working people in Western democracies in a cost of living crisis are fighting every day. They're fighting every day. And some of them worry that the kind of, what's it, matcha latte or whatever it's called, drinking, slightly, they're just slightly aloof. What are the fights that we're prepared to pick on their behalf? And are we prepared to just cede that ground to our political opponents? So I say that very, very seriously, that successful, progressive governments of the past were really clear on whose side they were on, and they were not afraid to pick some serious fights.
I think that's very powerful. I mean, I think there's a bit of a lesson there of not spending all our time just trying to reach consensus and being nice to each other, I think, is what you're also saying. Is that fair?
Yeah. You have disagreements amongst yourselves occasionally. You certainly have disagreements amongst your political opponents, and you can't appear to be so into managerialism and technocratic solutions that you're not articulating whose side you're on.
Pete, I mean, have you got experience of that too?
Look, I think if we want to reach back to when progressives were really on the front foot in the U.S. context, we got to reach back quite a ways. What we need to find there is a period when it was much clearer what we were trying to build than merely what we were against. And one struggle I think we have had repeatedly. largely because of the enormity of what we are against and the fact that we are rightly horrified by it, is that we can talk of little else. And it's clear that that is just not enough for people to see where they are in the future that we're trying to create. Out with the old, we're going to do something about these abuses isn't enough. Because if the abuses you've seen aren't already disqualifying, it's unlikely anything further you hear about them would be persuasive. So if we think back to progressive triumphs in the U.S. context, the establishment of the New Deal, the era of the Great Society and the Voting Rights Act, there were fights. In fact, it's easy in retrospect to imagine that things were destined to come out that way when actually it was a real struggle and it was not predetermined. And it was adaptive. But they were ultimately about what we were going to do for you versus the other guy. The more we are talking about him, the less we are talking about you. And we need to get back onto that kind of front foot substantively as well as narratively in order to succeed, but also in order to deserve to win.
Thank you very much. Can I move on to another theme that's come out? I mean, we're talking about it a lot, I think, in the UK, but we've heard about it throughout the day from people in other countries, and particularly, I'm thinking about Prime Minister Carney was talking about building in Canada. So how do you take the theme of building and make that part of both the reality of delivering, but also a patriotism? And we talk a lot in the UK about delivery. I think we're all good about talking about it. I think there is a bigger question about actually turning that into practice. And I'm just thinking, Pete, you must have done that both as secretary, but also on home ground. So tell us about that sort of, good and bad in a sense. How did you tackle that, and how did you actually break through well-meaning, often bureaucracy, regulation to actually deliver for the people that we're trying to serve?
Yeah, I mean, we experienced this everywhere from my early days as mayor, introducing the newfangled concept of the roundabout in northern Indiana, which is not the most popular thing, all the way through to getting 70,000 projects funded and about 20,000 of them built as transportation secretary for President Biden. I think this is one example of where progressives also need to demonstrate that our project is not about reinforcing or resurrecting an old status quo, because we are the heirs to a status quo that has made it very, very difficult, especially in my country, to build anything. And there have been so many measures put in place to make sure that the project doesn't go wrong that no one is actually in charge of making sure the project happens. And those reflexes, that muscle memory, needs to be rewired. It can be done, but it takes some introspection. It takes some heterodoxy. There's a whole debate in the U.S. Triggered by the publication of the book Abundance about the many ways in which well-intentioned liberal measures make it very difficult to achieve liberal aims, including building clean energy, building transportation infrastructure, building housing. And we have to take those seriously. And then there's one other thing about building, which I think is a political or narrative challenge. And it's one we certainly faced when we were building things around the U.S., which is actually the better it goes, the less people are dialed into it. Because these are things that are just supposed to work. Nobody ever banged down the door of the mayor's office in South Bend and said, I want you to know that I came downstairs and I turned on my faucet and a glass of clean, safe drinking water came out and it didn't poison my family or anything. Tell everybody at the waterworks to keep up the good job, right? It doesn't work that way. When something is unambiguously and uncontroversially good, it commands very little attention. Good news is no news. But there are still ways to pick some fights around it that show people what it took to get there. That's why we spent a lot of time calling out people who voted against infrastructure projects and then tried to take credit for them when they were being launched or completed. So you can still have a spice of controversy in there, the fight that shows who is on what side, while also building a consensus about getting things done that make everyone better off.
And how did you bring colleagues with you along that journey? Because I think one of the issues often is that for perfectly good reasons, people think they're doing the right thing to question or to have another consultation or to slow things down. So how did you convince people that, in fact, the right thing to do was to get on and get things done?
Yeah, I mean, so many of the groups in our coalition, their most defining victories were stopping something from happening. And so that's the muscle memory, right? And, you know, I respect bad things that were stopped, but the biggest thing I thought we could do was to put them in touch with the people who would benefit from getting the thing done. And sometimes it was a multi-billion-dollar effort, like finally bringing Second Avenue subway service to parts of Harlem in New York City. Sometimes it was a grant of less than $1 million. We did one in rural South Dakota, an airport that was basically a mobile home. We got them $700,000 to get a real building, which is important because they do air ambulance flights there for medical patients. And I saw these guys, county officials, I assume all of them conservative, I didn't ask, weeping when we went to announce the funds. But putting people in touch with the results, I think, can change a lot of the internal conversations and release some of the antibodies to just pushing things through and delivering on those promises.
Thank you very much indeed. Which brings me on to my final main question. And actually, listening to the two of you, I almost don't need to ask it, because I want to ask you about storytelling and the power of storytelling. You two, actually listening to you, are natural storytellers. I mean, part of what you do really effectively is you explain your politics through stories and through experiences. How do you do that? How have you learned to do that? How do we encourage other people to do that? And how also, I think, where do you get your stimulus, and how do we encourage people to keep thinking, keep exploring, keep taking ideas forward, so that we connect with people in a more effective way? David.
So, empathy, authenticity are premiums in politics. And again, progressives struggle sometimes and leave that for our political opponents, obviously peddling a degree of grievance, but it can have empathetic and authentic qualities. We love policy, and policy is important, but it's got to come from somewhere. In the last few weeks, I have been so pleased as Justice Secretary to be associated with the Hillsborough Law. Now, when I arrived in the department, it was being described as a new duty of candor and providing legal aid for families who are seeking justice if there's been an injustice. And I sort of changed that up. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. If we went back 30, 40 years, women fighting in places like the Ford Dagenham plant were fighting for equal pay. It came from those women, and a Labour government gave them that. If we went back to my parents' generation, who were experiencing discrimination in this country, there was a bus boycott and other things, fighting for rights, for a multicultural Britain, and again, a Labour government gave them that. Here we have families who've experienced all sorts of scandals in blood transfusions, in post office scandals, in Windrush, in Grenfell, and of course the Hillsborough families after a football stadium and police cover-up. And a Labour government is transferring rights and giving them rights. That's history, that's emotion, that's empathy, that's storytelling. And we've got to be in that place. And then the second thing I've learned after 25 years, people think that politics is all about talking. It so isn't. I learnt when I was in opposition, and I had the joy of hosting a show on LBC, that one of the gifts that politicians have to have is the ability to listen. And you listen to folk, you hear their stories, and you tell their stories back. And so storytelling comes not just from the business of talking, it comes from listening and relaying that back. And to that extent, you have to slightly park the policy wonky bit. And even just the sort of delivery bit to get back to the values. I'm on your side. I'm empathetic, I'm authentic, and that's why I want to deliver this school, this nursery, this hospital, more police on your behalf.
Thank you. Pete.
Well, let me enthusiastically endorse that insight from David. That storytelling is a two-way process. And it's about going out, watching the faces rise and fall in town halls and events. It's why I go into conservative media all the time, to see what resonates and make sure that what we think of as the story is authentic to people's lived experience. But I actually, if I could, I'll answer your question about storytelling with a story. So reaching back before I was in federal service, before I ran for president, to where I grew up, South Bend, Indiana, in the industrial Midwest of the United States, was the company town for a car company, Studebaker, that was as big in its day as Ford or GM. The last Studebaker rolled off the line in 1963. And I grew up in a city that was still haunted by its ghost. I didn't even know until I left that it was unusual to have hundreds of acres of collapsing factories around you on the way to school that looked like they'd been bombed out in a war. And the question by the time I took office as a 29-year-old mayor, arguing that our city did not have to go the way of the national press that had literally written us up as one of America's 10 dying cities, was that we could do it differently, but we had to tell a different story about ourselves. And there were two elements to that story that I have seen throughout the proceedings here as central themes. One is about delivery, taking care of the basics, and the other is about belonging. First, taking care of the basics. In a municipal context, it's literally the basics. Clean, safe drinking water and trash pickup and all of those things that a well-run city does. But of course, we can extrapolate from that into the ways in which our progressive movements need to make clear how our countries can better take care of the basics of affordability and transportation and healthcare for people, where I wouldn't be a progressive if I didn't believe we have better answers on that and better results to show for it. But that actually wasn't enough. For a lot of the people where I grew up, if you lost your job as a machinist in the auto industry and a well-intentioned progressive program came along and trained you or offered to train you and said, guess what, we're going to get you the same income, only now you're going to be a nurse's aide. Even though that's a perfectly worthy occupation, that person's identity is not spoken to by that. And they're going to be even more alienated. Even if you figured out how to substitute their income, because you did not substitute their sense of belonging. So what we did locally was we crafted a sense of belonging that was about the project of the city itself. It was about recruiting people into an almost militant identification with not being written off as flyover country or a dying city, but rather moving our community forward. People felt like they were part of that. I really knew we were getting somewhere when we redesigned the flag of the city and someone got it tattooed on them. I said, all right, now we're there. But you can, of course, imagine what this looks like in a national context, too. That community belonging has an analog in terms of a healthy versus unhealthy sense of patriotism. Just like the local sense of delivery has an analog in terms of that insistence on taking care of the basics. If we do that, then the story has the most important quality of any story, which is the person listening to the story sees themselves in it.
I was going to stop, but actually... One final word from you both, tiny word from you both, because you very kindly are the final speakers in the final session of what's been a really important gathering, I think, for all of us together. And I suppose I'm looking to you both to send us on our way with optimism, but also with purpose. So think of optimism and purpose and tell us what we should go forward with. So, Pete, you first.
Optimism. Okay, I know I'm the American here. I did not come here to tell everybody that things are better than they look. They're not. They're probably going to get worse before they get better. And yet I'm optimistic. Not because things are better than they look, but because things have reached the point where we will have to fashion something entirely new. We will have to do it on the day, and it will come, when Donald Trump is no longer politically active in the United States, which will happen. But also, in order to be prepared for that day, and I would argue in order to hasten that day, we better paint that picture now for ourselves and then through good storytelling for everybody else. And that means we need to avoid the appearance or the reality of being committed to retrieving some prior status quo, which is very hard. We are horrified by watching all of these things being demolished around us, institutions, departments, norms. But, and by the way, it is criminally wrong to have demolished them. I'm thinking of things like the U.S. Agency for International Development or our Department of Education, but also, of course, international frameworks. It is criminally wrong to demolish them, but nobody on a clean sheet would design them the way they were in 2024. And we shouldn't try. Our job is not to go around picking up the shards of what there was and trying to tape them back together like they were. Just like it would not have worked in my city way back when to go around saying we were going to put it back the way it was. To say I didn't go around saying we were going to make South Bend great again, right? We have an opportunity and an obligation to develop something new. And to me, that is propulsion. Propulsion rather than paralysis, precisely because of the proportions of what we're up against.
Thank you, David. Final word.
I think in answering this question, I'm thinking of the UK Labour Party. I'm thinking of Attlee and the Attlee government. I'm thinking of them facing a country in rubble after the Second World War, facing rationing, and still leading and forging the National Health Service, the welfare state, public services, and still, by the way, going on to lose the next general election and not get a second term. I'm thinking of Wilson. I'm thinking of devaluation, how tough it was in those early years. And I'm thinking of the white heat of technology and that sense that Wilson picked up after Macmillan of modernity and embracing modernity and owning the future and taking our country forward. And I'm thinking of the fuel crisis in the early days of Blair Brown and a pressure that the government was under. And again, that powerful sense of rebuilding public services after the Thatcher major period. I'm also holding this, that the Labour Party was only in power in the 20th century for 22 years. Already in the 21st, we're on course to get about 14, 15. We're going to get more than 22. We're going to get that I would go to the bookies and put money on. So the point is hope, vision, stay the course, keep to your values, and please, we have to stay united on behalf of working people if we hope to keep the public's trust. That's what I keep in mind.
Well, that is a brilliant place to finish. We could carry on, but we're not going to, because we've had a bit of a spur to action there. I think you've given us a clear way forward. I asked for optimism and purpose. I think you both gave us that. So thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of the session and end of today. Please join us downstairs for drinks. But can I ask you first to say thank you to our panelists?
Thank you so much for our brilliant final session. As Sally said, please head downstairs immediately. There is a very nice drinks reception waiting for you with Prime Minister Carney. Thank you so much.